Footsteps echoed through the crisp morning air. A lone man pushed his limits on the city streets. Enter Ingong, a name that literally translated to protagonist. His parents had grand visions of a magnificent destiny. But reality? He was just a regular guy entering his favorite local store, greeted by familiar faces. The relentless teasing about his legendary name started in childhood, yet he brushed off the mockery like dust off his shoulder. Stepping into the spotlight was the absolute last thing he desired. His true sanctuary? The glowing aisles of the local gaming shop. He playfully told the blonde cashier to cut the jokes, his eyes searching for the ultimate prize. Had the new release arrived? With a knowing smirk, the clerk slid a reserved copy across the counter. The legendary masterpiece had finally been reborn. Saga Re, an epic tale chronicling the eternal blood feud between humanity and the demonic realm. Players faced a monumental choice: champion the light as the human hero, Locke, or embrace the darkness as Zephyr Ragnaros, the fearsome firstborn of the Demon King. It was a sprawling universe of quests and conquered dungeons. Having cleared the original over 10 times in his youth, Ingong was a walking encyclopedia of the game's deepest secrets. This remake was the crown jewel of the new virtual reality era. Adrenaline pumping, our main character finally burst through his front door. Hands trembling with anticipation, he unsheathed the game cartridge. He secured the heavy virtual reality headset over his eyes and locked the chip into the console. The loading screen cast a neon glow across his room. A casual 8-hour marathon was his only plan for the day. But in a blinding flash of digital light, his physical body vanished. Eyelids fluttering open, he was blinded by harsh golden sunlight piercing through a rugged canvas ceiling. The dive was a complete success, yet a chilling realization washed over him. As he glanced at his unfamiliar hands, he had absolutely no idea whose body he was inhabiting. A booming voice shattered the silence, demanding to know if he was still dreaming. The tent flaps violently parted, revealing a massive, terrifying ogre who ordered him to gear up for a brutal day ahead. Ingong was completely mesmerized. Every fiber of the tent, every pore on the monster's face, he gasped in awe at the flawless god-tier graphics. The hulking beast just tilted its head in sheer confusion. Wait, the non-player characters could actually hold a natural conversation? The promotional trailers had kept this groundbreaking feature a total secret. Testing the waters, he casually asked for the beast's name. The ogre's eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden amnesia, grumbling that his name was Karak. But Karak's next words dropped like a bombshell. He addressed him as Prince Shutra, warning that the entire camp was standing by for his command. The rusty gears in his gamer brain frantically turned. Shutra Ignis, the notoriously pathetic, disposable 9th son of the Supreme Demon King. Panic started to bubble. This character was never a playable option in the original roster. Desperate for answers, he swiped his hand through the empty air, and a glowing blue system interface flickered to life. Was this some twisted, mandatory tutorial mode? His eyes scanned the floating numbers in absolute horror. Basic foot soldiers boasted a minimum of 10 points per stat, yet his pathetic screen displayed a miserable 5 across the board. For royal blood, these stats were an utter humiliation. Praying for a hidden trump card, he nervously tapped on his skill directory. 2 unique abilities glowed faintly: Conquest, level 1, and Protagonist Setting Adjustment, level 1. Cold sweat dripped down his spine. Could that second skill actually mean the legendary plot armor he was named after? Before he could unravel the mystery, Karak's massive, ugly mug shoved through the tent flaps again, roaring for him to get moving. Stepping into the blinding daylight, his breath caught in his throat. A fearsome legion of heavily armed ogre warriors stood in perfect, intimidating formation, awaiting his orders. The bloodlust in the air was suffocating. He asked Karak why the camp felt like a powder keg ready to explode. The ogre just scoffed, telling his prince to cut the cowardly nonsense and march. Their mission? To completely annihilate the treacherous Scarlet Lightning tribe. All the color drained from his face. He was about to be thrown into his very first bloodbath. Pure panic gripped his heart. He had not even swung a sword in a tutorial stage yet. The rebel orcs had amassed a terrifying military force to launch a full-scale uprising against the demon throne. And the burden of crushing this rebellion? It fell squarely on his fragile shoulders, alongside his ruthlessly powerful older siblings, the 7th prince and the 8th princess. But something did not add up. Why march into a raging war with a pathetic squad of 10? Karak sighed in deep frustration, reminding the forgetful prince that this was strictly a reconnaissance patrol. The towering beast narrowed his eyes suspiciously, grunting and asking if the prince had eaten poisonous mushrooms because his erratic behavior was throwing everyone off. The protagonist discreetly summoned his interface. Bingo! A glowing minimap materialized in the corner of his vision, a massive tactical advantage that he swore to keep active 24/7. His veteran gamer instincts flared. A faint, shimmering trail marked a hidden route on the grid. This had the sweet scent of a secret system event. Karak referenced a crude parchment map, complaining that the standard road would waste too much daylight. With newfound confidence, The prince ordered the beast to follow him down an uncharted shortcut. The heavily armored squad fell in line. They hacked their way through dense, thorny underbrush and scaled the treacherous face of a jagged mountain peak, typical fantasy shortcut torture. His miserable level 1 stamina was rapidly draining, but the grueling trek finally paid off. Buried deep within the ancient forest stood a massive stone door, fitted with twin, heavy iron rings. Chest heaving as he gasped for oxygen, he heard the hulking ogre mutter in absolute bewilderment. How did a sheltered prince know about this forgotten ruin? Karak pressed further, asking if his master possessed some secret clairvoyant magic. The prince just scoffed, but seeing his master practically coughing up a lung, the ogre's tone shifted to genuine concern. The tragic reality of his situation hit hard. Being shackled to a level 1 trash-tier body meant his physical limits were laughably pathetic. He weakly commanded the squad to pry the heavy gates open, but suddenly, an intense surge of energy froze him in place. A blinding, golden aura erupted from his very core. His jaw dropped in absolute shock. The heavenly chime of the system rang in his ears. Level up! He nearly choked on his own spit. He gained a level just by doing some intense hiking. Even better, every single pathetic stat increased by 2 points, and he scored 2 bonus points to distribute. This leveling system is absolutely broken, he muttered under his breath. But the heavy grinding of ancient stone violently snapped him back to reality. Karak's deep roar echoed through the clearing, urging him forward. The massive stone gates had finally been breached. Danger undoubtedly lurked in the abyssal darkness beyond, but having an ogre death squad at his back was solid comfort. And far more crucially, he possessed the ultimate cheat code, the undeniable plot armor of a true protagonist. Staring into the pitch-black maw of the cavern, he stepped forward. Running Higgins' massive hand along the carved walls, Karak noted the unmistakable craftsmanship of a dwarven excavation. The prince's eyes sparked with intrigue. He had no idea this demonic territory held such ancient, subterranean secrets. Karak shook his head. Dwarves didn't live here anymore, though their legends still echoed through these tunnels. When our main character pressed further, wondering if they had migrated from the demonic realm, the loyal ogre simply shrugged, entirely clueless. Suddenly, the marching party ground to a halt. Right before their eyes, a glimmering treasure chest sat half open, with pristine equipment scattered carelessly across the dirt path. The ogre's eyes widened, practically sparkling at the sight of pure gold. They burst into boisterous laughter, mocking the ancient dwarves as absolute fools for abandoning such perfectly forged weapons. The massive beasts began hoarding every single piece of loot, groaning under the immense weight. But our protagonist wasn't celebrating just yet. Instead, he fell into deep, calculating thought. A cold blue system window flashed before his eyes. His current level, physical strength, and magic capacity were far too pathetic to equip any of these divine-tier items. But Ingong smirked. He wasn't about to leave this jackpot behind. He needed a way to store them in his subspace inventory. Reaching out, he tapped the cold steel of a gauntlet, intensely willing it to be stored away. In a blink, the heavy armor vanished into thin air. A triumphant grin crossed his face as the item materialized right inside his digital inventory grid. The mechanics were simple. Just touch the loot, command it with his mind, and the treasure was his. But the moment of triumph was shattered. A red warning blipped fiercely on his minimap. Panic gripping his throat, he screamed at his party to fall back immediately. The ogres turned around in pure confusion, completely blind to the massive stone wall fracturing behind them. A split second later, the cavern erupted in a deafening, dust-choking explosion. Through the thick smoke, an ogre was already bleeding out on the ground. From the newly blasted crater stepped a squad of vicious orcs. At their helm stood Kaichan, the terrifying general of the legendary Scarlet Lightning tribe. It was a perfect ambush. They had been waiting in the shadows all along. With a blood-curdling war cry, the orc forces surged forward like a tidal wave, mercilessly tearing through the unprepared ogres. The remaining ogres fought back with desperate, beastly fury. But our main character? He was utterly paralyzed by fear. His gamer instincts finally kicked in, and a reckless idea crossed his mind. What if he simply stole the last hit to leech some massive experience points? Gripping his hilt, he crept toward a distracted orc currently locked in a brutal deathmatch with an ogre. He swung his blade with all his might, hoping for a critical hit, only for his cheap sword to instantly shatter into a dozen pathetic pieces. Time froze as he stared blankly at a broken hilt. The towering orc slowly turned its gaze toward him, releasing a demonic, saliva-spewing snarl. Pure survival instinct took over. Our protagonist turned around and bolted for his absolute life, but fate was cruel. His foot caught on a jagged rock, sending him tumbling violently into the dirt. A sickening red bar flashed. His health plummeted to a devastating 1 out of 15, while his mana barely held on at 5 out of 15. It was game over. There were no hidden cards left to play. He squeezed his eyes shut and let out a terrified scream as the shadow of the orc's axe fell over him. But suddenly, a massive muscular back stepped in to intercept the fatal blow. It was Karak. The loyal ogre gritted his teeth, roaring at the prince, asking what on earth he was doing, and commanding him to run away right this second. Steel clashed against steel in a terrifying symphony of destruction as Karak held the monster back. Ingong collapsed against a cavern wall, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He desperately tried to steady his racing heart, repeatedly chanting to himself that this was just a virtual reality simulation. This was too real, too agonizingly terrifying. He had absolutely had enough of this nightmare for one day. With trembling fingers, he swiped the air to open the glowing system panel to force a logout. His eyes darted across the holographic interface. It displayed his pathetic stats and an embarrassingly empty skill tree. But as he searched the glowing borders, a sickening realization washed over him. Something was horribly, terribly wrong. The logout button. It simply did not exist. The crushing, suffocating truth finally hit him like a physical blow. This wasn't a game anymore. He was actually trapped inside this brutal fantasy world. While the bloody war raged on around him, the terrifying General Kaichin locked his predatory gaze directly onto the weak prince. Raising his hand, the orc commander manipulated gravity itself, levitating massive boulders and launching them straight toward our main character like cannonballs. Ingong desperately scrambled to dodge. He refused to die in a miserable place like this, but his pathetic agility was no match for the barrage. The heavy stone slammed into his fragile body with bone-crushing force. Blinding, excruciating agony ripped through his every nerve, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. The sheer impact left him a broken heap on the ground, his vision swimming as he violently gasped for a single breath of air. Through tears of pain and blood-stained vision, the menacing silhouette of Kaichan slowly marched toward him. The last image burned into his retinas was the ruthless gleam of the general's giant blade slicing through the air, directly toward his neck. The red bar shattered. His health officially hit an absolute 0 out of 15. The chaotic battlefield faded to black, and Shutra's soul was suddenly plunged into an endless, terrifyingly silent void. His mind desperately clung to his final, gruesome memories of falling to the orc ambush. A soul-crushing dread consumed him as the undeniable fact set in. He was dead. But in the depths of that absolute despair, a majestic, blinding golden light suddenly fractured the darkness. An ethereal voice echoed from every direction at once, bypassing his ears and speaking directly into his soul. The mysterious presence declared itself to be the forgotten, faded existence of this ancient domain. From the radiant glow, a celestial woman materialized. Her commanding eyes pierced through him as she delivered 3 absolute decrees: conquer, enslave, and rule. Before his confused mind could even process the weight of her words, her divine form shattered into stardust and vanished. Back in the brutal reality of the cavern, the desperate ogres were being completely massacred by the superior orc forces. Believing the weak prince was permanently dealt with, Kaichin smugly strutted back to oversee the final slaughter. The orc general scoffed in sheer disappointment. He couldn't fathom why an imperial royal would enter his territory with such a pathetic escort. They were either hopelessly ignorant or practically begging to be slaughtered. Raising his bloody weapon high, he commanded his savage army to stop wasting time and wipe every last ogre from the face of the earth. But just as the final strike was ordered, a terrifying, overwhelming aura washed over the entire cavern. An awakening had begun. Kaichan's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. The dead prince had risen. Shutra's body now floated mid-air, overflowing with a magnificent, blinding golden aura. A majestic system chime rang out, announcing that the divine skill, Telekinesis Level 1, had been successfully acquired. He hadn't lifted a single finger to train for this power. But as he scanned his newly updated status window, a hidden, legendary title caught his eye. His class had evolved. He was now the sole wielder of the unique subclass, Knight of Conquest Level 1. Sensing an unprecedented threat from the boy, cold sweat dripped down Kaichan's face. He wildly pointed his blade at the glowing prince, screeching at his warriors to tear that bastard apart immediately. Through his own bleeding wounds, Karak witnessed the majestic rebirth of his liege. With a thunderous roar that shook the earth, the loyal ogre commanded his brethren to form an unbreakable wall around Shutra. He swore on his honor that the prince would not suffer another scratch. Shutra floated gracefully above the chaos, his eyes scanning the glowing blue interface before him. As a hardcore gamer, he knew every single skill tree inside out, and Knight of Conquest had absolutely never existed in this world's system. Just what kind of cheat code had he unlocked? But the questions faded as an ancient, overwhelming energy surged from his very core. Strangely enough, this godly power didn't feel foreign at all. It flowed through his veins like an instinct he had possessed since the dawn of time. Forgotten, legendary incantations began to echo fiercely within his mind, guiding his every breath. The once cowardly boy vanished, replaced by the piercing, unwavering gaze of a true sovereign ready to claim his throne. His voice resonated with the undeniable weight of an emperor. He declared that the power of true conquest shall rightfully belong to the king alone, standing proudly under the king's banner. With that majestic chant, a shockwave of brilliant golden magic exploded outward, completely engulfing the battered ogres. This was no ordinary magic. Under the king's banner was a god-tier, level 11 conquest skill, a legendary area of effect aura that instantly granted massive, game-breaking buff modifiers to any ally standing within his supreme domain. The ogres let out a deafening, earth-shattering roar of pure ecstasy. They could feel an explosive, volcanic strength surging through their battered muscles. Filled with absolute bloodlust and unwavering devotion, they were now perfectly primed to sweep the floor with their enemies. Tossing their broken weapons aside, the energized beasts charged forward with nothing but their bare, boulder-like fists. They became an unstoppable hurricane of violence, ruthlessly crushing the previously arrogant orc warriors one after another in a spectacular display of absolute dominance. Kai-Chen took a terrified step back, completely rattled by the sudden physics-defying turnaround of the battle. This sheer leap in power was absolutely absurd. His frantic gaze finally landed on Shutra's glowing figure, and the terrifying realization set in. The weak prince was the core of this miraculous turnaround. In a desperate final gamble, the orc general launched himself at the boy, unleashing his deadliest strike to shatter the area spell. But as the massive blade came crashing down, Shutra simply stood there like an immovable mountain, not even flinching at the oncoming storm. Karak effortlessly shattered the barrage of flying boulders. A smirk crossed his face. Their teamwork was absolutely flawless. The prince immediately cast a powerful buff on the mighty warrior, sending him charging straight for Kai-Chan like an unstoppable beast. Pure terror paralyzed Kai-Chan. He didn't even have a split second to dodge. With one devastatingly clean strike, Karak's blade severed his head entirely. Witnessing their commander's gruesome end, the remaining orc army completely lost their will to fight. They scrambled in absolute panic, but the ruthless ogres showed zero mercy, ensuring not a single enemy escaped alive. Suddenly, a familiar holographic window popped up. The system chimed in, notifying Shutra that the slain general's merits would be dedicated directly to the king. But the rewards didn't stop there. A cascade of level-up notifications flooded his vision, making his heart race with sheer excitement. Karak watched the young prince, deeply curious about the sudden surge of overwhelming power flowing through his own veins. The newfound strength brought a wild grin to the warrior's face. His gaze shifted back to Shutra, absolutely certain that this miraculous awakening was entirely the prince's doing. Later back at the main camp, a heavy atmosphere settled inside Shutra's tent. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he frantically swiped through his system menu. The logout button was completely gone. He took a deep breath, desperately trying to suppress his rising panic. His mind raced through the possibilities. Option 1. He was completely trapped inside a virtual reality death game. Perhaps a catastrophic bug had crashed the servers in the real world? If that was true, all he had to do was survive until the developers dropped an emergency patch. But then, there was the second, mind-bending possibility. As insane as it sounded, what if this wasn't a game at all? What if this world was completely real? It was the ultimate isekai trope. Just like the main characters in his favorite manga and web novels, he might have literally transmigrated into the game's actual universe. The evidence was overwhelmingly clear. The textures of the tent, the scent of blood, and the complex conversations with so-called non-player characters were far too incredibly realistic for any game engine. And the absolute clincher? The strict game censorship was entirely gone. One quick peek down his pants confirmed there was absolutely zero pixelation going on. All these terrifying clues pointed to one undeniable truth. He had physically crossed over into another dimension. The freezing dread of actual, permanent death washed over him. There were no respawns here, and he absolutely refused to let his life end in this brutal world. Looking on the bright side, at least he didn't reincarnate as a lowly goblin or a filthy orc. He was a royal prince, born with a literal golden spoon in his mouth. Suddenly, Karak pushed past the tent flaps, asking for a moment of his time. The sudden intrusion caught the prince off guard. The massive warrior bluntly challenged him to a sparring match, leaving Shutra completely bewildered. Karak's reasoning was simple but firm. As his newly sworn commander, evaluating the prince's martial prowess was absolutely essential for their survival on the future battlefields. Shutra nervously gulped, questioning if shedding sweat was really necessary right now. Without warning, Karak tossed a heavy blade into his hands, promising to hold back his terrifying monstrous strength. A confident chuckle escaped the young prince's lips. He boldly reminded the giant that telling a royal you will go easy on them was basically an act of pure disrespect. With a sudden burst of speed, Shutra launched himself forward, demanding his opponent fight with everything he had. Karak instantly shifted his massive frame, bracing for the royal strike. But the moment the blades connected, an awkward silence fell over the training ground. Karak just stood there like an unbreakable mountain, while Shutra mercilessly pounded against his defenses. The warrior's patience quickly wore thin. The prince's attacks felt like mere mosquito bites. Annoyed, Carrick unleashed a casual counterattack, sending Shutra skidding violently across the dirt. The prince crashed hard into the ground. Panic flashed in Carrick's eyes as he immediately rushed over to check on his lord. Groaning in pain, Shutra completely scolded him for striking with such brute force out of nowhere. But right at that very moment, a magical golden screen manifested. The system proudly announced he had unlocked basic swordsmanship. He blinked in pure shock before a massive realization hit him like a lightning bolt. This was exactly how he had awakened his telekinesis. The cheat code of this world was crystal clear. To master new abilities, his body physically needed to absorb and survive direct attacks. Satisfied with the sudden display, Karak prepared to sheathe his weapon, suggesting they call it a day and grab some well-deserved food. However, a newfound fire blazed in the prince's eyes. Falling into a flawless combat stance, Shutra declared that the real battle was only just beginning. With absolute confidence, he dashed forward once again. Clang! Carrick effortlessly parried the strike, but his warrior's instinct caught something incredible. The prince's footwork and blade trajectory had drastically leveled up in mere seconds. It completely baffled the giant. If his lord had this hidden potential, why was his first strike so unbelievably pathetic? No one's swordsmanship could possibly evolve that fast. Or so he thought. Dancing out of striking range, a thrilling smile stretched across Shutra's face. The adrenaline was absolutely intoxicating. He fired off a rapid barrage of questions about his technique before finally asking for Karak's exact combat level. The mighty warrior proudly answered that he was sitting at level 21. Hearing those numbers, Shutra immediately opened his own status window to compare their stats. A spark of undeniable determination ignited within him. He was absolutely certain he could bridge that massive power gap in no time. In this fantastical dimension, every single living being possessed a defined level. However, native inhabitants could not just open a magical screen to view their stats. They were forced to rely on complex and exhausting evaluation spells just to gauge their power. This meant our main character had an incredibly broken advantage. With instant access to his status board and the divine ability to freely distribute extra stat points, he held the ultimate cheat system. The prince pressed his relentless assault. His explosive growth actually managed to catch Karak slightly off guard. With every swing of his blade, Shutra's belief in his own limitless potential grew stronger. He wouldn't just become strong. He would shatter the boundaries of power faster than anyone else. After all, he perfectly remembered the entire demon arc of the Night Saga. It was the legendary tale of Zephyr, the ruthless prince who crushed his own bloodline to ascend the Demon King's throne. The original game featured hundreds of epic episodes, filled with countless twists and devastating turns before reaching the grand finale. But the absolute core of the lore was how the merciless Zephyr completely annihilated his siblings to claim the ultimate crown. According to the game's official timeline, the massacre was destined to occur in the year 517. That was the exact moment Zephyr would slaughter every single member of the royal family. And the most terrifying part, the word all mathematically included, Shutra himself. His fate was quite literally sealed in blood. But hope was not entirely lost. The current calendar read year 512. He still had exactly 5 precious years to change his doomed destiny. His absolute top priority was rewriting that catastrophic future. And the only guaranteed path to survival was leveling up enough to crush the future Demon King himself. Suddenly, Carrick's booming voice snapped him out of his intense thoughts, asking him why he was spacing out. The giant mentioned he had been searching the entire camp for his liege. Blinking away his grand schemes, Shutra quickly asked if some kind of emergency had suddenly broken out. Carrick heavily sighed, reminding him that an incredibly crucial war council was about to begin. Every commander was currently waiting inside the main pavilion. Soon after, Shutra found himself seated beside 2 prominent figures, sweating profusely from the suffocatingly awkward atmosphere. Trying to break the heavy silence, he nervously commented on their early arrival. The 7th prince, Chris Moonlight, immediately raised an eyebrow, dangerously questioning why his notoriously arrogant brother was suddenly acting so suspiciously polite. "Let's drop the formalities," Chris insisted, his tone surprisingly warm. "We are siblings, after all." The 8th princess, Caitlin Moonlight, hesitated. This was their very first encounter, and her royal guard was still up. But Chris simply waved off her concerns, demanding that Shutra use their first names. These two were no ordinary royals. They carried the fierce bloodline of Ayla Moonlight, the legendary 4th queen and absolute ruler of the lycanthropes. In his past life playing the game, these siblings were an absolute nightmare to deal with. Yet, tragedy awaited them. Exactly 1 year before the Grand Massacre, their lives were violently extinguished by Zephyr and the other ruthless children of the Demon King. The catalyst for their tragic fate? A dark, closely guarded secret surrounding Caitlin Moonlight's very birth. She bore the heavy stigma of an illegitimate child. Pushing the thought aside, she locked her piercing gaze onto Shutra, demanding to know why he threw their carefully laid plans to the wind and charged into battle. "Your only duty was to patrol the perimeter," she scolded, frustration lacing her voice. Shutra offered a sheepish smile, explaining that the enemy's ambush route had completely caught him off guard. Softening her stance, Caitlin stepped closer to inspect him for any hidden wounds. "Are you injured?" she asked, her voice dropping to a gentle whisper. "You have to be more careful. You are the frailest among us." A wave of absolute confusion washed over Shutra. Since when did the bloodthirsty children of the Demon King actually care for one another? This sibling affection felt entirely alien to him. Chris folded his arms, a stern but brotherly smirk playing on his lips. "Pull a reckless stunt like that again, and I will personally deliver the scolding of a lifetime." Shutra stood there, dumbfounded by their genuine warmth. But as the shock settled, a brilliant, audacious plan began to form in his mind. The lycanthropes were blessed with an overflowing, monstrous life force, making them natural masters of aura. If he could harness the game system, he could use their overwhelming power to awaken his own hidden abilities. Looking them dead in the eye, he voiced an absolutely insane request. "I have a favor to ask," he declared. "Strike me with your aura. Do not hold back." The siblings froze, their jaws practically hitting the floor. "What?" they echoed in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, as the sun dipped behind the treacherous mountains, a bloody slaughter was unfolding. Orcs were falling like autumn leaves. The mighty ogres were unleashing absolute devastation on the battlefield. Suddenly, a colossal figure shattered the front lines. His earth-shattering charge sent the smaller warriors into a frenzy of bloodthirsty cheers. With a single earth-rending swing, multiple orcs were instantly reduced to red mist. A desperate enemy managed to land a cowardly slash, leaving nothing more than a pathetic scratch on the giant's massive arm. The towering giant slowly turned, his eyes burning with a terrifying predatory glare. The enemy's soul practically left his body in pure terror. In the next heartbeat, a devastating blow connected, completely obliterating the poor soul into scattering dust. His thunderous roar echoed across the blood-soaked valley. "Slaughter them all," he commanded, his voice shaking the very earth. "The warrior who claims the most heads will be swimming in rewards." That single promise ignited a blazing inferno of morale. The battlefield erupted into pure, unadulterated chaos. Meanwhile, far away from the slaughter, Shutra felt his consciousness violently ripped from reality, plummeting into an endless, starry void. A woman of divine, awe-inspiring beauty floated before him, surrounded by mysterious figures cloaked in shadows. His mind raced frantically. Who were these beings? They never existed in the original lore of Night Saga. The celestial woman drifted closer, her presence radiating overwhelming warmth. Without a word, she reached out, and a blinding golden light completely swallowed him whole. Shutra's eyes snapped open. He was back in his own bed, his heart hammering against his ribs. Was it all just a fleeting illusion? Before he could process the vision, Carrick's massive face suddenly leaned over him. "Are you finally awake, my prince?" Shutra nearly jumped out of his skin. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" he grumbled, clutching his chest. Carrick just let out a booming laugh. "You look perfectly fine to me." The burly orc's amusement quickly faded into confusion. "But seriously, why on earth did you beg the princess to beat you up? You whined until she actually agreed to do it." Suddenly, Carrick's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A faint, ethereal glow was pulsating from Shutra's skin. It was a miracle. Shutra had successfully broken through to aura level 1. The intoxicating rush of raw energy was finally coursing through his veins. "Wait," Carrick muttered, scratching his green head. "Can anyone awaken their aura just by taking a beating?" Shutra merely offered a mysterious, knowing smirk in response. Connecting the dots, Carrick leaned in closer. "Is that why you suddenly fought like a demon possessed against the Scarlet Lightning tribe?" With a confident nod, Shutra confirmed his subordinate's suspicion. "Exactly." Absolute awe painted Carrick's rugged features. Seizing the moment, Shutra shifted gears, his tone growing sharp. "Give me the battle report. What did I miss while I was out?" Carrick straightened his posture, pride swelling in his chest. "We achieved total victory. The main army completely crushed the Lightning tribe." Shutra froze, his brows furrowing in deep confusion. Something did not add up. Were he, Caitlin, and Chris not the only ones assigned to wipe out the enemy? Carrick scoffed at the very idea. "Just the three of you? Against a tribe that massive? It would have been a suicide mission." A chill ran down Shutra's spine as he asked the golden question. "Then, who commanded the main vanguard?" The orc grinned. "The mighty General Bandel." Shutra's eyes widened in absolute shock. General Bandel, the undisputed powerhouse of the early game. Back in his gaming days as Zephyr, Bandel had been his absolute favorite, an unstoppable juggernaut of destruction on the battlefield. A wicked, ambitious glint sparkled in Shutra's eyes. Destiny was playing right into his hands. In the original timeline, Bandel swore loyalty to Zephyr in the year 515, but that year had not arrived yet. The legendary general was still a free agent. If Shutra played his cards perfectly, he could snatch this powerhouse right out from under Zephyr's nose. The ultimate gamer advantage was his. He knew every single detail about the giant, his favorite battle spoils, his preferred feasts, and the absolute limits of his devastating talents. But there was one massive, terrifying catch. To earn a warrior's absolute loyalty, Shutra had to crush Bandal in a one-on-one duel. With his cheat-like knowledge, stealing the general away from Zephyr was not just a dream, it was a guaranteed victory. A thrilling sense of anticipation bubbled within him. The risk was monumental, but the reward? Absolute power. And the best part? Time was entirely on his side. His grand scheme was set into motion right at Caitlyn's war camp. Meanwhile, the royal siblings were left utterly speechless. To break through the first level of aura expulsion in a single day, it defied all common sense. Shutra fought back a triumphant smirk. Of course he leveled up instantly. It was the basic rule of gaming. He had mercilessly dumped every single stat point directly into his aura mastery. This was no beginner's mistake. In this brutal world, cultivating aura was the ultimate foundation. It explosively amplified every single physical capability a warrior possessed. It completely eclipsed flashy tricks like telekinesis. Chris stared at him as if looking at a newly born monster, unable to process the ridiculous leap in power. Was this monstrous talent due to his Gandharva bloodline? Shaking off his shock, Chris urgently asked if Shutra could somehow chart the treacherous underground tunnels. Naturally, Shutra had absolutely zero cartography skills. But who needed skills when he possessed a flawless system minimap? He confidently called for a pen and parchment. After a brief silence filled with the scratching of ink, his masterpiece was complete. Chris's jaw unhinged as he inspected the parchment. Every twist, turn, and hidden chamber was documented with terrifying precision. It put military cartography to shame. "You are an absolute genius," he gasped in pure awe. A cunning smile played on Shutra's lips. The vanguard of the Scarlet Lightning tribe had been completely wiped off the face of the earth. The dead could tell no tales, meaning their enemies had zero clue that their most heavily guarded secret was now wide open. By using that trump card, Chris was calculating the perfect ambush. Meanwhile, the higher-ups had a completely different mission in mind for Shutra. With the strategy meeting finally concluded, Shutra rallied his forces. Alongside his loyal subordinate Karak, their vanguard marched forward. Their newly assigned mission? A simple area patrol. As the youngest of the royal siblings, Shutra had actively volunteered for this grunt work. Karak grinned, relieved to finally have some proper reinforcements backing them up. But Shutra humbly smiled back. He praised that this was all the result of their relentless hard work. Suddenly, two mysterious robed figures materialized in their path. The hoods fell back, revealing none other than Caitlyn and her trusted adjutant. Shutra blinked in utter surprise. He immediately questioned the purpose of their overly dramatic disguises. Caitlyn frantically shushed him. She revealed she had been tailing him in the shadows just in case, but only planned to intervene if a life-threatening crisis erupted. After all, this achievement needed to belong solely to him. Shutra was utterly stunned by her selfless backing. He honestly wondered if she was foolishly kind. Breaking the silence, the adjutant gracefully stepped forward to introduce herself as Sarah. Shutra politely replied that it was an honor to meet her. Caitlyn crossed her arms and smirked, declaring they would follow independently from now on, so he should ignore their presence and solely focus on his scouting mission. Swallowed by the gaping maw of the cave, the expedition pressed into the pitch-black abyss. Oddly enough, every single cavern chamber they stumbled upon was completely stripped bare. It was a total mystery as to who abandons a fortress without leaving a single coin behind. The only logical conclusion was that the dwarves had thoroughly looted their own vaults before fleeing. This prompted Shutra to question the random loot they had snagged during their previous raid. Karak just scratched his head, guessing the dwarves must have considered that stash entirely worthless. Venturing deeper into the suffocating darkness, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. Karak's instincts flared as something rapidly closed in on them. Shutra's ears caught the sinister echoes too. His eyes immediately darted to the system interface. A quick glance at the minimap confirmed his suspicions. Knowing exactly what lurked ahead, he instantly summoned his spatial inventory. His fingers wrapped around a flash spell artifact, keeping it ready as his ultimate trump card. He forcefully commanded everyone to tightly shut their eyes the moment he gave the signal. The troops gripped their weapons, bracing for a bloodbath. Out of the absolute pitch blackness, dozens of glowing eyes snapped open. A massive swarm of rock spiders came skittering out from the depths. These vile dungeon crawlers were an absolute nightmare to face in dark caves. Always swarming in the dozens, their fangs dripped with a terrifyingly potent, paralyzing venom. The absolute second the monstrous horde entered his line of sight, Shutra's voice boomed across the cavern, commanding his men to close their eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the magical vial shattered against the stone ceiling. A blinding explosion of pure light eradicated the darkness, leaving the nightmarish arachnids shrieking and utterly blinded. Creatures born in the pitch black of the abyss were completely defenseless against such overwhelming radiance. Seizing the moment, he commanded his forces to brutally annihilate every single spider. Like a stampede of raging beasts, the massive ogres charged forward. Their thunderous fists pulverized the arachnids, completely dominating the battlefield, while Shutra calmly observed the slaughter. His gamer instincts analyzed the swarm. Stone spiders always hunt as a unified pack, meaning an alpha had to be pulling the strings. He ordered Karak to follow him so they could hunt down the boss. Carving a bloody path right through the chaotic fray, the duo zeroed in on their main target. Towering over the rest of the swarm, the monstrous boss spider radiated a terrifying aura. With a thunderous battle cry, Karak brought his weapon crashing down onto the beast's skull. But the impact merely bounced off, leaving the ogre paralyzed in shock. The monster's exterior armor was impossibly tough. Shutra mentally cursed his own oversight. A standard axe would never pierce that adamantine exoskeleton. The ultimate weakness of this boss was elemental flame, but his current mana pool could not cast fire magic yet. Furious from the strike, the monstrous alpha lunged straight for Karak. Shutra desperately roared out for him to use fire, knowing it was the only way to melt through the boss stone spider's armor. Karak panicked, utterly confused about where to summon flames in a damp cave. Just then, a sharp voice echoed through the cavern, commanding Shutra to raise his blade. In a blinding flash, his sword erupted into a roaring inferno. Shutra's eyes widened in sheer awe at the sudden manifestation of high-tier magic. Stepping from the shadows, Caitlin offered a cocky smirk, asking if that was enough firepower for him. He gave her a curt nod of gratitude, his killing intent locking entirely onto the massive incoming arachnid. His eyes narrowed into deadly slits. Waiting for the absolute perfect opening, he finally launched his ferocious counterattack. Like a phantom, he danced around the beast's massive legs, carving blazing arcs of destruction into its exoskeleton. Within seconds, the boss stone spider was set ablaze. As the roaring flames completely engulfed the boss stone spider, a divine golden light cascaded over Shutra's body, the sweet sensation of a breakthrough. He had successfully reached level 9. Caitlin rushed over in a panic, asking if he was injured after seeing that strange radiant glow. Shutra smoothly brushed it off, explaining it was merely a divine blessing and absolutely nothing to worry about. She curiously asked if the blessing came from Gandharva, and he simply nodded yes. Her gaze then sharpened with intense suspicion. She asked if he had clashed with these foul beasts before, noting his combat instincts were far too refined for a beginner. Maintaining his absolute poker face, Shutra fed her a flawless lie, claiming he had merely memorized their behavioral patterns from ancient library bestiaries. But the unspoken reality? In his past life as a top-tier gamer, he had slaughtered thousands of these exact mobs, so their attack patterns were practically burned into his muscle memory. Suddenly, Karak let out a startled grunt, pointing his massive finger toward the cavern wall. Hidden in the gloom was an ancient, intricate door. They pushed it open, stepped inside, and Shutra's breath immediately caught in his throat. It was a legendary town portal. Karak gave him a puzzled look, shocked that the young prince actually recognized such a relic. Shutra quickly covered up his slip, waving it off as nothing more than a wild guess. But his veteran gamer eyes had instantly recognized the intricate geometric patterns as an authentic dwarven style. Ironically, back when he played as the rogue Zephyr, he had never stumbled upon a single one of these. However, during his legendary playthroughs as the hero, he had encountered these mystical gates several times. His mind raced with the thrilling possibility of injecting mana to jolt it back to life. Turning to Caitlin, he confidently stated his theory about it being a warp portal. Sarah carefully inspected the runic architecture and nodded in absolute agreement. Narrowing her eyes, Caitlin questioned if anyone knew where this gateway was connected. She immediately suggested sweeping the surrounding area for any destination markers. Moments later, Karak spotted a faint engraving covered in dust and quickly called the young prince over. Shutra and Caitlin practically dashed toward the stone slab. Brushing away the debris, they revealed the text. It was definitely not the demonic tongue of their realm, but rather the jagged, blocky letters of dwarven runes. Karak looked down at the fierce warrior princess, asking if Lady Caitlin could decipher the ancient text. But she just shook her head, knowing there was absolutely no logical reason for her to learn an extinct dwarf dialect. Hoping for a scholarly miracle, he turned to the adjutant Sarah, but she was equally clueless. Suddenly, a confident voice broke the silence, translating the text flawlessly. It read, Gishka Mountains, Portal Number 2. Destination linked to Portal Number 3. Everyone froze in shock. The one fluently reading the ancient, forgotten language was none other than Shutra himself. Even he was utterly astounded by his own hidden linguistic mastery. A familiar chime echoed in his mind. The system declared he had just acquired the dwarven language at level 1. A smirk tugged at his lips. To think the system could bypass years of study and instantly hardwire ancient tongues into his brain. Karak blinked in sheer disbelief, asking if the young master could actually decipher those ancient runes. With a confident nod, Shutra confirmed the impossible. Caitlin tilted her head, completely baffled as to when he had mastered the language of the dwarves. Leaning in, Sierra pointed at the glowing inscription, asking for a translation. Shutra's eyes scanned the ancient text, revealing that a simple infusion of mana would awaken the dormant relic. Gesturing to the artifact, he casually asked Caitlin to pour her magic into it. She raised an eyebrow, questioning why he wouldn't just do it himself. Shutra chuckled awkwardly, offering the excuse that his mana control was still far too unrefined. But the harsh reality? His mana reserves were completely empty. Buying his excuse, Caitlin channeled her energy into the stone. In an instant, the crystal orb erupted with a blinding, ethereal glow. The magical light fractured and expanded, weaving a three-dimensional holographic map of the treacherous Gishga Mountains right before their eyes. A pulsing light flickered on the projection, pinpointing their exact coordinates. But the real prize was a second glowing coordinate, portal number 3. The revelation was massive. It meant an entire network of hidden dwarven tunnels existed right under their enemies' noses. A feral grin spread across Karak's face. This was a monumental tactical advantage, especially since the Scarlet Lightning Tribe's main army was heavily fortified right at the foot of those very mountains. Shutra's eyes gleamed with agreement. This hidden path was their golden ticket to launch a devastating ambush directly into the enemy's rear guard. Realizing the gravity of this discovery, Caitlin called for a pause. This strategic bombshell had to be brought before her brother immediately. Inside the command tent, the atmosphere was electric. Chris stared in absolute awe, utterly mind-blown that a functional warp gate had been hidden in their territory all along. Overjoyed by this game-changing revelation, the lycanthrope leader praised Shutra as a heaven-sent blessing to their clan. Without a second thought, Chris boldly declared that any reward Shutra desired would be his for the taking. If it was within his power, he swore to make it happen. Chris insisted, tapping his chest with pride, that as the elder and commander, he had a duty to bestow a worthy reward. He even joked that rejecting his gratitude would deeply wound his pride. A sly glint flashed in Shutra's eyes. He slowly asked if it was all right to make an outrageously greedy request. Intrigued by the young man's audacity, Chris leaned in, his curiosity fully piqued. Dropping the bomb, Shutra bluntly asked to be taught the legendary Beast God Fist. The temperature in the tent plummeted. Chris stiffened, absolute shock washing over his hardened features. Due to his pathetically low level, Shutra's body couldn't wield heavy weapons effectively just yet. But martial arts? A divine technique relied on mastery and enlightenment, not just raw stats. The Beast God Fist wasn't just some street brawling technique. It was the sacred, bloodline-exclusive martial art of the lycanthrope royal family. In system terms, it was an overpowering god-tier S-rank combat skill. Shutra fully braced himself for rejection. Demanding a clan's most heavily guarded secret was practically a death wish, and he completely understood if Chris chased him out of the tent. He immediately tried to backtrack, humbly admitting that he knew he was crossing a massive line. But against all odds, a fierce grin broke through Chris's shock as he actually agreed to the insane request. Naturally, handing over the deepest, most lethal secret arts of the royal bloodline was impossible. However, Chris offered the next best thing. He would personally teach Shutra how to manifest and control the beast god aura. Chris rubbed the back of his neck, asking if just the aura foundation was enough to settle his debt. Shutra was paralyzed by sheer disbelief. Misinterpreting the stunned silence, the lycanthrope leader started to sweat, thinking his ultimate reward wasn't enough. Snapping out of his daze, Shutra quickly reassured him. His heart pounded like a war drum as he declared that this gift was absolutely flawless. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Chris looked him dead in the eye, his voice dripping with heavy sincerity, and asked if, from this day forward, they could call each other blood brothers. Shutra's breath hitched. In this brutal world, that title carried the weight of a mountain. A genuine warmth bloomed in his chest. Having a powerhouse like Chris as a sworn brother was a dream come true. With a resolute nod, Shutra accepted, and the two warriors locked hands in an unbreakable pact. Joy filled the command tent as bright smiles broke out across the room. For the first time since transmigrating, Shutra truly felt a thrilling anticipation for the bloody battles they would conquer together. A blue holographic window shattered the air before him. The system officially recognized the Moonlight siblings, Chris and Caitlin, as his bound allies. Currently, their loyalty status rested at normal, but the seeds of absolute trust had been planted. As the sun bled below the horizon, chaos brewed within the heavily fortified encampment of the Scarlet Lightning Tribe. A hulking orc commander snarled, viciously interrogating the mysterious intruder who dared to infiltrate their stronghold. These brutes weren't fools. They knew this captive was hiding a deadly ulterior motive. Sneering, they mocked her royal title of princess, demanding to know exactly what suicidal mission had dragged her into their meat grinder. Heavy iron chains bound her delicate but dangerous frame. This captive was none other than the infamous sixth princess, the mesmerizing Felicia Doomblade. Meanwhile, miles away, Shutra was obsessively analyzing his status window. His core stats had cleanly hit 21 across the board, with only his charisma stat lagging behind at 17. In the early stages of his growth, every single level up generously rewarded him with a flat +2 boost to all attributes. But recently, an annoying bottleneck had appeared. His charisma stat stubbornly refused to grow by more than a single point per level. He furiously scratched his head, trying to decode the system's hidden logic. His mind raced back to the mechanics of the original Night Saga game. He remembered that appearance and charisma were totally separate entities. Appearance simply dictated the raw aesthetic beauty of a character's face. Charisma, on the other hand, was a terrifying hidden weapon that forced others to naturally submit and admire you. Considering his monstrous, unprecedented growth rate so far, he figured a slight nerf to his charm was a fair trade-off by the heavens. But he quickly shoved those thoughts aside. A far more epic milestone was rapidly approaching. He was just a breath away from shattering the level 10 barrier. According to the game's lore, when legendary protagonists like Zephyr and Locke finally breached level 10, their god-tier unique skills, Descendant of Darkness and the Chosen One, experienced a massive evolution. His blood boiled with anticipation, absolutely certain that hitting level 10 would trigger an explosive awakening of his own dormant powers. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Karek's booming voice, signaling that their strike force was primed for deployment. Shutra's eyes flared with command as he gave the order to march out. Catching the unusual cocky smirk on his young master's face, Karek nudged him, asking what kind of treasure he had secretly stumbled upon. Shutra just let out a mysterious chuckle, brushing off the question with a simple, no. Shaking his head at the secretiveness, Karek took the lead, guiding their vanguard toward the heart of the formation. Turning to face their assembled legion, the command to advance tore through the silent air. Their march plunged them deep into the shadowed woods, where they were immediately ambushed by a vicious pack of armored beetle wolves. But mere beasts couldn't slow their relentless momentum. Carving a path of absolute slaughter, the elite squad of Shutra, Karak, Chris, Caitlin, and Sierra finally breached the inner sanctum and stood before the ancient dwarven door. Chris stepped forward, casting a sharp gaze toward two cloaked mystics assigned to study the relic, demanding to know if their magical analysis was complete. The shaman, a towering wolf beast draped in heavy robes, bowed respectfully. He confirmed that the dimensional tether was firmly locked onto the Eska River deep within the Gishka Mountains. Chris's eyes narrowed as he questioned the stability of the ancient magic. The shaman's voice rumbled with absolute confidence. The mana flow was flawless. As expected of legendary dwarven engineering, the spatial matrix was practically indestructible and ready for immediate transit. A predatory grin spread across Chris's face as he gave the final green light. The beast-kin shamans began chanting, pouring raw mana into the terminal. In a heartbeat, the ancient crystal erupted with a blinding, sun-like radiance. The fabric of space tore open, projecting a crystal-clear window directly into the distant mountain range. Shutra and Karak stood frozen, completely mesmerized by the reality-bending sorcery unfolding right before their eyes. Shutra's heart hammered against his ribs. Witnessing a legendary warp gate functioning in reality was an absolute rush. Chris and Sierra didn't hesitate, striding fearlessly into the swirling vortex. Glancing back, Caitlin threw Shutra a challenging smirk, daring him to step up and embrace his destiny. Snapping back to reality, he hurried after the group. Without a second thought, he crossed the threshold of the glowing portal. As they emerged on the other side, a breathtaking sight caught him off guard. Sprawling beneath the sheer cliff lay a massive enemy encampment. It was exactly as Chris had predicted. Sweeping his gaze across the vast base, he estimated a formidable force of roughly 5,000 soldiers. Since they were launching a rear assault, targeting the enemy's supply lines would be their ultimate priority. Chris formulated a flawless strategy. While General Bandal's vanguard launched a frontal assault to draw their attention, their elite infiltration squad would reduce the enemy's food stores to ashes from behind. However, Shutra's sharp instincts immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. The sprawling camp felt unusually empty. There simply weren't enough soldiers stationed below. The moment he pointed out the glaring anomaly, the crushing reality set in for the rest of the squad. A chilling question hung in the air. Where had the main army vanished to? Had the enemy vanguard already marched to war? But before panic could take root, something far in the distance caught Shutra's piercing gaze. A fierce battle was erupting on the distant horizon. Following Chris's command, Shutra channeled a surge of aura directly into his eyes. Suddenly, the blurry battlefield snapped into terrifying focus. A lone warrior woman was holding her ground against a brutal horde of massive orcs. Caitlin immediately recognized the Savage Lightning Tribe, but the mysterious faction fighting them remained a complete enigma. Chris grimly shook his head. Those definitely weren't General Bandal's elite troops, especially since no engagements had been authorized for today's march. Moreover, the scale of this bloody skirmish was far too insignificant for a main army clash. As Shutra scrutinized the chaotic battlefield, he spotted striking warriors with rich brown skin, flowing silver hair, and distinctly pointed ears. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. They were the legendary Dark Elves. Caitlin gasped in disbelief, demanding confirmation. Shutra pointed out their slender builds and the ferocious Dracos they rode into battle. But as Chris analyzed the shifting tides, he noticed the elven forces rapidly falling back. They were fleeing at an astonishing speed. Had their commanding officer already fallen in combat? Carrick anxiously demanded to know what on earth was unfolding before them. Was this brutal clash already coming to a disastrous end? Meanwhile, a whirlwind of questions stormed through Shutra's mind. Why had the elusive dark elves suddenly descended upon this war zone? As the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, the squad returned to their hidden base. A magical communication screen flared to life, revealing the imposing figure of General Bandal. Word had already reached him about their miraculous discovery of the ancient dwarven portal. His heavy gaze rested on Chris, brimming with absolute pride. He demanded to know how they had uncovered the existence of such a legendary gateway. But Chris humbly deflected the praise, officially crediting the glorious discovery to the Ninth Prince. Playing the fool, Shutra simply smiled and brushed it off as a stroke of pure luck. Yet deep down in his heart, Shutra was genuinely relieved to see the formidable general alive and well. General Bandal's voice boomed with approval, declaring that it was high time the young prince received a royal reward worthy of his bloodline back at the Demon King's grand castle. However, celebrations had to wait. Chris urgently shifted the topic, pressing the general for crucial intelligence. When asked about the bloody skirmish outside the Lightning Tribe's stronghold, the general heavily confirmed their suspicions. It was indeed the Dark Elf forces. Unbelievably, that rogue unit had plunged into the battlefield entirely on their own whim. Chris narrowed his eyes, demanding to know what could possibly drive them to make such a reckless move. Weren't they supposed to be official reinforcements dispatched by the Demon King himself? General Bandal let out a frustrated sigh. They were only ordered to conduct a preliminary scouting mission, but the situation had completely spiraled out of control. Then, the general's expression darkened into a fierce scowl. They were facing a much more catastrophic crisis. The brilliant commander of the Dark Elf Vanguard had fallen straight into enemy hands, captured alive by the ruthless Scarlet Lightning Tribe. Chris gritted his teeth. Was the frantic retreat they witnessed an attempt to save their fallen leader? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Shutra asked for the name of this mysterious commander. General Bandal's voice dropped to a grim whisper. It was someone sharing their very blood. The hostage was none other than the sixth princess, Felicia Doomblade, their older sister. A shockwave of pure disbelief ripped through the tent. The mighty and cunning sixth princess, Felicia Doomblade, reduced to a mere prisoner of war? She carried the proud lineage of Sylvia Doomblade, the third queen and ruling monarch of the Dark Elves, and was the fierce twin sister of the formidable fifth prince, Sylvan Doomblade. Shutra's mind raced as he recalled his past life's game knowledge. Both Felicia and Sylvan were absolute loyalists to the terrifying fourth princess, Anastasia Necreon. To Shutra, she was nothing more than a dangerous political rival destined to stand in his way. Why on earth would an arrogant royal like her risk her life on these muddy front lines? The pieces finally clicked into place. She was desperately trying to steal martial merit to boost her faction's power. Chris furiously slammed his fist down. Did those Scarlet Lightning dogs even realize they had captured royal blood? The general shook his head grimly. Their intelligence network was still in the dark regarding the enemy's awareness. Chris's eyes burned with a deadly resolve as he asked for their next course of action. General Bandal's answer was absolute. If a rescue operation was possible, they would strike without hesitation. Seeking every available option, Chris questioned if negotiating a ransom was completely off the table. The general's aura flared with unyielding pride. If the enemy proposed terms, they would listen. But a commanding officer of the Demon King's army would never bow his head to lowly rebels first. Instructing them to stand by, General Bandal promised to mobilize his intelligence units and relay any crucial updates. With a flicker of magical energy, the transmission abruptly cut off. Chris let out a cynical scoff, mocking how their oh-so-perfect older sister had gotten herself captured so easily. But Caitlyn's eyes blazed with unwavering familial duty. As long as she drew breath, they were honor-bound to bring her back. Chris crossed his arms, his expression hardening. A rescue mission sounded noble in theory, but infiltrating a heavily fortified enemy stronghold would be a suicidal nightmare. Rushing blindly into the jaws of death could wipe out their entire elite squad. Yet, Caitlyn refused to back down, passionately screaming that royal blood tied them together and abandoning family was an unforgivable sin. Chris fell into a heavy, agonizing silence. The burden of leadership weighed heavily on him. He couldn't just gamble his soldiers' lives on blind sibling affection. Shutra silently observed the intense conflict swirling within his brother's eyes. Later that night, under the cover of darkness, Chris laid out a brilliantly brutal operation. The moment General Bandal's vanguard dragged the Scarlet Lightning's main forces into a bloodbath, their squad would launch a devastating ambush right into the exposed underbelly of the enemy camp. Chris himself would plunge straight into the heart of the base, unleashing a storm of absolute destruction to draw all eyes. Meanwhile, He entrusted Caitlin and Shutra to lead a specialized strike team to execute the real objective. A knowing smirk tugged at the corner of Shutra's lips. He looked his brother dead in the eye and asked, "By mission, you mean dragging our foolish sister out of hell, right?" "That's exactly it," he confirmed with a sharp nod. "First, we turn their food and armory to ash. Only then do we secure Felicia." But his gaze turned deadly serious. "If the tides turn against us, pull back instantly. We aren't throwing away any more lives for her." Caitlin's eyes narrowed in disgust at his cold words, but Chris quickly shut her down. "Hold your tongue," he snapped. "Remember that I command a unit of my own." "She's our blood!" Caitlin fired back, her voice trembling with anger. "How can you speak of family so callously?" Chris stood his ground like a stone wall. Her reckless foolishness will not drag this entire operation into the grave. Watching from the sidelines, Shutra sensed a chilling truth. Chris actually had zero intention of bringing Felicia back alive. What dark history was brewing between those two? Regardless, the wheels of fate were already turning. As darkness fell, the midnight raid began. With a blood-curdling war cry, the vanguard surged forward. Their target? The absolute annihilation of the Scarlet Lightning scum. High above the carnage, Chris and his elites observed from the cliffs. The enemy camp lay in a deceptive slumber, though heavily guarded. Chris waited with predator-like patience. Then, boom! Massive explosions tore through the night sky, swallowing several unlucky orcs in fiery devastation. That was the signal. General Bandel roared like a beast, leading his heavy shock troops into the fray. Leave no survivors. Slaughter them all. Far from the front lines, Shutra's personal unit remained hidden in the shadows of the rearguard. Carrick gripped his weapon tightly, practically vibrating with bloodlust. "The blood is already spilling. Why are we just standing here?" Shutra simply raised a hand. "Patience. We wait for our cue." Down below, massive ogres bulldozed through the panicked orc ranks. It was an absolute massacre. Yet amidst the crushing bones and flying blood, General Bandel remained utterly still, analyzing the chaos. Then came the shocking command. "Fall back!" Bandel's voice echoed across the bloody soil. From his high vantage point, Chris's eyes tracked every shifting shadow. The perfect opening had finally appeared. Chris drew his weapon with a metallic shing. "Prepare for combat. Execute the infiltration exactly as we rehearsed." Like a trio of shooting stars, Chris, Caitlin, and Shutra plummeted into the fray. Their elite squads crashed into the enemy lines, catching the Scarlet Lightning warriors completely off guard. The ambush was an overwhelming success, crushing the enemy defense. "Watch your six, Shutra," Caitlin shouted over the clash of steel. "Worry about yourself first," he smirked back. Sprinting through the madness, Shutra's eyes locked onto his glowing mini-map. "Break left," he commanded. "Straight for the supply depot. Rip them to shreds." Carrick roared, leading the charge. Carrick was a bulldozer of pure muscle, but a towering orc suddenly blindsided him. A fist the size of a boulder swung down, and Carrick was completely wide open. Swoosh! A flash of silver cut through the air. The blade buried itself deep into the orc's skull, dropping the beast instantly. A system window pinged in Shutra's vision. Dagger throwing, level 1. His newly awakened system skill granted him deadly, pinpoint accuracy. A satisfied smirk tugged at the corner of Shutra's mouth. The system was truly overpowered. Carrick blinked in absolute shock. "Since when do you have the hands of a master assassin?" Shutra casually brushed off the praise. "Just a neat little trick, nothing more." In reality, he had literally just chucked some blades at a wall last night, and the system basically handed him a cheat code. Suddenly, Carrick pointed a massive finger toward a heavily guarded tent. "There, the supply cache. Do we light it up?" Carrick growled, ready to ignite the chaos. "Yes, stick to the script," Shutra replied, his mind racing. But a nagging thought struck him like lightning. What about Felicia's exact location? If she was chained up inside that very tent, roasting the supplies meant burning her alive. He quickly grabbed Carrick's shoulder. "Hold the fire. We secure the prisoner first. And how do you propose we find her in this mess?" Carrick grunted. With a mere thought, Shutra summoned his holographic minimap. As a non-combatant, Felicia had to be flagged as a neutral NPC. Her system marker would shine either blue or purple. And there it was, a solitary dot pulsing in the darkness. "This way, follow my lead," he ordered, before diving straight into the gloomy tent. The air was thick with the stench of raw meat, hiding her presence. "Shutra?" A weak voice echoed from the shadows. He spun around. Deep in the darkest corner, he finally spotted her. She was bound to the freezing dirt, trapped within a glowing, magical snare. "Why? Why would you risk coming here?" she gasped in disbelief. "Save the dramatic reunion for later." Shutra cut her off. "Do not move an inch," he warned, his eyes scanning for traps. "We are deep in enemy territory, and I need to break these seals before they find us." But beneath his heroic facade, his calculating mind was spinning. Having a royal family member in his debt? Now that was an absolute golden ticket. Too stunned to argue, Felicia sealed her lips. Slipping past the patrol, they burst out of the tent into the chaotic night. Pick up the pace, Shutra urged. We need to merge back with Chris and Caitlin's units. Felicia's eyes widened in sheer shock. Chris and Caitlin actually came for me? Shutra frowned, utterly confused by her reaction. Obviously. Aren't we a rescue squad? Why wouldn't they? He was merely a discarded prince, completely erased from the battle for the throne. To her, he was the last person who should be risking his neck in this war. Felicia opened her mouth, about to spill a dark royal secret. Incoming! Carrick's thunderous roar shattered the moment. The greenskins are swarming our position. Shutra grabbed her wrist, yanking her out of harm's way. Move it, Felicia! Amidst the terror, her heart skipped a beat. Since when had this distant prince dared to drop her royal title? As he dragged her forward, a deadly shadow detached from the darkness behind him. Watch your back! She screamed in absolute terror, but it was too late. A brutal strike pierced straight through him. Intense agony ripped through his senses. Before anyone could react, a roaring pillar of cursed flames swallowed him whole. Carrick and Felicia froze in pure horror, watching the inferno consume him. Seizing the opportunity, a blood-crazed orc lunged straight at the defenseless princess. She gritted her teeth in frustration, but suddenly, a blazing projectile smashed directly into the beast's ugly face. Stunned, she slowly turned her head toward the dying flames. A terrifying silhouette stood tall within the burning debris. Like a demon rising from the underworld, Shutra casually strolled out of the smoke. The system chimed beautifully in his ears. Mana control level 1, fire arrow level 1. A devilish smirk stretched across his face as glowing missiles of raw flame materialized around his fingertips. He unleashed absolute hell upon the battlefield. Barrage after barrage of fiery death rained down on the surrounding enemies. The smell of roasted orc filled the air, and Shutra was absolutely intoxicated by this newfound power. For a mere level 1 ability, its destructive output was completely absurd. But the thrill of the slaughter was abruptly cut short. A freezing aura suddenly chilled the hairs on the back of his neck. From the shadows, an elite mage was charging a lethal spear of pure ice. Its target? Not him, but Felicia, who was foolishly sprinting toward him with tears in her eyes. Stay back, you idiot! Shutra roared, violently shoving her frail body out of the blast zone. She hit the dirt hard, completely bewildered by his sudden aggression. The freezing projectiles instantly launched at breakneck speed, but Shutra hadn't pushed her to be a noble hero. No, he needed to tank that spell himself. With absolute psychotic glee dancing in his eyes, he spread his arms and embraced the incoming ice. Thick smoke blanketed the battlefield. As the dust settled, a solitary silhouette pierced through the haze. A blue holographic screen materialized. Ding! You have acquired Ice Arrow Level 1. It was exactly as he predicted, yet the sheer exhaustion finally caught up to him. His legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the dirt. His life force was blinking red. He was teetering on the edge of death. His health points were sitting at a terrifying 13 out of 95. Just one more strike, and it would be game over. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the chaos, calling him an absolute fool. It was none other than Felicia. Who told you to risk your life for me? She snapped, though her bright red cheeks betrayed her tough facade. She crossed her arms, showering him with fierce scolding. As the famously frail youngest sibling, he was the one who constantly needed protection. A light bulb went off in his head. This proud dark elf had completely misunderstood the situation, but as he glanced past her, his jaw dropped. The fearsome tower mage was already defeated. She narrowed her eyes at him, demanding to know when he had awakened his magical abilities. She had actually obliterated that elite caster all by herself. He finally grasped the full picture. She genuinely believed he had thrown his fragile body into the line of fire just to protect her. Without warning, she yanked the jagged ice shard straight out of his chest. An agonizing scream ripped from his throat. But instantly, a soothing emerald light bathed his agonizing wound. Divine healing magic washed over him. He watched in absolute awe as the gaping hole in his flesh stitched itself back together. Ding! The system chimed once more. You have acquired Heal Level 1. In a matter of seconds, his fatal injury vanished completely. Truly, this was the overwhelming power of the legendary genius mage Felicia Doomblade. She reached out a hand, asking if he had the strength to stand. He smirked, casually mentioning that his HP gauge was fully restored thanks to her. She tilted her head, utterly baffled by his gamer terminology. What in the world are you talking about? She asked. But before he could explain, the earth trembled beneath their feet. A monstrous roar shattered the air. A colossal ogre was stampeding straight toward them. Felicia gasped, her eyes widening at the towering beast. Shutra gritted his teeth. That is a blood ogre, a highly lethal mutated variant born from pure carnage. She summoned her mana, asking if this monstrosity was standing between them and their escape route. He gave a grim nod. The behemoth closed the distance, unleashing a blood-curdling shockwave that forced them to scatter. Shutra's mind raced. How could a level 1 weakling fight a boss-tier monster? The blood ogre swung its massive fists, shattering the ground where they just stood. Its terrifying speed completely defied its gigantic hulking frame. Felicia dashed to the rear, commanding him to hold the front line. "Just buy me 10 seconds, she yelled, promising to obliterate it with a high-tier spell. "Hold the front line! Against that thing!" He was basically a walking glass cannon. Before he could panic, the terrain erupted into a shower of rocks and debris. Left with zero options, he promised to pull its aggro while she gathered her mana. Aggro? She gave him another confused glare. Ignoring her, he screamed at the top of his lungs for his loyal warrior. "Garak!" The mighty orc roared in response. Shutra locked eyes with his trusted companion. "We are doing the exact same combo as before. Brace yourself for the buff." With a swift thought, he accessed his spatial inventory. His hand gripped the legendary dwarven dagger. Pulling the relic from thin air, he plunged its blade violently into the cracked earth. A blinding, golden aura erupted from the soil. He unleashed his signature buff skill, Under the King's Banner. The radiant energy surged across the battlefield, completely enveloping Carrick in a majestic glow. Explosive vitality surged through the orc's veins. His muscles bulged with newfound, overwhelming strength. The sudden spike in combat power made the raging blood ogre flinch in hesitation. Carrick launched himself like a cannonball. Even though the mutant beast was 3 times his size, the fearless warrior swung his battle axe with devastating force. The sheer, crushing weight of his blows forced the colossal monster to take a step back. Channeling the golden buff, he hoisted the heavy axe over his head and delivered a bone-shattering strike right to the beast's gut. The monstrous ogre let out an agonizing, earth-shaking bellow. Off to the side, Felicia masterfully deployed a holographic decoy to confuse the monster's senses. As the beast swiped at the illusion, her true body flanked it, instantly casting the terrain-altering spell, Grease. The slippery trap worked perfectly. The massive monstrosity lost its footing, crashing down with a deafening thud. Carrick's eyes gleamed with killing intent. This was the golden window he needed to finish the fight. He poured every last drop of his aura into the weapon. With a thunderous battle cry, he brought the executioner's blade down directly into the beast's exposed core. The blood ogre unleashed a final, pathetic wail as dark blood spewed from its maw. Shutra watched the massive corpse dissolve into particles. A victorious grin spread across his face. Their flawless teamwork had conquered an impossible foe. The surrounding mob was still a nuisance, but the ultimate boss of this zone had been eradicated. Suddenly, a familiar, euphoric warmth enveloped his entire body. A golden system prompt flashed before his eyes. "Ding, you have leveled up." He had finally breached the monumental milestone of level 10. But that was not all. The extraordinary passive skill, Protagonist Setting Adjustment, had also leveled up. His jaw dropped in pure awe. Because his unique protagonist system had reached level 2, the cosmic forces of the universe rewarded him with a brand new, overpowered passive ability. A shiny virtual reward chest materialized in his inventory. He could barely contain his excitement just thinking about the legendary loot waiting inside. "Ding! You have acquired Battlefield Protection Level 1. The description was absolutely insane. Any projectile weapon targeting the main character would now suffer a massive, catastrophic drop in accuracy." He burst out laughing. This was the classic Stormtrooper effect. Anyone who had ever watched a sci-fi movie knew exactly how this ridiculous trope worked. A million arrows could rain from the sky, and somehow, every single one would miraculously graze past him. With this absurd skill, he had literally weaponized the ultimate power of plot armor. But the remaining mob forces were already closing in. Felicia snapped him out of his gamer trance, screaming at him to wake up while a tidal wave of enemies rushed their position. Annoyance flashed in the beautiful dark elf's eyes. "How dare these grunts interrupt them?" she chanted rapidly, unleashing the devastating combo of wind whirl and rage. A terrifying tornado instantly swept the entire battalion into the sky. Shutra observed the tempest with his sharp senses. To the untrained eye, it mimicked standard elemental spells. But he knew the secret lore of this world. That violent gust was the undeniable work of a high-tier wind spirit. It all made perfect sense. Despite the demonic corruption running through their veins, a dark elf was fundamentally still an elf. Felicia's genius did not just stop at magical formulas. She possessed the incredibly rare innate talent of a true spirit summoner. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. If he played his cards right, could his system let him steal an overpowered spirit ability too? An eager, greedy grin spread across his face. But before he could daydream further, a blinding flash tore through the pitch-black sky. Everyone froze in their tracks. Carrick pointed upward, demanding to know what that ominous light meant. Shutra's playful demeanor vanished instantly. That brilliant yellow flare was the military signal for an emergency retreat. Carrick scratched his head in confusion. Why fall back now? Shutra's mind spun with dangerous theories. Had the front line collapsed? Was a crucial commander facing certain death? Carrick gripped his axe, awaiting his liege's command. Shutra's eyes hardened. He ordered the loyal orc to lead the remaining forces to safety. Because he had to dive straight back into hell to save Caitlin, the fierce warrior protested, desperate to protect his master in the vanguard. But Shutra cut him off with a commanding tone. "Obey the order," he barked. If the main army called a retreat, stepping into that zone required a lone wolf approach. Carrick tried to argue his case. But Felicia stepped forward, volunteering to accompany Shutra into the danger zone instead. Her pride absolutely refused to let a debt go unpaid. This was her perfect chance to settle the score. Plus, she still had a bloody score to settle with those filthy orc pigs. Yielding to his lord's command, the loyal Carrick agreed to wait for the prince topside. Shutra gave him a reassuring nod, promising a swift return. As the duo navigated the treacherous path toward Caitlin, Felicia couldn't hold back her curiosity. Why exactly was he risking his neck for her? To Shutra, that sudden retreat order reeked of a trap. It was all about survival. Hearing this, a wave of dread washed over Felicia. Had Caitlin been captured just like she was? He prayed that wasn't the case. They needed to escape this hellhole together. Felicia's eyes softened, catching the genuine concern etched across his face. He played the part perfectly, claiming it was only natural for a brother to worry about his sister. But the cold truth hidden in his mind? She was a vital asset for his political alliance. That too-perfect answer only fueled Felicia's suspicion, but before she could press the issue, a horde of furious orcs charged. Yet, with devastating power, Caitlin obliterated the front line with a single earth-shattering punch. Spinning around, she unleashed a blazing storm of fireballs upon the reinforcements. An ambush struck from the flank, but she danced back with impossible grace, letting their weapons slice empty air. In a flash of cold steel, her weapon was drawn. One majestic swing was all it took to mow them down like grass. Hidden in the shadows, Shutra and Felicia could only watch in absolute awe. Felicia smirked, her expectations confirmed. Meanwhile, Shutra let out a sigh of relief. His worry had been completely wasted on this absolute powerhouse. Spotting the prince through the dust, Caitlin demanded to know why he hadn't fallen back. Shutra gave a wry smile. He came to play the hero, but clearly, the hero was already at work. Caitlin tilted her head in utter confusion. Then, her eyes locked onto Felicia. Her fierce warrior aura vanished instantly as she lunged forward, wrapping the mage in a desperate, relieved embrace. A bright red flush painted Felicia's cheeks as she muttered about Caitlin overreacting. Watching this tender reunion, Shutra mentally noted the unexpectedly deep bond between the two women. Suddenly, ominous red dots flashed across his system's minimap. The enemy forces were looping around to trap them. They needed to evacuate this instant. Stepping up as the vanguard, Shutra carved a path forward while the terrifying duo guarded their backs. Sprinting toward the glowing portal, they finally burst through to safety where the allied army stood waiting. Against all odds, the trio had survived the jaws of death. Catching her breath, Felicia turned to her friend. Was the rumor really true? Did this supposed trash prince actually discover the escape portal? Caitlin nodded firmly, revealing that Shutra was the absolute mastermind behind the entire survival operation. Felicia's jaw practically hit the floor in sheer disbelief. Just when did the kingdom's greatest disappointment transform into such a capable leader? While the girls gossiped, Shutra regrouped with his loyal orc. Nearby, Chris breathed a sigh of relief at their safe return. Caitlin's face lit up at the sight of her brother, Chris. With a proud grin, she stepped aside to present the safely rescued Felicia. Felicia offered a polite, if somewhat stiff, greeting. A heavy, agonizing silence stretched for a few seconds. Finally, Chris echoed her words with an icy demeanor. A suffocating, invisible tension instantly choked the air between them. Pushing the awkwardness aside, the four royal figures gathered deep within the safety of the cavern base. Chris delivered the crucial battle report. General Vandal's forces had claimed a crushing victory. The mighty Yakuzan had shamelessly abandoned his troops the second his main camp went up in flames. Shutra raised an eyebrow, questioning the identity of this Yakuzan. Caitlin quickly chimed in, reminding him that this was the fearsome chieftain of the Scarlet Lightning tribe. She teased him for letting such vital enemy intel slip his mind. Cutting to the chase, Felicia demanded to know if the enemy leader had officially waved the white flag. Chris shook his head darkly. The coward hadn't surrendered, he had simply slithered away into the shadows. If that monster managed to rally his scattered forces, another bloody war was inevitable. To prevent this nightmare, Chris outlined a ruthless preemptive strike against Cairo's encroaching army. Because if Yakuzan's remnants merged with them, the Allied forces would be facing an unstoppable catastrophe. With war strategies settled, Chris's gaze turned razor-sharp. His voice dropped an octave as he interrogated Felicia on her suspicious presence in this war zone. Maintaining her composure, She spun a tale of purely academic research in the nearby ancient ruins. She claimed she was ambushed and dragged away while rushing to provide backup. Chris narrowed his eyes, openly questioning her flimsy alibi. Felicia didn't back down an inch, daring him to call her a liar. The air crackled with hostility as their deadly, glaring contest began. Deciding this wasn't the time for a civil war, Chris begrudgingly let the matter slide and ordered the battered squad to rest. The monstrous ogres savagely tore into their rations while the wounded soldiers bandaged their bleeding flesh. Retiring to a quiet corner, Shutra summoned his system interface to review his newly acquired skills. Seeing his phenomenal growth window was an absolute shot of dopamine. Still, his newly awakened aura was his only true trump card for actual combat. His tactical musings were suddenly shattered by a familiar voice. Felicia stood before him, completely refreshed and wearing a fresh set of clothes. She quietly requested permission to enter his space. Shutra blinked in surprise, wondering what business she could possibly have at this ungodly hour. Stepping intimately close, she whispered his name. Her delicate hand suddenly gripped his arm, sending a jolt of electricity right through him. But her next words nearly gave him a heart attack. She demanded he strip off his clothes. A fiery blush exploded across his face. His brain completely short-circuited. Did he just step into a scandalous, forbidden romance trope? Felicia repeated her scandalous demand with a straight face, while Shutra stammered out a desperate plea for an explanation. His traitorous eyes instinctively darted toward her collarbone and soft lips. Sighing in exasperation, she asked if he planned on rejecting her exclusive medical treatment. The poor prince just stood there, completely frozen in dumbfounded shock. She rolled her eyes, explaining that her previous battlefield patch-up was barely scratching the surface. Worried about hidden internal damage from the brutal clashes, she was here to cast high-tier healing magic directly on his bare skin. A wave of sheer embarrassment crashed over him. For a split second, his imagination had definitely sprinted in a wildly inappropriate direction. Changing the subject, she probed him about that mysterious glowing light his body had emitted during the chaos. Shutra waved it off with a nervous laugh, playing dumb and claiming it was just a random occurrence. Eager to shift the focus, he stared directly into her eyes and revealed he had a secret favor to ask. A highly specific request that only a master mage like her could fulfill. The private tutoring session was a massive success. A system alert chimed, confirming he had successfully acquired the skill Cure Level 1, a divine spell for purging status debuffs. But the system rewards didn't stop there. He also unlocked Cure Poison Level 1 to neutralize lethal toxins and Cure Disease Level 1 to eradicate sickness. A wicked grin of absolute satisfaction spread across his face. Thanks to Felicia's surprisingly compliant magical guidance, his arsenal had permanently expanded with 3 crucial healing arts. But more importantly, the legendary training day he had been anticipating had finally arrived. Standing beneath the breaking dawn, Caitlin's fierce eyes met his as she prepared to unveil the ultimate martial truth. The legendary Beast Fist art wasn't just one style, it was a devastating tree of infinite, deadly branches. The moment had finally arrived. Shutra was about to master the legendary Beast Fist art. And his very first step into this fierce discipline? The ferocious werewolf branch. This wasn't just any fighting style, it was the absolute symbol of the mighty lycanthropes, and within their ranks, the werewolf technique served as the ultimate foundation for the supreme beast god fist art. It all made perfect sense now. This was exactly why the fierce Caitlin chose to pass down this ancient technique to him. The true power of the beast fist lies in absolute balance. It demands mastery over both external force and internal aura. Today's grueling lesson? Awakening the slumbering energy deep within his core. Following her stern command, he closed his eyes and reached into the profound depths of his being. Then, a spark ignited. He could actually feel it pulsing through his veins. Aura, the raw and untamed power of life itself. This primal energy was deeply connected to the soul's essence, and for those monstrous enough to push it to the absolute limit, it miraculously transforms into the undeniable power of the soul itself. Suddenly, a blinding divine light erupted before his eyes. A system prompt chimed in his mind, declaring he had awakened an overpowered passive skill. The protagonist's physique, level 1. His jaw practically hit the floor. This absolute cheat code of an ability massively multiplied his training efficiency for every single physical skill he learned. But the system wasn't done being generous. With every level this skill gained, entirely new and broken traits would automatically unlock. He was practically walking around with god-tier hacks. Armed with the protagonist's physique level 1, his bodily mastery would skyrocket at an unimaginable pace. Couple that with his terrifying extreme demon's body level 1, which steadily amplified his monstrous magical growth. And finally, the legendary hero's blood level 1, gently pushing his divine power training beyond mortal limits. When you put all these absurd buffs together, his potential didn't fall short of legendary figures like Zephyr or Locke. He was in a league of his own. Knowing that the system would constantly reward him with entirely new, game-breaking functions as he leveled up, A wicked, unstoppable grin spread across his face. So, this is the absolute privilege of being the main character. His heart raced with intoxicating thrill, but his momentary ego trip was ruthlessly cut short by Caitlyn's sharp, bone-chilling scolding. She fiercely commanded him to snap back to reality and focus. Swallowing his pride, he quickly bowed in apology. The playtime was officially over. It was time to engrave the beast fist art into his very bones. Through grueling sweat and unyielding determination, the system chimed once more. Beast fist art, level 1, officially acquired. His monstrous talent left even his master in silent awe. His execution of the fundamental stances was terrifyingly precise. Each movement sliced through the air with explosive speed. Even with his bare hands, he radiated the lethal pressure of a legendary swordsman. Caitlyn nodded, fully prepared to unleash the next brutal technique. When suddenly, a massive wolf scout burst into the clearing. Panting heavily, it howled out a grim warning. A catastrophic emergency had just unfolded. Prince Chris delivered the chilling news with a heavy tone. Kairam's entire elite unit had vanished without a single trace. A heavy, suffocating silence crashed over the group. The grim reality set in. That cunning bastard Kairam had definitely sniffed out their secret strategy. Caitlyn's eyes narrowed dangerously as she demanded to know their next move. Unrolling a tactical map, Chris pointed to a blood-red mark. Based on General Vandal's top-secret intelligence, the traitorous Kairam was scheming to rendezvous with Yakuzan right at this very spot. Analyzing the treacherous terrain and strategic choke points, the enemy's trap was blindingly obvious. Shutra's battle senses tingled sharply. They had no choice but to throw the dice on this deadly gamble. With steel in his voice, Chris issued the absolute command. From this moment forward, their rogue squad was officially merging with the legendary General Vandal's main armada. The Shadow War was over. Side by side with the Grand Army, they were marching straight into a catastrophic, full-scale bloodbath against the fearsome Scarlet Lightning tribe. Meanwhile, at the towering stronghold of the Subjugation Army, the mountain-like General Vandal warmly received Prince Chris. Chris offered a respectful salute, realizing the grizzled warhorse hadn't aged a single day since their last bloody campaign. The imposing general then turned his heavy gaze to Princess Felicia, bowing his massive frame in a rare display of respect for a reunion long overdue. When Felicia gracefully inquired about the well-being of his vicious troops, Vandal let out a hearty rumble, confirming their thirst for battle. From the sidelines, Shutra observed this titan of war with an uncontrollable, fanboy-like grin plastered across his face. This was him, the absolute coolest, most badass commander from the Night Saga game. Despite the general's terrifying, battle-scarred glare, Shutra felt an overwhelming wave of nostalgic familiarity. Pushing past his awe, the young protagonist stepped forward with unshakable confidence and formally introduced his name to the living legend. Vandal's piercing eyes measured the boy for a tense moment, before his massive, scarred hand engulfed Shutra's in a firm handshake of acknowledgement. But as their hands connected, the scene shattered, shifting to a mystical, heavenly realm where the enigmatic goddess from Shutra's past suddenly manifested. And she wasn't alone. Standing fiercely beside her was a breathtaking female warrior, clad in heavy divine armor with cascading waves of golden hair. Her piercing azure eyes locked onto him from behind a cold, intimidating half-mask. Holy flames violently swirled around her steel-plated figure, radiating an aura of absolute destruction. The two divine entities exchanged a profound, silent glance, before turning their overwhelming celestial pressure entirely onto Shutra. His breath hitched in his throat. Visions of endless conquests, blood-soaked battlefields, and eternal war crashed into his mind. Gasping for air, his eyes snapped open. He shot up in his cot, cold sweat dripping down his face. What the hell was that vision? He clearly remembered the goddess with the haunting bi-colored eyes, but that blazing Valkyrie in red armor was a total, terrifying mystery. Before he could unravel the dream's meaning, the tent flap violently ripped open. Carrick barged in, his voice booming with military urgency. It was time to march into the jaws of hell. Stepping out into the biting morning air, the camp was a chaotic symphony of rattling armor and roaring beasts. For this apocalyptic clash, the young protagonist was stationed on the lethal left flank. General Vandal anchored the vanguard like an immovable mountain. Prince Chris and Caitlyn fortified the explosive right wing, while the shadow-stepping dark elves vanished into the rear, forming an impenetrable defensive line. The war drums echoed, and the grand march commenced. Time dissolved in a blur of dust and tension. In the blink of an eye, he was standing amidst an ocean of bloodthirsty warriors on the desolate killing fields. Given his modest stature, he was practically swallowed whole by the towering muscle-bound ogre infantry, a tiny speck in a raging sea of monsters. General Vandal's monstrous roar shattered the silence. He commanded the legions to lock into their brutal battle formations. Drawing his massive blade, he bellowed to the heavens, vowing to carve the true agonizing meaning of pain into their enemies' flesh. With a deafening war cry, The subjugation forces surged forward like a tidal wave. But across the barren wasteland, the Scarlet Lightning tribe stood their ground. Their arrogant commander flashed a sinister smirk, mocking the approaching army as nothing but marching corpses. Boom! A catastrophic explosion suddenly violently ripped through the army's rear lines. Even the battle-hardened General Vandal's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated shock. For a terrifying fraction of a second, the mighty commander actually froze. Emerging from the toxic mists, a colossal, nightmare-inducing beast stomped onto the battlefield. A legendary earth-shaking swamp mammoth. But the nightmare had only just begun. A terrifying chain reaction of devastating magical explosions erupted across the battlefield. Screams pierced the sky as countless allied troops were instantly swallowed by the merciless inferno. The battlefield descended into absolute chaos. Forces were sent flying left and right with zero chance to block the overwhelming assault. Even the battle-hardened Karak and the usually composed Shutra stood frozen in sheer disbelief. The horrifying truth slammed into Shutra's mind. They had walked straight into a death trap. Those cunning bastards had predicted their every move from the very start. And their trump card? A colossal swamp mammoth. Sure, it looked like a mammoth, but that was where the similarities ended. Its terrifying mountain-like presence made a regular prehistoric beast look like a harmless pet. It was a walking nightmare of pure destruction. But the nightmare was just beginning. From the murky shadows, massive crocodilian feet stomped forward, revealing an entirely new battalion of monstrous troops. The squad threw desperate glances over their shoulders, only to lock eyes with a horde of bloodthirsty lizardmen. Fury blazed within Chris like a raging inferno. The enemy had known all along. They were just playing with them like mice. Recognizing the imminent slaughter, Caitlin desperately raised her voice over the chaos. She urged them to fall back immediately and live to fight another day. But Chris fiercely pushed back against the idea. He roared that a sloppy retreat could spell absolute disaster. If they broke formation now, it would turn into a total, merciless massacre. Her eyes burned with fierce determination as she practically screamed back at him. If they stayed anchored to this doomed battlefield, the mountain of corpses would only grow. A split-second decision was the only difference between life and death. Her unyielding resolve finally broke his stubbornness. Chris rallied the trembling forces with a thundering battle cry. He barked urgent orders to the spellcasters, commanding them to throw up a desperate magical barrier at the rear. They had to buy every precious second they could. While the main squad scrambled to form an orderly tactical withdrawal, the savage lizardmen tore into the frontline ogres with sickening, brutal slashes. A vicious reptile launched itself straight at Shutra's throat. But just before those lethal claws could connect, Karak unleashed a devastating counterstrike from the blind spot, crushing the beast mid-air. The hulking warrior roared at his young master to snap out of it. One single moment of hesitation would drag them all straight down to hell. The harsh truth hit Shutra like a bucket of ice water. This was no longer a simulation. This was a bloody fight for survival. Surrounded by a sea of scales and fangs, Chris carved a path of destruction. He bellowed his ultimate command: survive and crawl back alive, no matter the cost. He refused to let another loyal comrade fall on his watch. Later, within the grim walls of their battered camp, the lucky survivors who clawed their way out were desperately being patched up by the medics. Inside the heavy atmosphere of the command tent, the top brass, Chris, Caitlin, Felicia, Shutra, and the seasoned General Bandal gathered for a grim war council. Swallowing his immense pride, Chris confessed that the catastrophic failure was entirely on him. The guilt gnawed at his soul. He should have seen right through their pathetic ambush. But General Bandal, with a mountain-like composure, firmly stated that shedding tears over spilled blood was useless. With their backs against the wall, only two desperate paths remained. Either they swallow their pride and stage a full retreat, or they beg the Demon King's castle to send down heavy reinforcements. Chris solemnly nodded in agreement. The bitter taste of defeat was better than watching his loyal brothers-in-arms march into the jaws of death just to satisfy his own arrogant ego. Just as the dark cloud of defeat seemed to settle over the tent, Felicia's voice pierced the heavy silence. A spark of brilliant inspiration suddenly ignited in her eyes. She revealed her true hidden agenda. The entire reason she had dragged herself to this godforsaken territory was to uncover a legendary, long-lost ruin. The ultimate prize of her grand expedition was buried deep within the treacherous, jagged peaks at the very edge of the Gishka Mountains. Now, Felicia was undeniably a magical prodigy, but in the grand scheme of the Night Saga world, she was not built for flashy frontline brawls. Her true overpowered stats were entirely maxed out in the realms of ancient research and dungeon delving. Slamming a weathered ancient map onto the war table, she declared that she had dedicated countless sleepless nights to tracking down a mythical domain hidden inside those very peaks. A primordial fortress that had stood perfectly hidden for a staggering 1,500 years, whispered in myths as Enkidu, the legendary lair of the Earth Dragon. This legendary beast, forged in the very heart of the planet's magma, did not just sleep on his gold. He bound an army of terrifying, ancient guardians to defend his unfathomable horde to the death. Among these sworn protectors were the legendary master craftsmen, the dwarves of Gishka. The Earth Dragon himself had gifted them weapons of mass destruction to serve as the ultimate line of defense. The crown jewel of this arsenal, the mythical anvil that gives birth to thunder. An omnipotent relic that granted its wielder absolute authority over the unstoppable golem army guarding the treasure. But its true terrifying power? It allowed a single user to unleash catastrophic army-wiping magic. With blazing conviction, she slammed both hands down on the tactical map. Her voice rang out with absolute certainty. If they wanted to flip this one-sided slaughter into a crushing victory, claiming that artifact was their only path to survival, that divine weapon was the sole reason she had stepped foot on this battlefield. The veteran General Bandel narrowed his sharp eyes. He bluntly asked if she had the exact coordinates to this miracle weapon. Her fiery momentum instantly fizzled out with a sheepish no. Her grand revelation ended right there at the realm of theory. Chris let out a heavy, frustrated sigh, coldly dismissing her mythical history lesson as completely useless for their current survival. With the enemy breathing down their necks, ready to launch a second wave at any given second, he absolutely refused to gamble the lives of his bleeding soldiers on a delusional, wild goose chase. His sharp, dismissive tone made her blood boil with pure indignation. But before the argument could explode, Shutra's calm, unwavering voice cut through the tension. He firmly confirmed that the Thunder Anvil was absolutely real, and it was waiting for them. Felicia's jaw practically hit the floor in shock. How could he possibly know that? In his past life, while dominating the game as the hero Locke, he had cleared that exact same hidden dungeon. Of course, he could not drop the reincarnation bomb. Instead, he smoothly lied, claiming he deciphered the legend while obsessively studying ancient dwarven runic texts. Adding a masterfully smooth touch, he publicly declared his absolute, unwavering faith in Felicia's brilliant mind. Her eyes sparkled, totally captivated by his sudden show of support. Her heart fluttered at his trusting words. But inside, Shutra was grinning like a sly fox, expertly farming those sweet, sweet affection points. Chris aggressively shattered the touching moment. He snapped that this was not some damn popularity contest. Time was bleeding away, and he refused to waste another breath on fairy tales. Beneath his perfectly composed mask, Shutra was violently rolling his eyes. This stubborn meathead was becoming a massive pain in the neck. But Shutra did not back down an inch. He doubled down, weaving a brilliant web of lore. He insisted that the secretive Gandharva tribe had passed down the exact same bloodline memories regarding this sacred domain. He locked eyes with the skeptical commander, radiating absolute confidence. The dungeon's entrance was practically right under their noses. If they just let him loose for a solo scouting mission, he guaranteed he would sniff out the hidden path. Laying his very life on the line, he solemnly swore to carry the entire burden of punishment if his mission ended in failure. His voice dropping to a dead serious register, he demanded Chris to swallow his pride and trust him, just this once. If this blockhead was going to play hardball, then Shutra was ready to push past his limits. It was time to throw all his chips into the center of the table. Under the cloak of the midnight sky, they made their move. They mounted the majestic phantom steed, an ethereal, ghostly warhorse summoned by Felicia's magic that effortlessly soared above the perilous clouds. The elite stealth squad was assembled. Felicia, Caitlin, Shutra, the powerhouse Carrick, backed up by two heavily armed veterans. A victorious smirk played on Shutra's lips. Phase 1 of his master plan to secure the divine anvil was a total success. His mind was already racing 10 steps ahead, perfectly calculating the boss raid mechanics. But his brilliant tactical daydream was violently shattered by Carrick's sudden blood-curdling scream. The guide trembled at the reins of the massive van steed, begging the young prince to hold on tight before he was thrown off. But Shutra simply smiled, assuring the terrified man that he would be perfectly fine. Fear? Not a chance. Back in his past life playing Zephyr, he had mastered riding these exact beasts until it became second nature. A translucent minimap flickered in his vision. Calculating their current velocity, he estimated it would take exactly 1 hour to breach the entrance of the ancient ruins. Locating the destination was absolute child's play with his system interface. The real boss battle? Guiding this veteran party without exposing his cheat-like abilities. He desperately racked his brain for a plausible excuse, but came up completely empty. Whatever. He decided to just wing it upon arrival and trust his ridiculous protagonist luck to carry him through. The moment their boots hit the dirt, he launched into an absolutely shameless bluff. He claimed that during the portal's volatile activation, he had miraculously memorized the entire labyrinth's layout. He spouted absolute nonsense about recognizing a hidden architectural pattern woven into the ancient stonework. By brilliantly overlaying the surface terrain with the dungeon's internal structure, he claimed he could pinpoint the legendary anvil's exact coordinates. He held his breath, scanning their faces to see if they bought his total garbage. Met with blank, confused stares as they questioned his logic, he desperately prayed they would just let it slide. Thankfully, Felicia sighed and waved him forward. Feigning complete comprehension, She simply ordered him to take the vanguard and guide them through the darkness. A massive wave of relief washed over him as his ridiculous lie actually worked. He marched forward with confidence, completely missing the adorable, skeptical pout forming on Felicia's lips. The party followed the prince's confident strides, right up to a massive, dead-end rock wall. Carrick raised a heavy brow, bluntly questioning if this solid stone was truly the entrance to a legendary ruin. It looked like a total failure. But a sly smirk crossed the prince's face. He slowly clarified that he never once claimed they were taking the front door. He casually turned to Caitlin, asking if her monstrous strength could shatter the massive cliff face. Her eyes widened in pure shock at the utterly absurd request. He urged her to unleash a full-powered strike against the stone. Meanwhile, Felicia's sharp mind started piecing the puzzle together. The anvil that gives birth to thunder must be sealed off inside this very mountain. Shutra confidently explained his shortcut strategy. By obliterating this specific wall, they could completely bypass the deadly dungeon guardians lurking in the main halls. With the grand plan set, he gestured for Caitlin to obliterate the blockade. Felicia merely stared at him like he had lost his absolute mind. She ruthlessly scolded the prince's stupidity, demanding to know if he thought their warrior was a human siege ram capable of shattering a mountain. But honestly, the prince was completely out of better ideas. Stepping up to the plate, Felicia raised her elegant hand, summoning a violent, howling vortex of pure wind magic. With a confident smirk, she declared that any true ruin explorer mastered the deadly arts of demolition. Without hesitation, she hurled the raging tempest straight at the solid cliff. Boom! The mountain face violently caved in, exploding outward to reveal a hidden, gaping cavern. Even she was absolutely stunned by how terrifyingly fast they had located the divine relic. Her eyes locked onto a mysterious, metallic half-dome resting in the shadows, wondering if the prize was inside. Shutra's gamer instincts flared. This was the ultimate safeguard protecting the legendary anvil. The hulking ogre cracked his knuckles, eager to just smash the dome to pieces. But Shutra quickly halted him, warning that brute force was a one-way ticket to disastrous failure. A reckless strike might permanently shatter the priceless artifact within. Instead, the prince's eyes darted around the chamber, furiously searching for a hidden unlock mechanism. As Felicia watched his meticulous search, a row of ancient statues violently grabbed her attention. Something was terribly off. Out of 9 towering figures, exactly 6 were standing completely empty-handed. Caitlin's sharp combat instincts immediately caught the anomaly, too. The solution was glaringly obvious. They needed to arm the remaining stone guardians to trigger the seal. But Felicia's scholarly mind immediately saw the trap. In ancient ruins, the answer was never just a simple parlor trick. She closely analyzed the steel grasped by the armed statues. Master-crafted dwarven gear. To break the seal, they would absolutely need 6 authentic dwarven blades to match. Despair threatened to set in. Where on earth would they suddenly find 6 legendary dwarven weapons out here? But Shutra just smirked, casually announcing he had exactly 6 of them on hand. In his past runs, his ridiculously low level had restricted him from equipping them, so they had been rotting in his spatial inventory. Talk about a perfectly timed stroke of luck. Covering up his system abilities, he smoothly lied about scavenging them as backup gear during their previous tunnel raid. Karak stared at the prince in absolute bewilderment. The massive ogre simply couldn't fathom the physics. How the hell was this scrawny prince secretly hauling around 6 heavy steel blades without breaking a sweat? The big guy was terrifyingly sharp. Shutra was seriously starting to despise monsters with decent intuition. He quickly shoved the heavy blades into the ogre's arms to forcefully end the interrogation. Grumbling about the prince's laughable physical strength, Karak helped place the steel into the stone hands. Instantly, ominous glowing eyes pierced the darkness, and magical circuits flared to life. With a heavy, earth-shattering groan, the metallic vault slowly parted. Anticipation hung thick in the air as the ultimate prize was finally unveiled. Even Shutra felt a gasp escape his lips. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was the true anvil that gives birth to thunder, radiating an overwhelming divine pressure. But Felicia quickly cut through the awe, warning that ancient texts dictated a final, dangerous activation ritual was still required. With the absolute authority of a master mage, she barked out strict orders. Shutra and the hulking ogre were commanded to stand completely frozen in their current spots. The rest of the party scrambled to the 3, 6, and 9 o'clock positions on the glowing magic circle. It was time to push their absolute limits and violently pour their mana directly into the core. She would act as the primary catalyst. The energy flow had to travel perfectly clockwise, and the sheer volume of spiritual pressure had to escalate with every passing second. Formations locked. She commanded absolute, unbreakable focus as the dangerous ritual commenced. Instantly, brilliant torrents of raw magical aura erupted from their bodies. She yelled for the prince to dramatically increase his mana output. Once his spiritual energy hit the perfect frequency, she ordered him to anchor it down and fight through the grueling mental strain. The cavern trembled as devastating waves of energy repeatedly slammed into the divine relic. Sweat poured down Shutra's face as he desperately battled to maintain his unstable connection. His internal reserves were completely burning out. But just as he was about to collapse, a blinding pillar of light violently pierced the heavens. Thick, suffocating mana smoke flooded the entire chamber. The prince's vision warped into absolute chaos. Ethereal phantoms of ancient warriors and monstrous beasts materialized from the mist, an entire spectral army, all marching ominously toward a single, unknown destination. His mind reeled from the overwhelming, impossible sight. And then, a godlike voice echoed through the very depths of his soul. "My vassals, heed my words." A thunderous voice echoed in Shutra's mind as he cast his gaze toward the heavens. A colossal shadow swallowed the light, revealing a winged beast of unimaginable scale. The majestic entity laid down an absolute command. They were chosen to defend the sacred sanctuary of the great Enkidu. Their ultimate destiny? To become the legendary gatekeepers, standing tall between the human and demon realms. Snap! Shutra was violently pulled back to reality, his lungs burning as he gasped for breath. There was absolutely no mistaking it. The terrifying phantom he just witnessed was a mythical black dragon. But this was not just any mythical beast. He strongly suspected it was Enkidu, the legendary earth dragon itself. Breaking the tense silence, Felicia turned to him, her voice trembling as she asked if he had seen the exact same nightmare. Her face was completely drained of color. With a shaky breath, she described a colossal, shadowy dragon, a catastrophic entity with molten lava coursing through its veins like blazing blood. Carrick chimed in, a cold sweat rolling down his face as he confessed to seeing the exact same horrifying illusion. Was it a collective hallucination? Felicia believed their minds were somehow linked, though the true meaning of the vision remained shrouded in mystery. Her piercing gaze shifted toward the ancient anvil. She boldly declared that unlocking its power would be the only way to shatter the illusion and reveal the truth. A heavy moment of hesitation passed as she weighed the fatal risks. Reaching out, her fingertips grazed the cold metal. Boom! A blinding explosion of violent purple light erupted from the relic. Pitch-black mist coiled around her arm like venomous snakes, making her writhe in sudden agony. The sinister energy was far too overwhelming. Shutra dashed forward, desperate to tear her away from the cursed object, but an unseen force violently repelled him, leaving him in absolute shock. A blood-curdling scream tore from Felicia's throat. Caitlin and Karak watched in pure terror, completely helpless. Suddenly, Shutra unleashed a guttural roar of his own. A divine mandate crashed into his consciousness. He must conquer the earth dragon, Enkidu. This was a ruthless trial, mercilessly forced upon those who dared to touch the relic without authorization. In this brutal realm, to conquer meant absolute domination. Caitlin and Karak were frozen in awe. Shutra's body became a beacon of blinding, otherworldly radiance. When the light dimmed, a massive black hammer rested in his grip, but his chilling aura proved he was no longer the man they knew. His right eye had mutated into a void of pure darkness. Meanwhile, miles away at the temporary camp, sinister eyes peered over a jagged cliffside, tracking the group's every move from the shadows. The vulnerable campsite was heavily pinned, completely trapped in the narrow gorge between two towering ravines. The lurking enemies sneered with absolute disgust. Did these pathetic fools really think they could hide in such an obvious death trap? A bloodthirsty orc turned to his superior, eagerly waiting for the command to slaughter. They all looked to their ruthless commander, Lord Yakazan. Sweeping his gaze across his vicious army, Yakazan barked a chilling order. It was time to draw their blades and completely eradicate the pathetic stragglers below. Back at the camp, the hulking ogres suddenly looked up in sheer confusion. The dead of night was being torn apart by an unnervingly bright glow descending from the heavens. It was a catastrophic meteor shower of blazing fireballs. Boom, boom. The explosive magic decimated the camp in seconds, instantly turning the quiet night into a horrific bloodbath of casualties and screaming wounded. Taking advantage of the burning chaos, the enemy forces surged forward. Riding atop colossal swamp mammoths, they charged into the gorge, fully intent on crushing everything in their path to bloody pulp. Chris and his comrades were completely blindsided by the ambush. Furious rage and bitter anxiety warred in his heart. This was an absolute disaster. Without Caitlin or Felicia there to hold the line, they were sitting ducks. At this brutal pace, total annihilation was their only destiny. Deafening explosions chained together, rocking the earth while Yakazan watched the massacre unfold from the high ground like a satisfied predator. A wicked cackle erupted from his throat. He mercilessly mocked the foolish demons for not knowing their place in the food chain. In his eyes, this fiery execution was exactly what they deserved. He roared for his troops to leave no survivors. But out of nowhere, in a sudden twist of fate, an enemy mage completely lost control of his limbs. The colossal swamp mammoths began to emit a terrifying glow, their eyes shifting to a deadly hue as they violently turned on their own riders. Yakazan's triumphant smile instantly shattered. What sort of dark sorcery was this? He screamed in sheer disbelief as his invincible swamp mammoths began stomping his own soldiers into the dirt. Watching the impossible reversal from the burning front lines, Chris was left utterly speechless. The tide of battle had been flipped, all thanks to the overwhelming aura of a certain black hammer. He could scarcely believe his eyes. They had actually discovered the mythical anvil. Rewinding to moments earlier, Shutra stood gripping the ancient artifact. His mind had spun with confusion as he questioned the true nature of the weapon in his hands. Gasping for breath, Felicia revealed its legendary identity. The mighty Thunderhammer, the destined twin to the anvil. The truth was undeniable. The spirit of Enkidu had chosen Shutra as its true master. She was on the verge of collapsing, only staying on her feet with the help of her elven companion. Shutra stared at his trembling hands in sheer disbelief, but Felicia desperately shouted for him to unleash its hidden power. His gaze locked onto the menacing Thunderhammer. Enkidu's ancient mana surged through his veins, forcefully downloading the weapon's martial secrets into his brain. The dragon's absolute decree echoed in his soul. Conquer, subjugate, enforce total obedience. This was the forgotten technique of the anvil, a divine art that gives birth to heaven-shaking thunder. With eyes blazing with newfound authority, he hoisted the Thunderhammer high into the sky. His first targets for total domination? The enemy's colossal swamp mammoths. A blinding pillar of purple lightning blasted outward from the anvil, infecting the giant beasts with its dominating aura and sending them into a glorious, uncontrolled rampage. The battlefield dissolved into absolute chaos. The ambushing orcs shrieked in terror, completely unable to comprehend why their unstoppable mounts had suddenly become their grim reapers. But the nightmare was only just beginning. A menacing shadow fell over the panicked enemy ranks. Vandal had successfully flanked them, unleashing a devastating barrage of attacks from all sides. Watching the mammoths trample the Scarlet Lightning tribe into bloody paste, Vandal smirked. He knew exactly who orchestrated this miracle. The royal prince and princess. Drawing his massive blade, he roared to his warriors that the hunt was on, vowing to wipe out every last invader. The defenders surged forward like a tidal wave of vengeance. The panicked orcs desperately tried to raise their weapons, but it was a one-sided slaughter. From his lofty perch, Yakuzan watched his grand ambition crumble into dust. Furious veins bulged on Yakuzan's forehead as he demanded answers. Why were the beasts turning against them? His terrified adjutant could only stammer in ignorance. Who in the world possessed enough monstrous mana to hijack control of their entire vanguard? The adjutant desperately begged to sound the retreat, hoping to survive and plot a future ambush. But the mere word retreat tasted like vile poison on Yakuzan's tongue. He violently rejected the cowardly notion. Boom! A violent shockwave suddenly shattered the cliff's edge right behind them. Stepping out from the swirling dust was Chris. His eyes gleamed with killing intent as he coolly announced that Yakuzan's miserable life had reached its expiration date. He offered the commander one final pitiful mercy. Surrender now, and the execution would be swift. Spitting a vile curse, Yakuzan drew his weapon and lunged like a rabid beast. Chris merely sighed, his brows furrowing in disappointment. His aura spiked to terrifying levels. Invoking the legendary beast god fist art, his silhouette vanished in a blinding flash. In less than a heartbeat, Yakuzan's severed head was sent rolling across the bloody dirt. Absolute terror shattered the remaining enemy morale. The cowardly adjutant and surviving mages scrambled for their pathetic lives, shrieking at the top of their lungs that their mighty chieftain had been butchered. With the enemy chain of command completely severed, Chris's forces ruthlessly swept the battlefield to exterminate the fleeing stragglers. Wiping the blood from his blade, Chris couldn't help but shudder. Without the miraculous intervention of the royal duo, they would be nothing more than corpses right now. Staring up at the smoke-filled heavens, a silent prayer escaped his lips. He could only hope that the prince and princess were surviving their own dangerous ordeal. Back in the hidden sanctuary, a magical projection illuminated the dark cavern. Carrick rubbed his eyes in utter shock. They were witnessing the brutal aftermath of the battlefield, directly through the eyes of the dominated swamp mammoths. A triumphant smile finally graced Felicia's exhausted face. She softly explained the artifact's true, terrifying nature. Whoever masters the ancient anvil gains the absolute authority to command every single treasure guardian in the world. With the devastating power of the anvil finally secured, she declared the Scarlet Tribe was completely finished. But her voice trembled with severe exhaustion. Suddenly, her legs gave out. Thankfully, the elf lunged forward to catch her limp body, frantically asking if she was okay. She forced a weak smile, whispering that a little rest would cure her. As the guards scrambled to find a safe camp, they suddenly realized Shutra had vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, our main character finally found a quiet corner to catch his breath. The adrenaline of battle was just starting to fade. Ding! The sweet sound of the system echoed in his mind as level-up alerts flooded his vision. His stats were skyrocketing. Was this the insane perk of wielding the relic of Enkidu? But the golden messages did not stop there. The system announced that his ultimate authority, the level of conquest, had also broken through. He pulled up his glowing status window. To his absolute shock, his passive skill, under the king's banner, had also evolved. It seemed bound directly to his conquest authority. He could not completely wrap his head around the complex mechanics just yet, but a massive buff to his core ability? He would gladly take that overpowered advantage. His eyes locked onto a newly unlocked skill called King's Knight. The majestic name alone sent a thrill down his spine. Could this be a legendary summoning art? Before he could test his new power, a sharp voice shattered his concentration. It was Caitlin. Guilt hit him like a brick as he realized he had sneaked off like a ghost. He opened his mouth to explain, but smack! She chopped him right on top of the head. Her eyes flared with anger as she chewed him out for wandering off. He could only bow his head in total defeat. Sighing in relief that he was unharmed, she finally let her anger melt away, but their situation was grim. The dark ruins would have to be their makeshift camp for the night. He tilted his head in confusion. Were they not supposed to march straight back to the main base? Her expression darkened. That was the plan, but a critical disaster had struck. Tension gripped his heart. What could have possibly gone wrong now? The devastating truth hit him. Felicia had completely blacked out. Escaping the brutal clutches of the Scarlet Lightning tribe was a miracle on its own. Pushing her mana core to the absolute limit right after had finally shattered her endurance. Caitlin's voice shook with worry. Even though Felicia swore she just needed sleep, her life force was dangerously low. Nobody knew if she would wake up tomorrow, or never again. Without her ancient magic, summoning the phantom steeds was physically impossible. They were officially stranded. All they could do was pray and guard her frail body. A heavy knot of guilt twisted in Shutra's stomach. As midnight swallowed the ancient ruins, the exhausted soldiers fell into a deep slumber. But Shutra's eyes remained wide open. His blood was pumping with limitless energy. The massive level up must have completely restored his physical and mental limits. He felt like he could fight a dragon bare-handed. Sitting around until dawn felt like a waste of his new power. His gamer instincts suddenly fired up. They were resting inside an uncharted ancient ruin. This place had to be dripping with legendary loot. Of course, epic treasure always came with a deadly price. Lethal traps and ancient guardians were practically guaranteed to be lurking in the shadows. A confident smirk stretched across his face as he summoned the crackling thunderhammer. Since he possessed the master key of this domain, did that not make him the absolute ruler of this dungeon? The ancient anvil's magic was geographically locked to this exact location, but as long as he stood inside these stone walls, he was practically a god among mortals. He had the ultimate VIP pass to loot the entire dungeon. He crept over to where Carrick was snoring heavily and shook the massive warrior awake. He needed his trusty muscle for this midnight raid. As they crept down a dimly lit, eerie corridor, Carrick swallowed hard, asking if wandering around a death trap was really a smart idea. The giant warrior's survival instincts were screaming at him to turn back. But Shutra just chuckled, casually reminding him that the boss of this dungeon was currently walking right beside him. He practically drooled as he painted a picture for Carrick. This was a lost civilization's stronghold. The armories hidden inside would make any warlord weep with joy. Greed finally overpowered Carrick's fear, and he nodded. But as they pushed open massive stone doors, Carrick choked on his own breath. A colossal, nightmarish beast loomed in the darkness. Shutra quickly analyzed it, realizing it was merely a deactivated art golem shaped like a legendary griffin. But seeing Carrick tremble in sheer terror was just too hilarious to ruin with the truth. Still, a cold sweat rolled down Shutra's neck. If they had triggered its security protocols without the master key, that mechanical monster would have ripped them to bloody shreds. Carrick practically begged the prince to shut his cursed mouth. He wanted nothing more than to sprint out of that room. The suffocating pressure radiating from the steel beast was making his soul leave his body. He vowed he would never ever cross blades with a nightmare like that. Shutra burst into a quiet laugh, teasing his massive companion for shaking like a frightened rabbit. Carrick huffed, swearing on his warrior's pride that he was not terrified, just extremely tactical. Their banter faded as they stepped into the next massive chamber. Jackpot! Mountains of glittering artifacts blinded them. Carrick let out a loud gasp, instantly digging out a breathtaking heavy armor set and shoving it in the prince's face. Shutra smiled, eyeing the intense, swirling mana radiating from the dark metal. It was a high-grade magical artifact. He crossed his arms and asked if the big guy wanted to claim it as his own. Carrick's eyes sparkled like a kid in a candy store, begging for permission to equip it. Shutra gave him a bright smile. After all, that gigantic breastplate would swallow the prince whole. Beaming with absolute loyalty, Carrick bowed in deep gratitude. Then, his eyes fell upon a sea of dusty gold. He scratched his head, completely clueless about the value of ancient currency. But Shutra's system inventory was a black hole for loot. He started swiping entire piles of treasure into thin air, barking orders at Carrick to stuff his pockets until they ripped. Suddenly, a majestic treasure chest caught Shutra's eye. He popped the rusty lock, but wait, a loud mechanical grind shook the floor. A secret passage had literally opened behind the wall. His gamer heart skipped a beat. Hidden rooms always held the most overpowered loot in the game. Anticipation burned in his veins as he prepared to claim his ultimate reward. He boldly stepped into the abyss. The narrow tunnel suddenly expanded into a breathtaking, colossal sanctuary. And then, an ancient, disembodied voice echoed through his mind. A blinding sphere of energy pulsed at the center of the room. It felt insanely familiar. Like a long-forgotten memory, a legendary name violently inscribed itself onto his brain. Enkidu! Resting on the pedestal was the mythical gauntlet, Earthquaker. Shutra stared in absolute awe. The relic hummed with life, bowing to him as the valiant knight of conquest. The divine weapon was literally begging for him to become its master. Pulled by destiny, he stepped up to the altar and boldly wrapped his fingers around the ancient steel. But the moment his skin made contact, beep. A massive red warning screen shattered his dreams. His level, mana, physical strength, and mental fortitude were all completely insufficient. The sheer weight of the artifact was overwhelming, proving its power was still beyond his grasp. But suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the steel. A system window materialized before his eyes, declaring the impossible. The legendary Earthquaker had accepted him as its rightful master. The system officially transferred ownership to Shutra. A surging, radiant energy violently wrapped around his trembling hand, sealing the ancient pact. A searing, bone-crushing pain shot up his arm, but he gritted his teeth and held his ground. The sheer thrill of taming such a legendary weapon instantly washed away all the agony. His strength, mana, and endurance instantly skyrocketed by 10 whole points. He gasped in sheer disbelief. He never imagined that simply equipping the gear would grant such an absolute monstrous stat boost. A wicked, excited grin spread across his face. If this was merely the baseline, he could only imagine the devastating power he would unleash once his level skyrocketed. This treasure was an absolute jackpot, far exceeding his wildest dreams. But suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over his shoulder. Carrick's deep voice shattered the silence, asking what just happened, making our main character jump out of his skin. Heart pounding in his chest, he demanded to know how long the giant had been watching. The ogre casually smirked, revealing he had seen the whole magic trick, watching the massive gauntlet materialize out of thin air. A cold sweat violently ran down his back. If the world discovered his system inventory, he knew he would instantly become a walking target for every greedy lord alive. But Carrick was no fool. The giant warrior understood the deadly weight of such a terrifying secret, knowing it would only attract a storm of blood and trouble. Placing a heavy fist over his heart, the ogre swore an unbreakable blood oath to take this mystery straight to the grave. A deep wave of relief and gratitude washed over Shutra's soul. Breaking the heavy emotional tension, the giant pointed toward the exit. It was time to leave this ancient tomb behind, now that their pockets were full of treasure. A sinister chill hung in the dead air, making the giant's warrior instincts scream in warning. Shutra firmly nodded, sensing the exact same ominous, suffocating presence lurking in the shadows. Navigating back through a glittering mountain of gold, a sudden glint caught Shutra's sharp gaze. He threw up his hand to halt. The giant sighed heavily, wondering what shiny distraction had stopped them this time. Shutra confidently pointed directly into the shadows, but Carrick squinted, completely blind to the hidden prize. With a knowing smirk, Shutra declared that the ultimate lifesaver was sitting right over there. Fast forward to the surface. A precious drop of that ancient elixir touched Felicia's pale lips. Instantly, a warm, soothing light enveloped her frail figure, dragging her consciousness back from the brink of death. As her eyes slowly fluttered open, Caitlin nearly collapsed from pure, overwhelming relief. Confused and dizzy, Felicia whispered for answers. Caitlin smiled brightly, revealing that Shutra had miraculously secured a legendary mana recovery potion. Still dazed, the sorceress wondered how such a mythical artifact ended up in his hands. Shutra just chuckled softly, asking the group if they had completely forgotten whose domain they were standing in. They were standing right inside the ancient labyrinth, and with absolute unwavering confidence, he reminded them that he was the sole ruler of these majestic ruins. He gently ordered her to close her eyes and let the elixir rebuild her shattered magical core. A soft, grateful whisper escaped her lips. Playing deaf, he playfully teased her until she loudly repeated her heartfelt thanks. Her cheeks instantly burned a brilliant, flustered shade of crimson. By the time the golden morning sun broke the horizon, Vandal's booming voice welcomed their victorious return. The seasoned commander beamed with immense pride, his heart soaring at the sight of them. He fiercely declared he never doubted their triumphant survival for a single second, praising the squad for their spectacular achievement. Suddenly, Chris nervously cleared his throat, desperately trying to catch someone's attention. With a face as red as a tomato, he stammered out an awkward, clunky compliment directed right at Felicia's impressive magic. Flipping her hair with aristocratic pride, the sorceress smugly brushed off the high praise as if it were mere child's play. Watching this absolute romantic comedy unfold, a wicked, knowing smirk crept across Shutra's face. Blushing fiercely, Chris quickly ordered the exhausted team to rest, while the vanguard handled the bloody aftermath. Shutra raised an eyebrow, genuinely shocked that the war drums were still beating. Chris grimly explained that the shattered remnants of the Scarlet Lightning tribe were still furiously lurking in the shadows. The bloody mopping up operation would take at least half a month to fully conclude. To our cunning protagonist, that translated directly into 15 glorious days of uninterrupted, lazy vacation. But Caitlin instantly shattered those lazy dreams with a ruthless, icy glare. Leaning in dangerously close, she whispered a secret into his ear that sent a blazing flush straight to his face. Blushing fiercely herself, she firmly reminded him of their private, unfinished business. Cut to a beautifully bright afternoon, where Shutra was currently eating a devastating right hook straight to the jaw. Standing over his battered body, she barked that hesitation meant pure suffering on the battlefield. She ruthlessly demanded he force himself off the dirt and throw another punch. Every single muscle in his body screamed in pure, agonizing torment. He had braced himself for hardship, but this demonic beast fist training was absolute, unrelenting hell on earth. That mysterious, heart-fluttering secret she whispered earlier? It was a one-way ticket to a bone-crushing, merciless martial arts boot camp. For the first 5 agonizing days, he was nothing more than a human punching bag, tasting dirt and blood from sunrise to sunset without landing a single blow. It took a full agonizing week before his eyes could even track her blurring, thunderous fists. Finally, the 11th day of hell arrived, and he stood his ground, locked in a fierce stare-down with his mentor. A proud glint flashed in her eyes as she praised his incredible, newfound reaction speed. Spitting out some blood, he smirked, joking that his body had absolutely no choice but to adapt to her merciless beatdowns. This hellish, near-death conditioning had paid off spectacularly. Thanks to the daily torture, both his beast fist mastery and inner aura had spectacularly broken through to level 5. Sensing his shifting energy, Caitlin declared he was finally worthy to step into the realm of the Absolute. He was ready to inherit the legendary beast Godfist. His heart hammered against his ribs in pure, unadulterated hype. She couldn't hide her utter, breathtaking astonishment. In all her years, she had never witnessed a martial prodigy absorb the sacred arts with such terrifying, monstrous speed. A massive, uncontrollable grin stretched across his bruised face. He was finally about to unlock the ultimate, fiercely guarded combat secrets of the lycanthrope race, the legendary beast Godfist. The brutal basics were over. It was time to manipulate the very flow of life energy. Gripping his hand tightly, she ordered him to completely focus his spirit and let her swirling energy guide the way. Her intense gaze pierced his soul as she demanded his absolute focus, to which he firmly agreed. Instantly, a blinding, ethereal blue light exploded from their linked palms, swallowing him whole. A massive surge of raw, untamed power flooded his veins. Caitlin's ferocious aura danced through his mana pathways, carrying the familiar wildness of the beast fist, yet possessing an ancient, unfathomable depth. He plunged deeper and deeper into the terrifying spiritual abyss. This wasn't just physical energy. This was aura in its absolute purest form, the blazing, chaotic essence of a living soul. When cultivated to the absolute extreme, aura transcends flesh and becomes the dominating will of the spirit. As his mind floated in the cosmic void, a dark primal instinct awakened. The path of conquest. A ferocious, overwhelming authority designed to absolutely crush all opposition and bend the world to its knees. The heavy sensation was exactly like drowning in a bottomless, crushing ocean of spiritual pressure. He gasped in awe, realizing this was the true, terrifying nature of an awakened aura. The radiant blue pillar violently erupted, piercing the heavens. A brilliant system prompt suddenly shattered the trance, proudly declaring that his mastery over the legendary beast fist and his core aura had skyrocketed once again. Her breath caught in her throat. Against all odds, he had actually achieved the impossible. A brilliant aura wrapped around his fists like a second skin. The system suddenly chimed, confirming his acquisition of the beast god fist art, level 1. His mind raced, instantly linking this new technique with the devastating power of the Earthquaker. With a sharp exhale, he dispersed the gathered energy. The sudden release unleashed a violent shockwave of wind, carving a massive smoking crater straight into the earth. A golden light washed over him. He had officially hit level 14. A confident smirk crossed his face as he muttered that the real game was finally beginning. However, he was completely oblivious to the hidden eyes watching them from the shadows. The observer was none other than Vandal, bearing a deeply satisfied grin on his rugged face. Fast forward to the gentle morning sun, Shutra and Caitlin were sharing a quiet breakfast together. But Shutra had a burning question weighing on his mind. He carefully probed the tension, asking why the atmosphere between her and Chris was so incredibly icy. In his grand chessboard of survival, Felicia was an absolute must-have ally. He needed to win her absolute loyalty, just as much as he needed Chris. If two of his strongest pillars were clashing, it could collapse his entire foundation. It wasn't that they were sworn enemies, but the invisible wall separating them was undeniable. Caitlin shook her head gently, explaining that no dramatic tragedy or massive fight had ever driven them apart. While she couldn't pinpoint the exact trigger, she suspected it was tied to the friction between Chris and Sylvan. The absolute second Shutra dropped that name, Caitlin violently hushed him. She scolded him fiercely, warning him never to speak that name so carelessly, even in the safety of their camp. Shutra quickly raised his hands in surrender, offering a quiet apology and explaining that he was just caught completely off guard. Felicia's twin brother, the infamous Sylvan Doomblade. Back in his past life playing as Zephyr, that man had been an absolute nightmare to deal with. He was just about to dig deeper into this mystery, but the tent flap violently swung open, revealing Chris stepping inside. Both of them jumped at the sudden entrance. Recovering her composure, Caitlin immediately questioned why he was back so early. He wasted no time, ordering them to pack up their gear immediately. Their mission had wrapped up far ahead of schedule, and they were marching out by afternoon. Confused, Shutra demanded to know their final destination. Chris stared at him as if he had lost his mind. The mission was accomplished, which meant only one thing. They were heading back to deliver their official report. Before their grand departure, Vandal gripped Shutra's hand in a firm, respectful handshake. He praised the royal siblings for their outstanding achievements, bowing slightly as he voiced his deep desire to cross paths with the Ninth Prince once more. With a confident, unyielding smile, Shutra assured the veteran warrior that he would be eagerly awaiting that day as well. Chris barked the final order to move out, and Shutra gave a decisive nod. Their compass was locked. Next stop, the legendary Demon King's castle. Meanwhile, a suffocating and eerie darkness draped over that very castle. Looming ominously upon the dark throne sat a colossal, terrifying figure clad entirely in heavy armor. The journey back to the heart of the demonic empire was dangerously straightforward. Their first objective was securing a teleportation circle, an ancient magic designed for massive spatial leaps. Once activated, that supreme transfer magic would tear through the fabric of space, dropping them directly into the jaws of the Demon King's stronghold. However, simply reaching the nearest gate would demand 3 grueling days of travel. This was a relentless march, with absolutely zero luxury of resting at warm inns. In short, they were destined to spend more cold nights braving the unforgiving wilderness beneath the open sky. With only 1 day left before they breached the castle walls, a heavy knot of pure anxiety began twisting wildly in Shutra's gut. The political landscape of the demon realm was currently fractured into 3 vicious factions. At the center of this storm was the second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, the Demon King's second-born and Shutra's absolute worst nightmare. Standing against him were the first prince, Baal Ragnaros, and the deadly fourth princess, Anastasia Nekrion. In this brutal war for the Dark Throne, the order of birth was a worthless technicality. Only the strong survived here. The crown would be seized by whoever painted the realm with the greatest achievements and proved their overwhelming supremacy. That was the ruthless law of the demons. Baal and Zephyr shared the exact same bloodline, and their monstrous power levels were terrifyingly equal. Both monsters had inherited the legendary blood of the Draconian clan from their mother's side, granting them a terrifying, world-shaking physical prowess. If the court were forced to crown an heir today, the more level-headed and moderate first prince, Baal, would naturally be the safer bet. But Shutra held a terrifying secret. He knew that political logic was ultimately useless, because an approaching day of destiny would flip this entire world completely upside down. The clock was ticking. He had to hoard every ounce of power and prepare for the absolute worst. Step 1 of his master plan, grind his level relentlessly until he could unleash the true fury of the Earthquaker. Step 2 was maximizing his newest, most mysterious trump card, the King's Knight. The moment he triggered the skill, a majestic knight order was forged within the system. At first, he brushed it off as a basic summoning spell, but the glowing holographic panels revealed something far more incredible. He was officially registered as the Grand Knight Commander. His current roster sat at 0 out of 2 available slots, with absolute 0 knights currently in training. The Knight Order skill sat at level 1, and beneath it glowed a passive buff called the Knight's Blessing, a divine aura that drastically amplified base health points. Topping it all off was a level 1 special summoning art, granting him the supreme authority to summon forces directly to the Knight Commander's side. The only catch was a brutal 3-day cooldown timer. This wasn't just magic, it was an entirely self-contained guild system. Shutra stared at the floating text, absolutely speechless at how ridiculously overpowered this ability truly was. If the perks were this insane at mere level 1, his mind raced with wild excitement, imagining the god-tier power it would hold at maximum rank. His thrilling thoughts were suddenly shattered. The massive orc warrior, Carrick, stomped into view, instantly grumbling and scolding the prince for staying awake under the moonlight yet again. The loyal orc crossed his giant arms, lecturing him about resting up for the early dawn march, urging him to return to camp immediately. But Shutra's eyes simply gleamed with mischief. Karak had walked right into his trap. With a sly grin, he invited the giant to participate in a little magical experiment. Startled by the sudden shift in tone, Carrick cautiously asked what kind of crazy scheme the prince was brewing now. Standing tall beneath the glowing moonlight, Shutra drew his blade with absolute majesty. He locked eyes with his companion, declaring him the mighty orc warrior Carrick, and formally dubbed him as his very first knight. Instantly, a blinding surge of system light engulfed the massive orc. Carrick gasped as an unknown energy flooded his veins. Deep within his soul, an unbreakable surge of absolute loyalty violently locked itself to his new liege. Hitting level 24, the imposing Carrick evolved into a full-fledged knight commander and a rank 1 elite warrior. The ultimate experiment was a resounding success, and a triumphant grin spread across Shutra's face. Though the hulking ogre couldn't quite grasp why boundless power was surging through his veins, a savage smirk betrayed his satisfaction. Seizing the moment, Shutra threw out an irresistible offer, asking if he was ready to claim the title of the absolute strongest ogre in existence. Drunk on this incredible breakthrough, Shutra began muttering a grand master plan under his breath. He was determined to mold his loyal vassal into the legendary ogre emperor from his past life's memories of Knight Saga. But Carrick just squinted at his master with deep suspicion, bluntly asking if the young prince had finally lost his mind to the fever. As dawn broke over the towering spire, Chris led the royal entourage toward the ancient teleportation array. With a serious gaze, he checked if everyone was braced for the journey ahead. Without a shadow of hesitation, Shutra gave a firm nod. The moment their boots touched the glowing runes, an explosive pillar of blinding arcane light violently launched them straight into the heavens. Crossing the dimensional threshold was a total nightmare. A sudden terrifying wave of vertigo hit Shutra out of nowhere, leaving him screaming as he plummeted headfirst through the void. Yet, against all odds, their boots slammed solidly against stone, landing completely unscathed. Noticing his pale face, Caitlin quickly checked on him, and he somehow managed to choke out a breathless confirmation. Out of nowhere, a chorus of ecstatic cheers erupted for Princess Felicia. Her dedicated loyalists had been anxiously counting the seconds until her return, and she greeted her adoring flock with a radiant smile. To Shutra, it looked exactly like a hardcore idol fan club mobbing their star. While he observed the overwhelming swarm of dark elf retainers, an elite welcoming committee stepped forward to formally greet Chris and Caitlin with utmost respect. But the stark contrast was absolutely brutal. Not a single soul was waiting for the disgraced prince, and the surrounding dark elves immediately began whispering venomous rumors about him. Mocking laughter echoed through the grand hall, serving as a harsh reminder of his rock-bottom status in the Demon King's treacherous court. Still, a quiet confidence burned in his eyes. This humiliating reception was exactly what he had calculated. Glancing back at his massive guard, he asked Carrick if his blood was pumping. From this exact moment forward, they were going to flip this entire twisted hierarchy completely upside down. Navigating the labyrinth of the abyssal fortress, the master and servant finally arrived at their designated quarters. It was nothing more than a dust-covered supply closet, reeking of heavy neglect. Despite the miserable conditions, the pragmatic prince was honestly just relieved to have a roof over his head. Letting out a heavy sigh, Carrick started dropping their meager luggage onto the creaky floorboards. Just then, a crucial detail flashed through Shutra's mind. The grand audience and official royal ceremonies wouldn't commence until the sun rose tomorrow. They were basically given a free pass to kill time however they pleased. Shutra bitterly scoffed, remarking that this so-called freedom felt exactly like being tossed into a forgotten dungeon to rot. Suddenly, 3 sharp knocks shattered the gloomy silence. Standing at the threshold was the impeccably dressed Flora Sevensward, an elite representative from the Central Citadel's Estate Bureau. Narrowing his eyes, the young prince questioned why a high-ranking official would ever stoop so low as to visit this miserable rat-infested storage closet. With a perfectly polite bow, she revealed the game-changing truth. His imperial contribution points had officially skyrocketed past the threshold. This monumental upgrade granted him absolute priority to claim a luxurious new territory. Stepping out from the shadows right behind her was Isabella, a strict auditor from the Imperial Merit Office. Scarcely believing his luck, Shutra demanded to know if an immediate relocation was truly on the table. With a knowing smirk, she confirmed that he had hit the ultimate jackpot. A glowing holographic interface materialized in the air. Thanks to his recent flawless military campaign, his authority rank had surged to level 5, unlocking a jaw-dropping balance of 15,000 achievement points. The magical system began listing his legendary feats for all to see. First, the strategic discovery of the forgotten dwarven mining network and its invaluable spatial gateway. Second, his absolute annihilation of the Scarlet Lightning Tribe's warlord. He hadn't just defeated their elite vanguard. He had personally delivered the final, executioner's blow. Third, the daring rescue operation of the 7th Princess, Felicia Doomsblade, followed by his tactical brilliance in spearheading the devastating siege on the enemy's core fortress. To top it all off, he had seized the mythical Thunderbirth Anvil, effectively bringing the shattered remnants of the Lightning Tribe completely under his absolute dominion. The universe was finally paying out his well-deserved loot. Highly restricted VIP zones within the Demon Lord's central citadel were instantly unlocked for his exclusive access. And his royal allowance? It completely shattered expectations, multiplying from a pathetic 5 gold pieces to an earth-shattering 500 gold per month. History had been rewritten right before their eyes. No royal heir had ever racked up such monstrous achievements on their maiden expedition. Wasting zero time, the ambitious prince commanded them to display the royal real estate catalog. Fast forward a few hours, and Carrick's massive jaw practically hit the marble floors as he stared at their unimaginably lavish new estate. Greeting them at the grand entrance, Flora noted their eager, early arrival. Bowing with profound reverence, she swore an absolute oath of loyalty to serve the rising prince from this day onward. This enigmatic woman wasn't just a basic attendant. She possessed the elite skills of both a head butler and a master maid, drawing her mystical powers as a devout follower of Camilla, the goddess of dreams and shadows. The sudden career change left the brutish ogre violently scratching his head. Wasn't this exact same woman just pushing paperwork at the housing bureau a minute ago? Smirking like a master tactician, Shutra smoothly explained that he had essentially bought her absolute loyalty using his massive pool of merit points. It was a divine currency forged in the fires of his undeniable victories. He deliberately left out the system's more complex mechanics, knowing it would just fry the ogre's brain anyway. Muttering under his breath, Carrick grumbled that his liege lord was speaking in literal riddles again. When dawn finally broke, the duo was decked out in magnificent ceremonial armor. Pacing nervously, the giant beast awkwardly confessed that the overwhelming tension was doing serious damage to his bladder control. Sweating bullets, the warrior blamed his crushing anxiety for the sudden urge. Disgusted by the sheer lack of grace, Shutra desperately ordered his guard to go empty the tank before he ruined the entire morning. Before the panic could fully set in, a familiar voice cut through the tension, showering them with absolute praise for their jaw-dropping aesthetics. It was Princess Felicia, the brilliant mastermind behind their devastatingly sharp new wardrobe. Chiming in with starry eyes, Caitlin totally agreed that the princess's fashion sense was absolutely unrivaled. Beaming with pride, Felicia declared that every ounce of her styling effort was entirely worth it. Leaning in closer, Caitlin whispered that the young prince looked dangerously handsome. Fighting back a flustered red face, Shutra smoothly fired back a compliment about their own breathtaking beauty, sending a sudden rush of crimson across both girls' cheeks. Stepping onto the grand stage, Chris joined the party with a proud grin. He knew exactly how much weight this monumental first royal audience held for the underdog prince. Clapping a heavy hand on his shoulder, Chris hyped him up, declaring him the absolute main character of today's gathering. It was time to march in there and permanently burn his presence into the minds of every noble in the abyssal court. A fearless, predatory smile carved its way across Shutra's face as he agreed. He was perfectly aware that the snobby aristocrats were desperately trying to chalk up his legendary massacre to nothing more than blind luck. As the colossal doors to the throne room violently swung open, a sea of powerful vassals turned their heads. Shutra stepped into the lion's den, absolutely certain that by the end of this day, the entire demon realm would be forced to kneel before his name. The heavy grand doors swung open. Shutra strode in, his eyes burning with silent resolve. He wanted every single noble in that room to witness the rebirth of the worthless prince they had once thrown away. Falling to their knees in the royal throne room, Chris confidently announced their presence. They were standing before the absolute apex of the demon realm, the almighty Demon King himself. Demon King Mitra looked down upon them from his towering throne. His piercing golden eyes, rugged beard, and sweeping brown hair gave him an awe-inspiring presence. Despite his surprisingly human-like features, his aura was nothing short of divine. Beside him, a high-ranking aide stepped forward to declare the hard-earned achievements of the royal siblings. As the Grand Patriarch, Demon King Mitra was the terrifying father to every single royal heir within the demonic empire. For a brief moment, Shutra had forgotten the absolute golden rule of the castle. Never, under any circumstances, underestimate the sovereign. Just kneeling there, an invisible, crushing gravity slammed down on his shoulders. Simply existing in the king's presence felt like his very bones were being ground into dust. But just as his spirit wavered, the goddess's voice echoed in his mind, commanding him to conquer. Instantly, a brilliant, warm, golden light erupted within his chest. The goddess whispered that he, too, was a king. She urged him to shatter that suffocating pressure, meet the sovereign's terrifying gaze, and bend the aura to his absolute will. The radiant golden energy surged through his veins. This was no ordinary magic. It was the legendary power of conquest. Breaking through the suppression, Shutra boldly raised his head and locked eyes directly with the supreme ruler. Demon King Mitra's eyes widened slightly, and for the first time, he spoke Shutra's name. The entire throne room erupted into absolute stunned silence. Jaws hit the floor. Even Shutra was caught off guard, but he held his ground, never breaking eye contact. Then, the supreme ruler broke the heavy silence. He declared that he was genuinely looking forward to the young prince's future legendary feats. Pure chaos and shock flooded the minds of every noble present. In the entire history of the Demon Realm's royal audiences, the Demon King had never once acknowledged his children by name. Why him? The nobles panicked, entirely bewildered as to why the sovereign would single out the ninth prince, a boy who used to be nothing more than a background shadow. It sounded like a simple compliment, but coming from the absolute ruler, those words carried the weight of the heavens. It was an utterly priceless declaration of worth. Without missing a beat, Shutra bowed his head slightly, vowing to pour his blood, sweat, and soul into exceeding his father's expectations. And with that epic exchange, Shutra Ignos wrapped up his very first royal audience, etching an unforgettable, dominant impression into the minds of every aristocrat in the room. The sky was still pitch black at dawn when a sudden commotion jolted Shutra awake. Blinking through the sleep, he demanded to know why Karak was waking him at such an ungodly hour. Karak held out an official, sealed scroll. An urgent dispatch from the Office of Public Merits had just been delivered to their doorstep. Utterly confused, Shutra broke the royal seal. As his eyes scanned the parchment, shock washed over his face. Karak, practically vibrating with curiosity, begged his master to read the contents out loud. Shutra's mind raced, completely unsure of how to react. It was an imperial decree. His father, the Demon King, had personally assigned him an exclusive, solo mission. He immediately gathered Chris and Caitlin to share the insane news. The scroll detailed a brutal extermination quest, in order to wipe out the notorious Cassius herd. It was a full-scale monster subjugation mandate. Caitlin's eyes widened, realizing this meant Shutra was being deployed straight to the treacherous Enger Plains. Shutra racked his brain, recalling that those massive plains were the fierce domain of the centaurs. Caitlin nodded, reminiscing about the grueling, hellish training she and Chris had once endured in that very territory. Wiping out the relentless Cassius herd had evolved into a bloody annual tradition. Chris was desperate to fight by Shutra's side, but his own rigid royal duties made it impossible. Caitlin flashed a confident smile, absolutely certain that Shutra had the power to crush the mission alone. But Chris could not hide his deeply furrowed brow. Chris warned him about the political storm brewing. With the king's public acknowledgement, greedy nobles would try to manipulate him, while jealous rivals would plot his downfall. He had to watch his back at all times. Shutra nodded gravely, fully aware of the danger. Even the mighty Zephyr had admitted that the king never handed out personal recognition during an audience. Shutra was walking on a razor's edge. Chris patted his shoulder, swearing to be his shield if things went south. Deeply moved, Shutra thanked his brother. Before parting, Chris nudged him to visit Felicia's chambers, hinting that she had prepared a mysterious parting gift. The chilling morning mist still blanketed the fortress as Shutra geared up for his perilous journey. Knowing the brutal, untamed landscape of the Centaur territory, Felicia had gone out of her way to secure top-tier, lightning-fast mounts for his expedition. Shutra warmly thanked her, but her real gift was yet to come. She handed him a mesmerizing, shadowy gem, a legendary dark elf's tear. He gasped, completely stunned that she would part with such a sacred, priceless racial artifact. Under normal circumstances in this cutthroat world, the only way to claim this mythical item would be to pry it from Felicia's cold, dead hands. With a serious gaze, she explained that dark elves were bound by fierce pride. They repay their blood debts, whether it be boundless gratitude or merciless vengeance. Suddenly, she pulled him into a desperate hug, begging him to return in one piece. The unexpected burst of raw affection caught Shutra completely off guard, sending a bright red flush across his cheeks. But before he could even utter a word of comfort, she violently shoved him away. Her face burned crimson as her tsundere nature kicked in, mortified by her own uncharacteristic display of vulnerability. Leaving the awkwardness behind, Shutra, Karak, and their fierce new mounts stepped onto the glowing runes of the grand teleportation matrix. Flashing a confident grin, he waved goodbye to a flustered Felicia, promising to stay alive until their next reunion. In a blinding flash of arcane light, he vanished, leaving her to whisper a soft, solitary prayer for his safety. Spatial magic crackled violently, spitting Shutra, Karak, and the beasts out onto the vast, windswept Enger Plains. Karak immediately scanned the desolate horizon to verify their coordinates. Out of nowhere, a presence materialized silently behind them. She bowed deeply, greeting the ninth prince. It was Karma, the elite veteran ranger handpicked to be their guide. Shutra's eyes quickly analyzed her form, a human upper body seamlessly merging with the powerful furry hind legs of a beast. He offered a warm, charismatic smile and welcomed her to the team. Bowing her head, she declared it the absolute honor of her life to serve him. Recognizing her as a proud warrior of the Saga race, Shutra knew she was built for speed, and they wasted zero time hitting the trail. They cut across the plains like a tempest. Shutra and Karak pushed their supreme mounts to the absolute limit just to keep up. Without breaking her incredible stride, Karma reported that the Centaur stronghold was a brutal 2-day march away. Her strategy? A relentless, grueling sprint with absolutely zero time for rest. Shutra smirked, his competitive spirit flaring, and accepted the challenge. But then, Karma shot a sharp glance over her shoulder, her eyes narrowing as she asked the chilling question. Where was the rest of his subjugation army? He explained the mission dropped on them out of nowhere. For now, it was just the two of them against the unknown. But she confidently replied that with the centaurs fighting by their side, numbers would absolutely not be an issue. He calculated that they were heading straight into massive group warfare, and in that kind of chaotic battlefield, securing the right weapons would be their biggest hurdle. Anticipating a fierce mounted clash, he decided a spear would be the ultimate weapon of choice. Suddenly, a strange rustling noise pierced the quiet air. He immediately questioned the sound on high alert. Karma told him to hold his position while she scouted ahead, vanishing into the brush in a blur of speed. Skidding to a halt at the cliff's edge, her blood ran cold at the horrifying sight below. How did a herd of caches track them down so fast? The ferocious beasts were mercilessly hunting down a lone centaur. The monsters unleashed deafening growls as they leaped for the kill, sending the trapped centaur into a state of sheer, paralyzing panic. But descending from nowhere, Shutra aggressively charged in and slammed his mount right into the beast. The monster crashed violently to the dirt. As Shutra steadied his mount, the centaur stared up at his savior in pure shock. The rest of the bloodthirsty pack slowly circled him. The welcoming committee had arrived way too early, but that was perfectly fine with him. His fists were practically itching for a real, brutal fight. A menacing, destructive light erupted from his gauntlet. Shutra dared those oversized mutts to step into his attack range. Staring in absolute awe, the centaur asked if he was the legendary prince. Suddenly, a massive, nightmarish, wolf-like monstrosity stepped from the shadows. It unleashed a bone-chilling roar before launching its massive frame straight at them. Shutra instantly recognized the beast as the alpha boss. Karma and Karak sprinted onto the chaotic scene, frantically shouting to check if their prince was hurt. Karak furiously scolded him for recklessly diving into a death trap, but Shutra simply brushed it off, telling his retainers to step back and watch the show closely. Kicking off his mount, he launched himself straight into the air toward the towering beast. It was time to unleash the Beast God Fist, the martial art he had been relentlessly grinding to master. Overwhelming, explosive power surged through his gauntlet. As the cache's alpha roared in his face, Shutra countered with a devastating ultimate skill, the Fist of Explosion. Karak and Karma watched in absolute, jaw-dropping disbelief. With a single, earth-shattering blow, the boss monster's head was cleanly blown completely off its shoulders. Seeing their untouchable leader slaughtered in seconds, the remaining beasts fled into the woods in absolute terror. Even Shutra was utterly stunned by the sheer destructive output of his own strike. He stared down at the Earthquaker, his legendary gauntlet, realizing it massively amplified his internal aura. The devastation was far beyond any calculations he had made. A thrill of raw excitement rushed through his veins. His attack power was finally catching up to the monstrous strength of Caitlyn. Karak burst into loud, booming praises, utterly amazed that his liege one-shot a cache's boss. Shutra could not hide his proud, triumphant smirk. The rescued centaur bowed in deep, respectful gratitude. He introduced himself as Swift Wind, an elite scout sent specifically to safely escort the prince. From here on out, he would lead them straight to the Angle Plain settlement. But little did the group know, the headless corpse they left behind had started to emit an eerie, sinister glow. They finally arrived at the grand settlement of the Angle Plains. This massive territory was ruled by 4 distinct, powerful centaur tribes: the Fierce Wind, the Heavy Rain, the Rough Night, and the Raging Flame. Standing at the absolute apex was the Raging Flame tribe. Their formidable leader held the supreme title of High Chieftain, commanding absolute loyalty from all 4 factions. Stepping into the camp, Shutra received a grand warrior's welcome. He was brought face to face with Savage Eyes, the supreme, intimidating commander of the Centaurs. Any veteran player of the game Night Saga knew that terrifying name all too well. In the Demon Realm chapter, Savage Eyes was an unavoidable, nightmare-inducing boss fight programmed strictly as a mortal enemy. Karak leaned in and nervously whispered to his prince. The chieftain's blood-curdling glare proved exactly why he was named Savage Eyes. But Shutra stood tall, perfectly embodying the unyielding pride and dignity of the Ninth Prince. Refusing to back down an inch, he met the chieftain's deadly glare with his own blazing aura, demanding a full tactical report on the current crisis. The intense tension cooled as they entered the command tent. Savage Eyes grimly admitted that their strategic situation was rapidly deteriorating. The vicious cache's herd should have been grazing far in the northern territories, but they had violently migrated south way ahead of their usual schedule. Elite scouts were currently sweeping the perimeters to gather vital intel. Some optimistic officers desperately hoped this was just a rogue pack that simply lost its way. Shutra's mind raced with his game knowledge. In the original timeline, Savage Eyes was an unyielding, non-playable character absolutely impossible to ever recruit to the player's side. The chieftain forcefully declared that in exactly 3 days, the elite warriors of all 4 tribes would assemble. Once their grand army united, they would crush the beast threat into absolute dust. Shutra quietly prayed he could change the cruel hand of fate this time around. He calmly agreed to wait for the army's mobilization, asking if there was any other business to discuss. Savage eyes leaned forward, testing the mettle of the ninth prince. He demanded to know if the wild rumors were true. Did he really obliterate Akash's skull with a single punch? Shutra's lips curled into a supremely confident smirk. He looked the massive chieftain dead in the eye and confirmed the legend was entirely true. Beneath his calm exterior, Shutra was betting everything on this crucial interaction. He desperately wanted Savage Eyes to join his ranks, just like he had managed to recruit Chris and Caitlin against all odds. Shutra boldly offered to give him a live, devastating demonstration later. Intrigued by the prince's absolute confidence, Savage Eyes let out a low chuckle and promised he would hold him to that. The very moment they stepped out of the command tent, every centaur in the camp turned to fiercely stare at them. Excited whispers echoed rapidly through the massive crowd. The tale of the human prince who pulverized Akash's boss with his bare hands had already spread like an unstoppable wildfire. Karak sighed heavily, pointing out that Shutra was basking in unwanted fame again, just like the chaotic incident with General Vandal. Shutra just laughed it off, proudly chalking it up to his overwhelming natural charm and royal virtue. Rolling his eyes in sheer disbelief, Karak instantly regretted feeding his ego and practically shoved the prince toward his tent to finally get some rest. Later that night, Shutra was completely dead to the world in a deep slumber. But a mysterious, pulsing light slowly illuminated his dark tent, forcing his heavy eyes open. To his absolute terrifying shock, the eerie glow was radiating from the Earthquaker. The legendary gauntlet had forcefully and inexplicably equipped itself to his arm while he was sleeping. But without warning, an ethereal voice echoed his name. He spun around, only to be blinded by a brilliant jade light radiating from a mysterious figure. She pleaded for his absolute help. When he demanded her identity, her answer shook him to the core. She was the Green Wind, a living fragment of the legendary Watcher Ankle. That name instantly triggered Shutra's memories. The Green Wind was a revered nature spirit, worshipped as a deity by the centaurs and satyrs. In the vast lore of Night Saga, this very spirit was the sole reason the Enger Plains remained a lush, endless paradise of life. Space warped around him, teleporting him directly into the heart of the plains. She had summoned him to her sacred sanctuary, the resting place of her divine creator's fragment. The mere mention of Ankle sent a jolt of realization through his mind. Watcher Ankle was one of the legendary 6 elder dragons. These absolute divine beings were entities that regular players could never even dream of meeting in the game. He had just claimed the mythical power of Enkidu's Earthquaker, and now, fate had thrown him directly into the path of an elder dragon's legacy. The timing felt way too perfect to be a mere coincidence. But before his suspicions could deepen, the Green Wind warned him that time was running out. A bloodthirsty horde of northern monsters was marching toward her sanctuary, their dark ambition to devour the endless life force of the entire plains. They threatened to turn her sanctuary into ash and consume her very essence. With absolute desperation, she declared that he was their only hope for survival. Shutra scoffed at the impossible request, knowing his current level was far too low. But the spirit countered instantly, reminding him of the overwhelming might of Enkidu already pulsing in his veins. She promised that Ankle's fragment would awaken even more godlike power within him. However, to unlock this destiny, he first needed to present her sacred token to the children of the plains. In a flash, reality reasserted itself, leaving him back in his quiet room. But his clenched fist burned with a radiant emerald aura, clutching the physical proof of his divine encounter. Her final prophecy echoed in his mind, promising that her children would rally behind him. Wasting zero time, he marched straight to the mighty centaur leader, Savage Eyes, under the cover of darkness. The centaur chieftain roared in absolute disbelief. The very thought of their sacred green wind facing extinction was utterly impossible for him to accept. Shutra urgently revealed the existence of a hidden temple to the northeast. If the spirit's vision was accurate, the savage Cassius forces would launch a devastating siege at any moment. The tension in the room skyrocketed as he demanded immediate action. They had to mobilize the entire centaur army right this second, or all would be lost. Savage Eyes scoffed, his mountain-like presence unmoving. He gruffly stated that dragging an entire army into war based on a mere human's wild tale was sheer madness. But his arrogant words died in his throat. A mesmerizing emerald light suddenly pierced the darkness. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Shutra was gripping the undeniable proof of their deity, the divine relic of the Green Wind. Falling into an honorable stance, the chieftain humbly awaited his prince's command. As dawn broke, a formidable legion of centaurs stood ready for war. Armed with razor-sharp spears and deadly warbows, they parted fiercely as Shutra rode proudly through their ranks. Relying on his trusty minimap, he led the massive vanguard straight toward their target. Through the morning mist, the ancient architecture of the Green Wind's temple finally appeared. The sanctuary was concealed so flawlessly within the untamed wilderness that without his system's guidance, finding it would have been absolutely impossible. But the enemy vanguard was already swarming the perimeter. A chilling thought crossed Shutra's mind. How exactly did these monstrous Cassius locate a temple hidden by divine magic? A dark conspiracy was definitely playing out in the shadows. Beside him, Savage Eyes gripped his weapon, gritting his teeth at the overwhelmingly massive sea of Cassius' forces. The chieftain looked to his commander for strategy. In that exact moment, the spirit's voice echoed in Shutra's mind, urging him to claim the dormant power of Einkel's fragments. The heavy aura radiating from the temple was undeniable. He ordered Savage Eyes to form an impenetrable wall of iron and flesh, holding the monster tide at bay while he broke into the sanctuary. With absolute authority, he signaled his most trusted elites, Karak and Karma, to join his high-stakes infiltration. Meanwhile, Savage Eyes unleashed a deafening war cry. He commanded his warriors to defend the holy ground with their very lives. Like a raging avalanche, the mighty Centaur army charged. The archers released a terrifying storm of arrows, raining absolute devastation upon the enemy front lines. Following the barrage, the vanguard clashed, painting the plains red as steel sang against monster flesh. As Shutra's elite trio dashed through the chaotic battlefield, the towering orc, Karak, locked eyes with his prince, confirming their one and only mission. Escort the main character to the altar, no matter the cost. Shutra gave a firm nod of approval. A fiery grin spread across the orc's face, his warrior spirit igniting with a vow to obliterate anything blocking their path. Karak fearlessly took the front line. As the vile Cassius swarmed like insects, he swung his massive war axe, carving a bloody path of pure destruction through the horde. Karma danced through the chaos like a deadly shadow, her twin daggers flashing with lethal precision. Shutra praised their flawless synergy as the temple doors came into view. But out of nowhere, a colossal, screeching bat beast dive-bombed from the sky. The devastating impact sent Shutra and his mount flying through the air, crashing hard into the dirt. The nightmare-inducing bat-winged monstrosity let out an earth-shattering roar, instantly locking its bloodshot eyes back onto its prey. Shutra cursed his own fatal moment of carelessness. But before the killing blow could land, Karak exploded into the fray, parrying the monster's crushing strike with a spark-showering clash. Relief washed over the prince at the sight of his loyal shield. Flashing a wild, adrenaline-fueled smirk, the mighty orc demanded his liege to rise. This battlefield was no place for a nap. The demonic creature lunged with blinding speed. Karak's muscles bulged as he blocked another bone-crushing onslaught with pure brute strength. Strike after devastating strike rained down, and the mighty warrior's defenses began to crumble. Shutra couldn't help but smirk, teasing the giant for talking so tough, only to get pushed back by an overgrown bat. It was time to turn the tides. Shutra instantly triggered his ultimate support skill. Under the king's banner, a majestic aura erupted, supercharging his loyal vassal for an all-out counterattack. Empowered by the royal buff, Karak unleashed a catastrophic blow that completely shattered the beast's guard. The monstrosity stumbled backward, but the enraged orc was already closing the distance. Channeling every ounce of his newfound power, he delivered a devastating horizontal cleave straight across its massive chest. Black blood erupted into the air, and without a second of hesitation, Karak aimed for the execution. With an earth-shattering battle cry, his axe descended like a guillotine, blowing away the surrounding dust in a shockwave of force. Standing over the carnage, he roared for his prince to sprint for the temple and leave the remaining trash to him. Trusting his most loyal warrior with absolute faith, Shutra pushed his body to the absolute limit. He sprinted like a lightning bolt, charging straight into the temple to claim his destiny. The heavy doors groaned open. An urgent voice echoed in his mind, begging him to hurry. It was the spirit, Green Wind. At that exact moment, the ancient gauntlet began to pulse with a radiant glow. She revealed that the artifact of Enkidu would show him the exact way. He could physically feel its mystical energy pulling him deeper into the dark heart of the temple. The magical current flowed fiercely forward, leading him straight toward a colossal, ancient tree. He stopped dead in his tracks as he stood before its massive roots. Suddenly, the thick vines began to slither like serpents. He flinched back on instinct, but they gently lowered before him, offering a mysterious, glowing treasure. His eyes went wide with absolute shock. Resting gently in the vines was the ultimate source of magical power. The absolute core of a mythical beast. A true dragon heart. Everything finally clicked into perfect place. The lost, legendary fragment of Einkel was actually this overwhelming core of mana. Green Wind materialized beside him, her voice trembling with desperation. She explained that the Enger Plains had known peace for generations, all thanks to the magic of Watcher Einkel. And this very temple was its beating heart. This sacred ground was born directly from Einkel's fragment. If the temple fell to the enemy, the legendary piece would completely shatter into dust. She pleaded with the young warrior to awaken the ancient magic resting within the ruins and prevent an ultimate catastrophe from destroying them all. Meanwhile, on the blood-soaked battlefield outside, fierce eyes roared at his warriors, ordering them to hold the absolute line. The enemy must not breach the temple gates. Carrick swung his heavy weapon with brutal force, while Karma fought with deadly, unmatched precision. Back inside, Green Wind dropped to her knees, begging the Ninth Prince to protect her precious children with the magic left behind. Shutra firmly accepted the dragon heart. In a flash of blinding magic, his entire consciousness was ripped away into another dimension. He blinked against the overwhelming aura, completely stunned. Towering before him was the majestic illusion of an ancient beast. It was the legendary Watcher Einkel herself. The elder dragon's eyes blazed with ethereal wisdom as she willingly surrendered her remaining power to him. Instantly, the physical temple erupted with a holy brilliance, shooting a massive pillar of light straight into the heavens. The sheer intensity of the divine light froze the brutal battlefield in its tracks. Even the fierce centaurs dropped their weapons, their jaws hanging open in absolute awe. Carrick grinned, knowing his prince had achieved the impossible. The earth began to quake violently as massive, thick vines burst from the soil, twisting and expanding into gigantic shapes. The roots intertwined with unnatural speed, forming colossal, bipedal golems made of pure ironwood. Their glowing eyes locked dead onto the Cassius forces. The forest guardians charged without a shred of hesitation. The monstrous Cassius were caught completely off guard, crushed ruthlessly before they could even think of running. The wooden giants effortlessly wiped out the enemy ranks. Sensing Einkel's magic fully blooming at last, Green Wind wept with profound gratitude, sincerely thanking the young prince. But the miracle was far from over. Shutra's grip tightened around the dragon heart, emitting a terrifying heavy aura. Green Wind stumbled back in sheer horror. This was not supposed to happen. Panic laced her voice as she screamed, questioning why Einkel's immense divine mana was flowing directly into his mortal veins. Was he mad enough to absorb a godlike power? But Shutra's eyes were terrifyingly hollow, lost to a trance. She desperately begged him to stop. If he absorbed any more, his fragile human body would violently explode. But the system interface was already going crazy. Endless level-up notifications flooded his vision. The overwhelming mana pressure sliced his cheek open, only for the wound to heal in a fraction of a second. Green Wind watched the impossible unfold in sheer disbelief. The divine energy was regenerating his flesh instantly, as the relentless chime of leveling up echoed endlessly in his mind. Then, the dark voice of absolute authority whispered deep within his soul. Conquer, subdue, force everything to its knees. Even the lingering will of an elder dragon must bow before absolute power. With a sickening, powerful pulse, the mythical dragon heart violently fused right into his own chest. An apocalyptic flash of white light devoured the room. When the blazing glow finally faded, Shutra slumped forward heavily, gasping for air as he braced his trembling hands against his thighs. The ethereal flame around his skin slowly vanished. Opening his eyes, the system officially crowned him the Knight of Conquest. He had miraculously unlocked the legendary passive skill, Dragon Body Level 1. But the insane rewards did not stop there. He instantly acquired the Sacred Dragon Blood skill, along with absolute immunity to all poisons Level 1. The greatest prize was his brand new subclass, the Dragonborn, a supreme being who had forcefully awakened their draconic genes to wield world-bending dragon magic. Born as a rare hybrid of draconian and Asura blood, Shutra's monstrous dragon traits had always been deeply suppressed by a recessive inheritance. But absorbing this mythical core forcefully shattered those genetic limits once and for all, fully awakening his dormant draconic bloodline. Trembling with absolute awe, Green Wind realized he had successfully claimed both the spirit and flesh of a dragon. The majestic, overwhelming aura of Watcher Einkel was now radiating right out of his very soul. Surprisingly, she was not disappointed in the slightest. After all, this divine power was practically useless before. It had been sealed away and kept in a deep slumber for 1,000 years because no one was worthy enough to claim it. Bowing her head in deep respect, she addressed him as the true successor of Watcher Einkel, revealing she had one final, desperate wish. With tearful eyes, she asked if he would become the ultimate shield for the Anger Plains and her beloved children. A confident smile spread across Shutra's face as he accepted the burden. Meanwhile, the brutal war outside raged on. The colossal forest golems had slaughtered countless monsters, but suddenly, a suffocating, terrifying pressure washed over the battlefield. An absolute behemoth of a Cassius effortlessly cleaved a giant wooden golem clean in half. Its blood-curdling roar sent shivers straight down the centaur's spines. From the high roof of the temple, Shutra locked his deadly gaze onto the beast. It was clearly the monster general commanding the savage horde. Without a second thought, Shutra leaped from the towering roof, landing perfectly beside Karak. He had a specific job to finish. The massive commander continued to tear the wooden golems apart, growling with intense bloodlust. But suddenly, it sensed a terrifying spike of aura. Before the beast could even react, Shutra delivered an earth-shattering punch right to its jaw. The monstrous beast whipped around to counterattack, but Shutra casually glided back to dodge the massive strike. Despite its mountainous, heavy size, the monster moved with terrifying agility. It lunged wildly at the prince with murder in its eyes. Shutra firmly planted his feet, drawing back his fist as volatile aura flared around him. He unleashed the devastating fist of explosion. Bam! The sheer, explosive force of the impact sent violent tremors up Shutra's own arm. He clicked his tongue in deep annoyance at the beast's absurdly thick armor. Completely ignoring the damage, the monster launched another deadly strike right at him. This freak of nature was way tougher than anticipated. If his explosive martial arts could not pierce its thick hide, he would just have to rely on his newly awakened, mythical power. His eyes flared with dangerous reptilian fire. He immediately activated the ultimate exclusive skill of his new class. It was time to unleash the raw, devastating power of dragon blood. The ancient weapon, Earthquaker, finally unleashed a fraction of its true, terrifying power. Shutra was betting his very life on this single, decisive strike, especially as the massive commander readied a lethal counterattack. Calling out to his loyal subordinate, he declared it was Carrick's time to shine. With a surge of aura, he summoned the King's Knight, and Carrick instantly materialized right in the enemy's blind spot. A brutal smash to the side of the monster's head only fueled its blazing fury. But that split-second distraction was all Shutra needed to launch himself forward like a bullet. The beast finally snapped its gaze toward him, but Shutra's aura had completely transformed. He was channeling the legendary secret art hidden within Earthquaker. He unleashed a devastating shockwave known as the Gigantic Piston. The sheer force of the blow obliterated the commander's defenses, blowing a massive, bloody crater straight through its chest. Savage eyes stood completely paralyzed in absolute awe, while Carrick beamed with overwhelming pride for his liege. As the colossal enemy collapsed, the glorious golden light of a level up washed over Shutra. The system instantly chimed in, confirming his monumental victory over the boss, Drake Ogre Mustafa, and rewarding him with the glorious new title, Drake Ogre Slayer. Gasping for breath, he realized just how much of his aura that one strike had drained. Without the sudden healing from leveling up, he would be unconscious on the dirt. He still lacked the mastery required to flawlessly control a weapon's embedded ultimate skill, which meant the world-shattering gigantic piston was merely a fraction of the weapon's true potential. A shiver of anticipation ran down his spine as he realized an even more catastrophic technique remained locked within Earthquaker. Snapping back to reality, Carrick swiftly reported that the remaining enemy forces were fleeing for their lives. Savage Eyes was already carving through the stragglers without mercy. Shutra immediately commanded his troops to hunt down every last one of them. Leaving even a single survivor would only plant the seeds for a future ambush. The warriors charged forward with ruthless determination, ensuring absolute annihilation. By the time the moon hung high in the sky, the blood-soaked battlefield finally fell silent. Back at the camp, the exhausted centaurs finally let their guards down, passing around hard-earned drinks in celebration. Carrick and Karma clinked their mugs together in a roaring toast to their victory. While the entire camp was immersed in the joyous revelry, the mystical spirit, Green Wind, tilted her head, wondering why Shutra had slipped away to seek her out. He revealed that a few burning questions were weighing heavily on his mind. Since he had honorably fulfilled her earlier request, she gracefully agreed to share her ancient wisdom. However, before answering, she politely asked him to sever the binding contract between them. Shutra just stared blankly, utterly clueless about what she meant. She patiently explained the cosmic rules at play. By absorbing the legendary mana of the elder dragon Inkle, her very existence as a spirit born of that magic was automatically tethered to his soul. The truth finally dawned on him. He confidently asked for a brief moment to break the unseen chains. But as the seconds ticked by in awkward silence, the two of them just stood there, staring blankly into each other's eyes. Coughing awkwardly, Shutra finally admitted he had no idea how to undo the seal. All the color instantly drained from the spirit's ethereal face, forcing her to ask if she had heard him correctly. Total panic set in as she practically screamed, asking how he could possibly be so clueless. He simply shrugged, defending himself that breaking ancient spirit contracts wasn't exactly a common lesson. Her spectral form fumed with adorable frustration at his nonchalant attitude. Chuckling, Shutra told her to take a breath while he tried to logically untangle this magical mess. He started by asking about the exact nature of her current state. Blushing slightly, she declared that her entire being belonged to him and she must obey his every command, but that wasn't the answer he was looking for. He clarified his question, asking if the soul binding caused her any physical pain or sudden magical alterations. Shaking her head, she confirmed that her divine power and ethereal form remained completely untouched by the contract. There was just one massive catch. As the living manifestation of Inkle's supreme life magic, if she were to leave, the once thriving Anger Plains would instantly wither and die. Shutra rubbed his chin, processing this world-shaking revelation. He casually suggested the most logical solution. She should simply stay behind and protect the plains. Her jaw dropped in absolute disbelief at his nonchalant dismissal. He gently explained that his path was dangerous, and dragging her along wasn't strictly necessary. A heartbreaking wave of sorrow washed over her, feeling as though her new master was casually throwing her away. Realizing his mistake, Shutra quickly backpedaled, softly asking if she actually wanted to follow him into the unknown. Tears pricking her eyes, she passionately shouted that he was her one and only master. Bound by fate, it was her sacred duty to stand by his side until the very end. Internally, Shutra was sweating bullets. He still couldn't wrap his head around the fact that he had somehow blundered his way into binding a mythical spirit. Regaining his composure, he circled back to the critical issue of her being the very lifeblood sustaining the Anger Plains. He asked a game-changing question. Could she forge a mystical substitute to anchor the grand spell in her absence? After pondering for a moment, she admitted it would demand immense time and focus, but it wasn't impossible. With a warm, reassuring smile, he gave his first official command. Once she successfully crafted her replacement, she would be free to travel the world by his side. Instead of looking relieved, her shoulders slumped in disappointment. Creating the anchor meant leaving the lion's share of her divine mana behind, rendering her virtually powerless to protect him in the battles ahead. He casually waved off her concerns, assuring her that her diminished power wouldn't be an issue. But deep inside his mind, he was doing a victory dance. He had just hit the absolute ultimate jackpot. Securing a soul pact with a supreme, high-ranking spirit of nature was a once-in-a-lifetime miracle that mere mortals could only dream of. Her ethereal eyes sparkled with renewed adoration at his gentle acceptance. With the contract crisis finally settled, Shutra's expression turned dead serious. It was time to uncover the truth of how and when the almighty ankle truly perished. The heavy question caught her completely off guard. Looking down, she sorrowfully confessed that as a newly born fragment of nature, the Elder Dragon's vast memories were fractured and hazy within her mind. However, one chilling truth remained burned into her very soul. Exactly 1,000 years ago, the great ankle didn't just die. She was brutally murdered. The true identity of the assassin was lost to the void of time, but her instincts screamed one undeniable fact. The killer was absolutely not a fellow Elder Dragon. Shutra's blood ran cold at the revelation. What kind of monstrous, unimaginable entity possessed the sheer power to slaughter an Elder Dragon with godlike magic? Sensing his rising tension, Green Wind softly interrupted his thoughts. She shyly requested that he drop all formalities with her, as the stiff politeness from her destined master made her uncomfortably restless. Taking a deep breath, he asked the ultimate question. Since he was now the rightful successor of Ankle's legacy, could his mortal vessel potentially absorb the supreme power of yet another Elder Dragon? For any ordinary mortal, such greed would result in instant, explosive death. But gazing into his eyes, she sensed an unfathomable potential. Since he had already tamed the majestic aura of Ankel, doing the impossible might just be his true destiny. The Watcher of Polarity, and the great Enkidu, the overwhelming force destined to stand against her. If he could somehow master the delicate balance between these two clashing energies, unlocking the ancient powers of the other Elder Dragons might actually be possible. A thrill of pure awe coursed through his veins. Was this the legendary plot armor granted only to the main character? Pushing the thought aside, he locked eyes with the spirit. He had one final, burning question. Did she know the true nature of the dormant power resting inside him? With a melancholy sigh, she reminded him of her tragic reality. As a mere shattered fragment, the complete memories of Einkel were lost to her, keeping the absolute truth of his power veiled in mystery. But in the blink of an eye, an overwhelmingly blinding radiance erupted from her very soul. Shutra shielded his eyes against the piercing glare, his heart pounding in his chest. The atmosphere instantly shifted, growing incredibly heavy. It felt as if an ancient, absolute entity had forcefully taken over Green Wind. Her voice echoed with earth-shattering authority, declaring Shutra as the Knight of Conquest, an existence bound by the undeniable destiny of supreme kings. Her divine decree commanded him to march forward, conquer the heavens, and rule over all of creation. This absolute authority was the divine power of the ruler, and it was destined to be firmly grasped in his hands. Such was the majestic will left behind by Ankel. As the profound revelation settled, the golden rays of dawn finally broke over the ancient temple. Shutra was deeply asleep under the morning sky, his chest rising in a peaceful rhythm. As the warm, golden sunlight cascaded across his face, his eyes slowly fluttered open. A wave of confusion washed over him as he scrambled to sit up. His final memory was mid-conversation with Green Wind. Right on cue, the spirit materialized before him, her ethereal eyes filled with deep concern for her newly awakened master. She confessed that she had absolutely no idea what had just transpired. However, the lingering fragments of Ankel's supreme consciousness must have violently surfaced during the night. The sheer, terrifying weight of that draconic presence was likely what forced his mortal mind to shut down. Suddenly, the divine revelation flashed back into his memory. He was commanded to conquer the impossible and reign supreme over all existence. That was the unyielding authority of a true king, a power meant solely for him. A sudden realization hit him like a lightning bolt. Ankel had seen right through to the core of his hidden abilities. Bowing with utmost reverence, Green Wind solemnly swore to serve him as his loyal subject for all of eternity. Having sworn her absolute loyalty, she immediately shifted to a deeply serious tone. There was an ancient secret she needed to unveil. With a wave of her hand, an ethereal map materialized in the air. She pointed toward the absolute northernmost boundary of the Enger Plains, revealing the hidden resting place of Watcher Ankle's lost relic. Much like his devastating Earthquaker, it was a legendary artifact overflowing with the terrifying aura of an elder dragon. Throughout the ancient world, it was known simply as the Shield of Life. More than a millennium ago, Watcher Ankle personally descended from the heavens. She bestowed this divine aegis upon the most valiant and honorable centaur warrior to ever walk the earth. Armed with absolute defense, this legendary hero spearheaded his people's brutal war against the barbaric northern tribes. He forged an empire on the blood of his enemies, securing endless victories without suffering even a single scratch. Yet, despite his battlefield supremacy, no mortal is truly invincible. He made the fatal mistake of letting his guard down, leaving the divine shield aside when he retired for the night. Under the cover of darkness, a treacherous assassin posing as a lover slipped into his chambers. Driven by dark greed, she drove a dagger through his heart. The very artifact granted by Ankle's own hand had inadvertently sealed his doom. Bound by a powerful draconic curse, the artifact completely rejected the greedy hands of his murderers. Only its true rightful master could ever hope to wield its overwhelming might. Heartbroken and enraged, the fallen warrior's devoted followers buried the magnificent shield alongside his corpse in a frozen northern tomb. As countless centuries drifted away, the devastating truth faded into an elusive myth. Honoring their fallen champion, the centaurs eventually renamed the sacred artifact after him. It became known as White Suri. The instant that name left her lips, Shutra's eyes widened in utter shock. It was the legendary god-tier item buried deep within the intricate lore of Night Saga. Even elite hardcore veterans like himself had scoured the game for years without catching a glimpse of it. It was the absolute pinnacle of defensive gear. To think that this mythical gear was actually forged by an elder dragon. Noticing his trembling excitement, Green Wind curiously tilted her head and asked if he was familiar with the legend. A massive, adrenaline-fueled grin spread across his face as he demanded the exact coordinates of the forgotten tomb. She confidently assured him that if they charged directly toward the freezing northern edge of the Enger Plains, she could track its magical resonance. However, there was a catch. Before they could embark on this epic quest, she needed to forge a spiritual body double to mask her absence. The very second their strategic meeting concluded, she would channel her mana to begin the complex ritual. Burning with impatience, he urgently asked how long the process would delay them. She offered a reassuring smile, explaining that because he had successfully activated the ancient protection spell, the ritual would only take a mere 2 days. His heart soared at the phenomenal news. In exactly 48 hours, their grand expedition would finally begin. The journey into the bitter northern wastes would be grueling, but it was far from an impossible feat. A blazing fire of determination ignited in his soul. He was going to claim that legendary shield, even if he had to tear down heaven and earth to get it. He was absolutely certain that once he equipped White Suri, his unstoppable path to supremacy would be all but guaranteed. With his mind set on conquest, Shutra confidently strode out of the ancient temple ruins. Pacing through the camp, the gears in his brilliant mind began turning rapidly. He would mask their true objective by claiming they were marching north to annihilate the lingering remnants of Cassius. But a dark cloud loomed over his perfect plan. The massive surge of mana from the temple's activated protection spell had definitely triggered the alarm systems all the way in the Demon King's castle. The High Command would inevitably deploy a high-ranking magical specialist to investigate the colossal energy spike. Assuming the emergency dispatch orders were issued today, that annoying inspector would knock on their doors within a week. The smartest tactical move was to vanish into the north long before they showed up. But the universe had a cruel sense of humor. Out of nowhere, savage eyes rushed in with urgent intelligence. A royal envoy from the Demon King's castle had already breached their perimeter. Shutra's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated shock. Quickly retreating into the command tent, they were met with an unexpected sight. Felicia caught his panicked expression immediately, raising an elegant eyebrow at his wildly contorted face. He looked as if he had just stared straight into the eyes of a grim reaper. Stuttering slightly, he demanded to know what on earth she was doing here. Raising her hand to cut through the tension, she smoothly suggested they handle their formal greetings before launching into interrogations. His mind spun in circles trying to process the chaotic situation. Suddenly, an entirely different figure stepped gracefully out of the shadows, offering an immaculate aristocratic bow. It was none other than Daphne, the illustrious daughter of Echo, the 5th royal concubine. Shutra's memory instantly supplied the lore. She was the legendary dryad-born druid. He clenched his fists, an overwhelming ambition taking root. He absolutely had to recruit one of those 3 powerful half-siblings to his faction, no matter the cost. Acknowledging his stunned silence, Felicia confidently praised her companion as a truly once-in-a-generation druidic prodigy. Since this treacherous mission heavily involved the fickle guardian spirit of the Anger Plains, her unmatched elemental affinity would be an absolute game-changer. Offering a gentle yet completely unreadable smile, Daphne formally declared that serving alongside him would be an honor. Running into this powerhouse here was totally off his script. He scrambled to put on his most charismatic princely mask, but a massive plot hole suddenly gnawed at his brain. Wasn't Felicia supposed to be thousands of miles away, investigating the legendary Anvil of Thunder deep within the Jishuka Mountains? That was her original grand master plan, after all. Why had the threads of fate suddenly twisted in this bizarre direction? But Shutra had cleared his objective with terrifying speed. Leaning in close, she whispered that his unnatural pace was drawing dangerous eyes. The Cassius subjugation was supposed to be a standard run, she explained. But annihilating them in a mere 2 days? That shattered all expectations. A campaign like that demanded at least 2 full weeks. Add in the absolute chaos of the anomalies they faced, and the entire camp was left reeling in disbelief. Anyone else would have been dragged into an interrogation room or had shadows placed to track their every move. Shutra raised an eyebrow, asking if that was her true motive for visiting. A faint pink dusted her cheeks as she looked away. She confessed it wasn't just about the rumors. The ancient magic lingering in the temple and the bizarre mutation in the Cassius horde had thoroughly sparked her scholar's curiosity. Looking at her, Shutra realized the truth. Beneath that icy, calculating facade beat a surprisingly tender heart. He offered a gentle smile, thanking her for having his back. Deflecting the sentiment, she quickly asked about his next move. His gaze shifted toward the horizon. He planned to scout the frozen northern wastelands, hunting down any stray beasts and tracking the elusive white Suri. Savage Eyes stepped forward, his warrior's pride blazing. As chieftain of his tribe, he refused to let his allies march into danger alone. It was a matter of honor. Shutra nodded at the chieftain's unwavering resolve. But then, a sudden voice broke the silence. Felicia declared that she was joining the vanguard, too. Live specimens hold far more secrets than rotting corpses, she argued with flawless logic. Shutra agreed on the surface, but internally, he sweat-dropped. Hunting remnants was supposed to be his perfect cover story. Carrick let out a heavy sigh, muttering that his warrior's intuition was screaming about the headache to come. Fast forward a few days, and the rotting stench of the Cassius returned. Carrick roared a battle cry, charging into the fray alongside the thundering centaurs. But amidst the clash of steel and flesh, a chilling sight caught Shutra's eye. Carrick's dark premonition was about to become a bloody reality. Swish! A mutated beast lunged for Shutra's blind spot. He had no clue where these abominations were spawning from. Annoyance flared in his eyes. Hadn't they already exterminated this trash? Suddenly, ear-piercing shrieks rained from the sky. Shutra narrowed his eyes. Were those ghasts descending upon them? Talk about an irritating swarm. But if the enemy thought they owned the skies, they were dead wrong. Mana surged through his veins. He activated Blessing of the Wind, level 1. His mortal weight vanished, transforming him into a living gale capable of moving at breathtaking speeds. Green Wind gasped in utter shock. How was a human wielding her sacred elemental art? Ignoring her panic, Shutra launched himself like a missile straight into the swarm of nightmares. The airborne demons never saw it coming. Boom! Fist of Explosion detonated upon impact, blasting their grotesque forms into ash. He coldly ordered the pathetic creatures to vanish from his sight. Watching a human outclass her in her own domain, poor Green Wind hovered in the corner, hilariously questioning her entire reason for existing. Down on the blood-soaked earth, Daphne found herself trapped in a circle of rotting ghouls. Pure terror paralyzed her as a ravenous monstrosity launched itself at her throat. Slash! A massive hand yanked her back as a blade cleaved the beast right down the middle. Carrick stood like a mountain of muscle, while across the battlefield, Felicia was unleashing her own magical devastation. To Felicia, this ambush was simply free research material delivered right to her doorstep. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the massacre was complete. The barren plains were painted black, with monster blood. Wiping off her staff, Felicia called Shutra over, pointing at a sickly purple haze seeping from the fresh corpses. Squinting through the twilight, he noticed the unnatural mist clinging to the rotting flesh. Her eyes darkened. This was not natural corruption. This was a highly concentrated curse magic. She revealed the horrific truth of the spell. It traded their very life force for explosive power. Worse yet, it lobotomized the hosts, stripping away every emotion until only mindless killing machines remained. This was no random outbreak. Someone out there in the shadows was pulling the strings of this undead army. Shutra's brow furrowed in deep thought. They had already crushed the necromancer manipulating this horde, so who the hell was orchestrating this new nightmare? Carrick approached with a solemn expression, telling his boss to look at their healer. Daphne had been a trembling mess the entire skirmish. It was painfully obvious she had never seen a real bloodbath before. Taking in her pale, shivering form, a revelation struck Shutra. This fragile girl was completely different from the hardened veteran he remembered from his past. Wrapping her arms around herself, she stammered through chattering teeth. It wasn't just battle panic. She was drowning in the agonizing screams of the surrounding nature spirits. A suffocating miasma was bleeding from the north, thickening with every step they took. Hovering nearby in her tiny firefly form, Green Wind's light flickered anxiously. The little spirit warned Shutra of a spine-chilling darkness blanketing the northern winds. Something ancient and evil was waiting there, pumping out that cursed purple plague like a beating heart. Adjusting her glasses, Felicia's eyes gleamed with reckless curiosity. If they wanted answers, they had no choice but to march straight into the belly of the beast. Savage Eyes stepped in with a tactical approach. He suggested scaling the abandoned observation tower perched right on the northern border for a vantage point. Shutra clicked his tongue. This was supposed to be a simple extraction mission for the White Suri, but fate loves a messy plot. He gave the signal, and the vanguard pushed forward into the dark. The moon hung like a bloody sickle by the time they reached the frozen ruins. With a trembling finger, Felicia pointed into the abyss below, tracking the epicenter of the malevolent aura. What they saw made their blood run ice cold. A sea of rotting monstrosities swarmed the valley. Just a casual glance confirmed the worst. An army of over 200 or 300 abominations was waiting in the shadows. To command a legion of death that massive, you needed a king of the underworld. Felicia gulped. The puppet master orchestrating this had to be an archmage of decay, a lich-class disaster at the very minimum. Thud. Daphne's leg simply gave out, sending her crashing into the dirt. Carrick instantly crouched down, asking what had triggered her sudden collapse. She choked back a sob, weakly claiming she was okay. But Felicia shook her head grimly. The sheer density of the death aura was acting like spiritual poison to her. Because Daphne's soul was tied to nature, the necromantic rot was crushing her from the inside out. Reality hit them like a freight train. If they were facing a true overlord of death, their current squad would be slaughtered in seconds. Panic laced Felicia's voice as she demanded an immediate tactical retreat. But before she could finish her sentence, a horrifying chill crawled up her spine. "Something is coming!" she shrieked, pure terror bleeding into her eyes. Shutra spun around, hand on his hilt, but before he could track the threat. Ding! A glowing blue system window exploded right in front of his face. The jaws of the enemy's trap snapped shut around them. Carrick suddenly extended a trembling finger toward the horizon. A blazing sphere of destruction was hurtling straight at their position. A bitter curse slipped from Shutra's lips. They had walked right into a deadly snare. His voice roared over the chaos, ordering a desperate evacuation. Seconds later, the ancient tower crumbled into a mountain of dust and debris. Terrified screams pierced the air as everyone scrambled for their lives. High above, sinister figures radiating a pitch-black aura blotted out the very sky. But just as the rubble threatened to bury them, Felicia unleashed her hidden magical prowess. She cast wind control, enveloping the group in soaring gales that carried them safely away from the explosive inferno. The moment their boots hit solid ground, her anxious gaze immediately sought out Shutra to confirm his safety. Beside them, Savage Eyes offered a deep bow of gratitude to the sixth princess. Her brilliant spellcasting was the only reason they still drew breath. Yet, her expression remained deadly serious. She warned them to save their praises, for the nightmare was far from over. A single sweeping glance revealed a terrifying truth. An endless ocean of enemies stood before them. Retreat seemed like the only logical option, but Shutra's sharp instincts warned him that their escape routes were already choked off. With grim determination, she issued a desperate plea. She needed them to hold the absolute line, buying her precious seconds to forge a bloody path through the enemy ranks. Her unwavering resolve sparked a fire within Shutra's chest. He swore to become their impenetrable shield. Without hesitating, he unleashed the sovereign skill, under the king's banner, bathing the centaurs in its glorious light. Explosive vitality flooded through the warriors' veins. Their muscles bulged with newfound might. Utterly bewildered by this miracle, Savage Eyes questioned the source of this divine empowerment. A worried murmur echoed in Shutra's mind as Greenwind asked if her master truly planned to face this endless horde. His answer was an unyielding yes. Their survival now rested entirely on Felicia's shoulders. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, he roared a battle cry that shattered the tension. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly heavy as weapons were drawn. Shutra anchored his feet to the earth, refusing to yield a single inch. The battlefield erupted into absolute chaos. Carrick, Karma, and Savage Eyes tore through the front line like natural disasters. Meanwhile, Shutra became a god of destruction, shattering countless undead abominations with his devastating fist of explosion. But even as shattered bones rained down like hail, the sinister skulls simply floated back into the air. Heavy pants escaped Shutra's lips as his stamina rapidly began to drain. The cursed monstrosities were piecing themselves back together. A chilling realization struck him. This war of attrition would be their doom. Before he could catch his breath, a fresh wave of skeletal warriors lunged for his throat. There was only one path to victory. They had to hunt down the puppet master pulling these rotten strings. Severing the head of the snake was their only glimmer of salvation. Suddenly, an ominous, blinding light fractured the heavens. Devastating beams crashed down upon the centaur vanguard. Thinking fast on his feet, Carrick violently snatched a struggling zombie to absorb the brutal impact. Voices cried out in sheer panic at the sudden bombardment. Then, the ocean of corpses parted. A horrifying death rattle echoed across the blood-soaked earth as a towering skeletal juggernaut clawed its way out of the abyss. Clad in pitch-black armor and crowned with sovereign darkness, its sheer presence suffocated the battlefield. Shutra's eyes narrowed into slits. The puppet master had finally revealed itself. Seizing the moment, Savage Eyes launched a lethal ambush from its blind spot. But his fierce strike crashed into an invisible wall, sending him flying backward like a broken doll. Undeterred, Karak charged forward with a feral roar. His heavy weapon slammed squarely against the dark armor. Yet the devastating impact only shattered his own grip, sending shockwaves of agony up his arms. With a casual flick of its skeletal hand, the giant swatted Carrick aside, burying him violently into the cracked earth. It was time for our main character to take the stage. Launching himself into the air, a fierce smirk tugged at Shutra's lips. He was thrilled this arrogant pile of bones had delivered itself right to his doorstep. Pouring his absolute maximum output into a single strike, he unleashed the terrifying fist of explosion, but shock washed over his face. The ultimate attack barely left a scratch, and a brutal counterforce sent Shutra skidding violently across the dirt. He coughed up dust, his mind racing in disbelief. The monster's raw durability was utterly absurd. A chilling truth settled in his gut. This was an opponent far beyond their current weight class. Just then, Felicia's voice pierced the chaos, gently commanding him to fall back and catch his breath. The towering king of the dead tilted its horned skull, clearly amused by the fragile girl stepping up to the front line. Shutra protested, panic edging his voice, but her unwavering gaze silenced his doubts. With absolute regal authority, she declared this was her battlefield now. She raised a taunting hand, daring the monstrous tyrant to strike. Surging forward, pure arcane energy, violently condensed in her palms. She released a devastating magical shockwave that engulfed the skeletal giant. A horrifying metallic screech tore from the creature's throat as the blast connected. Infuriated by the sting, the colossal monster retaliated with a sweeping death blow. But Felicia moved like dancing smoke, easily sidestepping the lethal strike. Without missing a beat, she manipulated the very air itself with wind control. The undead tyrant lunged, its massive bony fingers seeking to crush her fragile frame. In a flash of light, she triggered her blink ability. Her figure melted into the void, instantaneously rematerializing right in the beast's blind spot. Twin beams of searing, concentrated mana erupted from her fingertips. The magical artillery violently pierced the tyrant's armor, forcing another monstrous howl of agony from its hollow jaws. Watching from the sidelines, Shutra was left utterly speechless. The sixth princess was an absolute force of nature. He had severely underestimated her combat prowess, never imagining she could completely dominate such a nightmarish entity single-handedly. Suddenly, a warm, emerald radiance bathed his back. Daphne had stepped onto the battlefield, an aura of soothing magic surrounding her. After softly checking on his wounds, she gracefully commanded the winds to guide and protect the centaur cavalry. A surge of miraculous energy washed over Savage Eyes. Even the exhausted Karak felt the rejuvenating warmth seep into his battered muscles. He slowly raised his war-torn face, roaring as his lost vitality came flooding back. Shutra's eyes practically sparkled with pure excitement. He recognized this instantly. It was the Dryad's legendary Area of Effect buff. A proud grin spread across his face, thrilled that Daphne was finally unleashing her true value. Ding! The system chimed in his mind, confirming that boost level 1 was successfully engaged. A breathtaking vortex of raw aura swirled violently around his feet. Like a dormant volcano finally awakening, an explosive shockwave of power blasted from his core. But wait, why was his status window flooding with new data? Confusion flashed across his face as the glowing text materialized. The system declared he had miraculously acquired the ultra-rare skill, Spirit Bloom Level 1. This profound ability allowed an elemental spirit to directly possess the host's vessel, multiplying their combat stats exponentially. Searing, electrifying energy began to violently course through every single fiber of his being. According to the ironclad rules of the Night Saga universe, a mortal vessel could only withstand the overwhelming presence of a single spirit at any given time. Yet, impossible as it seemed, a dual resonance was occurring. The verdant spirit of life and the raging spirit of wind were now harmoniously fused within his soul, granting him a terrifying double blessing. A triumphant smirk crossed his lips. This absolute cheat code was all thanks to his overpowered protagonist's physique. Meanwhile, Felicia was unleashing a merciless meteor shower of spells upon the staggering undead king. but the intense mana consumption was taking a heavy toll. As a massive skeletal fist came crashing down, she desperately triggered Blink, fading into the shadows. Frustration boiled in her chest against this utterly unkillable bastard. She gritted her teeth, praying for the monstrosity to just crumble into dust. But this time, the monster's hollow eyes tracked her movement. It predicted her rear assault with terrifying battle intelligence, instantly pivoting to strike. In that split second of life or death, Carrick intervened. Overflowing with the Dryad's boundless buff, he launched a suicidal bash against the Titan. His reckless interference forcefully ripped the monster's attention away from the princess. Stepping smoothly out of the lingering dust, Shutra appeared right beside Felicia. With a confident grin, he commended her flawless vanguard performance. Her eyes went wide, absolutely stunned by his sudden commanding presence. His voice dripped with absolute certainty as he told her to step back. The grand finale belonged to him alone. Channeling double spirit energy into his knuckles, he detonated the ultimate fist of explosion. The devastating shockwave completely obliterated the monarch of death, sending its shattered remains crashing to the earth. Carrick's warrior heart swelled with the thrilling hope of victory. But Shutra could not help but smirk, playfully teasing the fierce orc that his own bare fists were doing all the heavy lifting. Catching on to his companion's playful challenge, Carrick's battle spirit ignited like a roaring fire. Gripping his weapon with deadly intent, he lunged at the undead commander, aiming to sever its rotting head right off its shoulders. But just as his lethal blade closed in, an ominous purple glow erupted from the monster's core. The sinister light swallowed Carrick whole, sending a cold shiver of absolute dread down Shutra's spine. The malevolent energy rained down upon them like a storm of poisonous arrows. The very moment it grazed Shutra's cheek, a cursed purple crest burned into his flesh. Agonizing pain tore through his veins, bringing the young hero crashing to his knees. Felicia watched in pure, unadulterated horror as he collapsed. With her heart pounding wildly in her chest, she saw the monstrous leader slowly advancing toward the utterly defenseless Shutra. Meanwhile, deep within the shadowed abyss of the forest, the spirit green wind was desperately searching the terrain. Suddenly, her ethereal eyes locked onto a profoundly ancient presence. She had finally found it. The legendary warrior's forgotten tomb. But time was slipping through their fingers. Back on the chaotic battlefield, the undead commander raised its cursed blade to strike down Shutra. The monster's hollow gaze was entirely fixed on its fallen prey. But Felicia's magical pride flared into a blazing fury. How dared this rotting abomination look away when she was right there challenging it? Unleashing her magical prowess, she blasted the beast with a devastating triple strike skill. The creature snapped its horrifying skull toward her before completely vanishing into thin air. A chilling presence instantly materialized right behind her back. Relying on pure survival instinct, Felicia frantically cast a blink spell just as its massive sword cleaved through the empty space. She barely managed to conjure a defensive barrier to absorb the lethal shockwave. Frustration boiled over as she gritted her teeth against this damned bastard. But the monster forced its relentless assault, using sheer, overwhelming strength to violently slam her down into the unforgiving earth. With an ear-piercing roar, a relentless tide of rotting corpses swarmed around the fallen mage. Meanwhile, within the dark abyss of Shutra's unconscious mind, Greenwind's urgent voice pierced through the shadows, begging him to open his eyes. This was no time to be sleeping in the face of absolute death. She desperately pleaded with him to shatter his mortal limits and hastily awaken the dormant power of Ankle resting within his soul. Lost in the mental void, Shutra questioned her cryptic words. How on earth was he supposed to summon the ancient Watcher's might? In response, Greenwind's spiritual form blazed like a guiding star in the darkness. She gently told him to search his deepest memories, because the answer was already flowing through his veins. His eyes suddenly snapped open to the waking world, and a single, world-shaking phrase left his lips: dragon blood. A majestic emerald light erupted like a geyser, painting the gloomy skies with pure, vibrant energy. Surrounded by endless hordes of gruesome monsters, the exhausted Felicia looked up, completely mesmerized by the magnificent glow. The brilliant light moved with the terrifying speed of a shooting star, obliterating the entire sea of undead creatures with a single, devastating strike. She turned her bewildered gaze toward Shutra's motionless body, but a divine aura was aggressively converging right beside him. As he slowly raised his head, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. The legendary shield, White Suri, hovered right before his very eyes. Utterly stunned, he asked how this absolute miracle came to be. Greenwind proudly revealed her secret mission. Ever since the chaotic battle began, she had been hunting for the buried grave where this sacred artifact was laid to rest. She confessed that abandoning her master's side to wander the battlefield alone was a terribly reckless gamble. But destiny always favors the bold. She had uncovered the sleeping relic and successfully convinced its ancient spirit to acknowledge Shutra as its new, rightful master. A confident smirk crept onto his face, but his spirit companion swiftly cut the celebration short. He could bask in the sweet praises later. Right now, the monstrous nightmare before them demanded their absolute attention. Without a single second of hesitation, the undead commander launched a devastating assault, sending an explosive shockwave that blew Shutra backward. If that lethal strike had connected directly, his story would have ended right there. Defying gravity itself, Shutra gracefully stabilized his footing mid-air. But the moment he found his balance, he watched the bone-chilling commander charging a horrifying blast of death magic from its gaping jaws. The sheer, overwhelming speed of its cast was absolutely terrifying. A deadly beam of destruction roared toward him, making Felicia's heart drop straight into her stomach. As ominous smoke drifted from the beast's skeletal maw following the attack, a blindingly radiant light flared up right in front of Shutra. His newly acquired shield was responding to the mortal threat. Raw, unfiltered power surged through his very soul. Green Wind's voice echoed with pure triumph, declaring that the ancient fragment of Einkel had completely reconstructed his mortal vessel into that of a legendary dragonborn. And in this fateful, heaven-defying moment, an even greater blessing had merged with his newly evolved form. With a knowing tone, she asked if he could feel the terrifying mana coursing through his veins. It was the absolute magic of Einkel, perfectly preserved inside White Suri for 5,000 long years. Resonating with this ancient might, his battle gauntlet pulsed with an unstoppable aura. A wicked grin spread across his face as he confirmed it. This godlike power was absolutely insane, in the best possible way. Even the mindless undead leader shuddered, sensing the terrifying birth of a supreme predator. Brimming with absolute confidence, Shutra dared the overgrown bonehead to keep acting tough. Because this time around, he was going to grind its cursed existence into absolute dust. He tightly gripped White Suri, testing its divine weight. With a mighty heave, he hurled the legendary shield straight into the front line of monsters to test its power. The divine artifact ricocheted between the undead like a lethal pinball, shattering bones upon impact. Felicia watched the spectacle in absolute awe. Provoked by this blatant disrespect, the Skeleton King let out an earth-shattering growl. But before it could even formulate a plan, it found itself directly targeted by the rebounding shield. White Suri spun furiously toward the undead commander. Realizing the imminent danger, the monstrous boss unfurled a pair of massive, grotesque wings, launching itself high into the blood-red sky. But taking its eyes off the real threat was a fatal mistake. Shutra materialized right behind it like a phantom. Gathering his raging mana, he unleashed the devastating fist of explosion, drawing a furious howl of agony from the beast. Desperate and utterly enraged, the commander summoned massive spheres of hellfire, raining them down like an apocalyptic storm. Dancing through the deadly barrage with effortless grace, Shutra launched his trusty shield once more. Crack! The divine metal smashed flawlessly against the monster's rotting jaw. Returning to its master like a loyal hunting hound, White Suri initiated a relentless cycle of devastating blows, pushing the raging king to the brink of absolute madness. Fueled by burning adrenaline, Shutra rocketed forward for close-quarters combat. He manifested a colossal aura around his gauntlet and delivered a soul-crushing gut punch that made the terrifying boss wheeze in sheer agony. The glorious climax of the battle had finally arrived. It was time to pull the curtain on this unending nightmare. With a godlike gesture, he pointed his finger straight to the earth. Following his absolute command, the heavy shield plummeted like a guillotine, brutally crushing the commander's skull. Where the terrifying king once stood, only a dissipating purple mist remained. Like a deadly chain reaction, the cursed purple aura bled out from the rest of the undead army. The entire horrifying horde froze like statues in the night, before violently exploding into countless specks of ash. A glorious angelic chime echoed in Shutra's mind. The system officially announced his triumph over the terrifying boss, the dreaded Skeleton King Valkaroba. And with that epic victory, a wave of golden light washed over him as his level skyrocketed. Shutra let out a victorious laugh, mocking the fallen king for acting so high and mighty when it was nothing but a fragile pile of bones. The system notifications continued flashing, rewarding him with the legendary new title, King Slayer Level 1. Felicia sprinted across the ruined battlefield to his side. Her beautiful face was glowing with sheer relief as she happily reported that the foul curse had finally been completely purified. Sensing the remaining stray monsters turning on each other in the chaotic aftermath, she wisely suggested an immediate tactical retreat. Shutra nodded in complete agreement, and they slipped away into the shadows. A few hours later, they found a safe haven to set up a peaceful camp beneath the stars. The air hummed with ancient power as Shutra grasped the legendary shield. Wait, is that the White Suri? Felicia gasped. Beside her, Savage Eyes stood completely frozen in absolute awe. To think the ancient myth was actually real. Daphne shivered, sensing the terrifying aura radiating from the divine relic. The magical pressure is overwhelming, she whispered. But her instincts screamed one chilling truth. The artifact was holding back. Its true, earth-shattering power remained deeply suppressed. Shutra smirked, feeling the connection. Just like the Earthquaker, the White Suri was sealing its true might to match his current level. The thought of its future potential sent a thrilling rush of adrenaline through his veins. Consider it yours, Felicia declared with a knowing smile. She promised to keep this legendary find a secret from the Demon King. Just make sure you prove yourself worthy of it. Shutra grinned, gratefully accepting her favor. Then, Savage Eyes stepped forward with profound reverence. From this day forth, we acknowledge you as the rightful successor to the great warrior, White Suri. Wherever your path leads, just say the word, and our warriors will answer your call to battle. Shutra nodded, assuring them he would rely on their newfound bond. It felt like the perfect, peaceful ending to an epic saga. Wait, didn't he forget something crucial? Ah, right. The grind never stops. It was time for his favorite hobby, relentless, glorious monster farming. He thought securing the great warrior's tomb loot meant the quest was totally cleared. But Greenwind suddenly materialized, pouting intensely. You are completely forgetting the most important part, she huffed. He hadn't showered her with praises yet. She crossed her arms, fiercely glaring at his unbelievable audacity. Carrick nearly jumped out of his skin, mistaking the floating spirit for a vengeful ghost. Chuckling awkwardly, Shutra quickly offered his apologies. Reaching out, he gave her some gentle, well-deserved head pats. You did amazing out there, he smiled warmly. We couldn't have won this battle without your power, thank you. A bright crimson flush exploded across her cheeks. Looking away shyly, she muttered that she would graciously let it slide. Just this one time. Seeing her wagging her metaphorical tail for more compliments, he couldn't help but see a puppy. Amused, he ruffled her hair even harder. You are absolutely the best, Greenwind. With that, the chaotic northern expedition finally reached its conclusion. Yet, a dark shadow still lingered in the corners of Shutra's mind. Something just wasn't adding up. Was Valkoba really the mastermind behind that sinister purple death energy? His gut told him it was mathematically impossible. If he was, then what drove him to invade the northern borders? And more importantly, how did a mere brute uncover the hidden secrets of the ancient temple? The puzzle pieces were scattered in the dark. But Shutra clenched his fists, eyes burning with resolve. Someday, he would rip the mask off that demonic purple aura and expose the absolute truth. Following their triumphant return from the frozen frontier, the daily grind resumed, and the days flew by in a blinding blur of non-stop action. Savage Eyes wasted absolutely no time. He rallied his fiercest tribal warriors, preparing to march out and reclaim their northern territories. Ironically, the official subjugation mission had only just begun. It was finally time to wipe the monstrous Cassis herd right off the map. Shutra charged back to the front lines alongside Savage Eyes. For half a month, they slaughtered their way through the teleportation site, leaving not a single Cassis monster alive. Watching him fight, Felicia couldn't hide her absolute shock. Is it just me? Or has his mana spiked yet again? Shutra just gave a cheeky grin, brushing it off as a simple, late-blooming growth spurt. Changing the subject, he casually asked about her magical analysis of the ancient temple. She nodded, practically vibrating with academic excitement. I found something completely mind-blowing, she announced. The ancient runes sealing the temple. They didn't just belong to anyone, but to Ankle herself. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she geeked out over the legendary lore. Ankle, one of the supreme, godlike 6 elder dragons. The Watcher Ankle. Shutra forced a painfully stiff smile, trying to act appropriately amazed. Catching his awkward reaction, she narrowed her eyes. Wait a second. Did you already know? Me? No way. This is totally brand new information. He lied through his teeth. Floating nearby, Greenwind mercilessly whispered that his acting skills were absolute garbage. Ignoring the sassy spirit, he quickly pushed Felicia to head back and submit their official quest report. Upon stepping into the grand halls of the Demon King Castle, Felicia was immediately swarmed with royal praises. Nobles flocked to her like moths to a flame, showering her with endless flattery. Meanwhile, the Shadow Prince, Shutra, was completely tossed to the sidelines. No grand parades. No welcoming cheers. Just classic royal neglect. This place really hasn't changed one bit, Carrick scoffed, glaring at the snobby elites. Shutra chuckled in quiet agreement. Beside them, Greenwind clutched her chest, completely overwhelmed by the crushing demonic pressure. Are we really just leaving the Einkel Plains unprotected? She asked nervously. Shutra brushed off her worries, his gaze sharp and calculating. The castle hasn't changed, but we certainly have, he muttered. Suddenly, heavy, murderous glares pierced through the crowd right at them. Carrick tensed up, hands drifting to his weapons. Boss, did you accidentally offend somebody again? Shutra's eyes locked onto the seductive, yet incredibly dangerous silhouettes. Succubi. His mind raced, quickly connecting the political dots. Were these lethal beauties serving under Anastasia? They belonged to one of the most terrifyingly powerful factions in the underworld, an absolute powerhouse controlled by the 4th princess herself, Anastasia Nekrion. Let's rewind the bloody history. During the infamous day of the massacre, Her faction held absolute supremacy over the demonic realm. Even high-ranking royals like Felicia and her twin brother, Sylvan, were tied to her monstrous influence. Shutra kept his cool, smirking faintly. Looks like our little stunt on the ankle plains has already reached the fourth princess's ears. Keep your head up, Karak, he commanded with a fearless glint in his eye. Our days of hiding in the shadows are over. From now on, the entire castle will be watching our every move. Stepping into the prestigious Office of Public Merits, Shutra finally got his ultimate reward. Isabella adjusted her glasses, announcing the glorious system update. His merit level had officially skyrocketed to level 10. The rewards were absolutely staggering. His royal monthly stipend practically doubled, leaping straight from 500 to a whopping 900 gold. But the gold was just pocket change compared to his new status. His castle clearance had drastically leveled up, and the best prize? He finally unlocked access to the legendary treasure vaults. A greedy, satisfied smirk spread across his face. His pockets were heavy, and it was time for a legendary shopping spree. Next stop, the Grand Armory. The royal guards bowed respectfully, confirming his elite status. As a level 10 merit holder, the doors to the first treasure vault were finally wide open for him. Usually, these divine-tier weapons cost precious merit points. But with his massive wealth, he could bypass the system and buy them with pure, hard gold. Igor, the gruff but masterful armory supervisor, stepped up to guide him. They stepped into the massive vault, the air sparkling with enchanted steel. Take your time, Your Highness, Igor rumbled. Shutra casually turned to his loyal subordinate. Karak, pick whatever you want. The mighty orc's jaw practically slammed into the floor in utter shock. Shutra made it crystal clear. The stronger his gear, the more devastating he would become on the battlefield. Those words alone were enough to fire up Karak's warrior spirit. When it came to survival, cutting corners was a death sentence. Shutra settled for nothing less than absolute perfection. He selected a masterpiece of an armor, capable of nullifying every single elemental strike thrown his way, but its true value lay in its weight. It was as light as a feather. Absolutely flawless for executing the lightning-fast movements of the beast god fist art without a single hitch. With his inner defenses completely secured, only one crucial piece of the puzzle remained. He made his way straight to Kador, the legendary master blacksmith. His request? A set of custom greaves. The beast god fist art demanded explosive footwork, and ordinary clunky armor would only drag him down to an early grave. When asked about the timeline, Kador didn't flinch. Since the core design was straightforward, the master craftsman promised to forge it in just 2 days. But greatness requires great foundations. Shutra asked the master for his absolute best material recommendations. The blacksmith's answer dropped like a bombshell. Dragon leather and genuine dragon scales. Shutra almost laughed out loud. Those mythical materials were completely out of his reach, but Kador simply smirked. A shipment of those exact legendary materials had just arrived under Shutra's name. The young prince was completely and utterly dumbfounded. Who in the world could have sent them? Seeing the prince's confusion, Kador dropped another massive revelation. It was Lord Ishgard himself who ordered the dragon parts to be delivered straight to Shutra's hands. Shutra's blood ran cold. Ishgard wasn't just anybody. He was the absolute pinnacle of martial prowess in the demon realm, the legendary sword lord himself. Not only that, but he was an esteemed elder of the Sura, the most terrifying and overwhelmingly powerful race in existence. Above all, he was the mythical master who personally taught the Demon King the way of the sword. Stepping outside, even Karak was baffled. Why would a living legend suddenly become their secret benefactor? Shutra was just as clueless. Karak's jaw dropped at the mystery, but a vicious grin quickly replaced his shock. Having the Sword Lord backing them up was an absolute game-changer. Shutra had to agree. It was a monumental advantage, yet a nagging suspicion clawed at the back of his mind. What was the catch? In the original Night Saga storyline, the Sura faction never lifted a finger to help. Was the timeline fracturing? Or was this a butterfly effect from the Demon King taking a sudden interest in him? Suddenly, a panicked messenger sprinted toward them, gasping for breath. The air grew tense. Shutra instantly demanded to know what disaster had struck. Wheezing heavily, the man practically screamed the news. An emergency audience ceremony had been summoned, and it was happening the very next morning. Another ceremony so soon? Shutra's eyes went wide. The messenger revealed that their overwhelming victory on the Anger Plains had shaken the realm, and all 3 major contributors were being summoned for a royal commendation. Wait, 3 contributors? Shutra's mind raced. If he and Felicia were 2 of them, then who on earth was the 3rd? The answer sent shivers down his spine. The second prince, the absolute monster himself, Zephyr Ragnaros, had finally returned. This wasn't just any rival. According to the game's lore, Zephyr was an unstoppable force of nature, the undisputed strongest demon alive, destined to crush all opposition and claim the throne as the next Demon King. Karak instantly sensed the shift in the air. He looked at his liege, witnessing a chilling mixture of pure dread and blazing fury twisting Shutra's features. Zephyr Ragnaros, the walking natural disaster who would slaughter every single contender, and the very man fated to brutally execute Shutra in the future. A suffocating wave of anxiety crashed over him at the thought of facing his executioner. The next day, inside the grand waiting chambers, Carrick couldn't help but ask if his master was holding it together. The loyal warrior had noticed the dark circles under Shutra's eyes. A heavy, ragged sigh escaped the young prince's lips, his hands trembling violently as he tried to suppress his mounting terror. He always knew this fateful encounter was inevitable, but the sheer, paralyzing fear gripping his heart was beyond anything he had prepared for. Trying to break the tension, Carrick mentioned the other prince's arrival, but an attendant quickly interjected with a cold reminder. The second prince's status was so absolute, he was granted the right to bypass the waiting chambers entirely. Just then, the doors glided open, and Felicia stepped in. Her voice was hushed as she confirmed the harsh reality. Zephyr was an exception to every single rule in the demon realm, yet her eyes fiercely locked onto Shutra's. She reminded him that his own legendary feats were nothing to scoff at. Dressed in a breathtaking, sparkling black halter gown, she radiated regal confidence. Shutra gave a curt, appreciative nod. She firmly told him to cast aside his doubts. Today, they just needed to walk into that throne room and show the entire realm their absolute brilliance. The heavy golden doors roared open. The grand audience ceremony had officially commenced. High upon his imposing throne sat the terrifying demon king Mitra, as Felicia and Shutra made their majestic entrance. Their names echoed through the colossal hall like rolling thunder. Shutra clenched his jaw. If he let the fear consume him now, he would be completely devoured by the storm that was about to hit. Step by agonizing step, he marched toward absolute authority. High above on the second-floor balcony, a mysterious woman observed his every move, her silence speaking volumes in the heavy air. Her unblinking gaze was fixed entirely on our main character. Reaching the dais, Shutra dropped to one knee, bowing his head before the supreme ruler of demons. He fiercely wrestled his raging emotions into submission. Zephyr was a colossal mountain he had to conquer if he wanted to survive. And then, the herald's voice shattered the silence, announcing the arrival of the next prince. The second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros. The moment he crossed the threshold, the very temperature in the room plummeted. Shutra finally locked eyes with his ultimate nightmare, whose face was carved from absolute ice. This was the man. The undisputed protagonist of the Night Saga's Demon Realm arc, the legendary Zephyr Ragnaros in the flesh. Isabella's voice rang out, signaling the official review of the royal family's monumental achievements, and the spotlight violently swung to the second prince. It was exactly as Shutra feared. Zephyr's war record was downright catastrophic. The sheer magnitude of his conquests alone was more than enough to force the entire royal court to its knees. Then, it was time for Shutra and Felicia's moment of glory. Their heroic feats echoed across the grand hall. When the miraculous defense of the northern border was mentioned, a shockwave of whispers erupted among the nobles. But little did they know, the true climax of this grand assembly hadn't even begun. Suddenly, a terrifyingly deep voice dominated the room. Demon King Mitra personally called out Shutra's name. He declared that he was bestowing a direct royal mandate. Even Felicia and Zephyr snapped their heads around in pure disbelief. This was completely insane. Such a direct, personal order from the supreme ruler was absolutely unheard of in the history of the realm. Shutra was completely paralyzed by the sheer weight of the moment. A supreme decree handed down directly from the absolute monarch himself, right in the middle of a commendation. The mission? A perilous expedition straight into the heart of the Dwarven Kingdom, to the legendary and treacherous Thunderdoom Fortress. Deep within the excavation site, miners uncovered a hidden passage. It led straight to the legendary Thunderdoom Fortress. The main character's newest quest was crystal clear. He had to secure this forgotten route and plunge into the ancient stronghold's treacherous depths. With exactly 7 days until departure, he formulated a flawless plan. He knew this domain inside and out. Back in his Night Saga gaming days, it was the ultimate bastion of the Dwarven Kingdom. This perilous task originally belonged to the 27th Exploration Unit. However, their leader, General Kashubal, met a grim fate during the expedition, dooming the entire operation to failure. The terrifying culprit behind his demise? Classified reports pointed to a lethal, suffocating toxic gas. To survive this absolute death trap, he needed to brew the perfect countermeasures and ultimately claim the Thunderdoom Fortress for himself. Letting out a heavy sigh, he questioned the Empire's hidden motives. Kashubal was a mighty general with raging dragon blood. Why assign a suicide mission to a prince when a draconic warrior had already perished? If draconic endurance was required, why not toss this cursed quest to Zephyr? After all, his maternal lineage was pure dragon. Felicia instantly sensed the looming shadow of conspiracy. With a worried gaze, she asked Shutra if he had somehow invoked their father's devastating wrath. Completely clueless, he just stared back at her. She explained that for a disaster zone like this, someone as monstrously powerful as Zephyr should be bearing the burden. The loyal orc, Carrick, solemnly agreed. If a legendary general couldn't survive the descent, this expedition was guaranteed to be a bloodbath. Felicia absolutely refused to let her brother walk into a slaughterhouse alone. She nervously asked if he realized just how fatal this mission truly was. But before he could even utter a single syllable, she boldly made her own fate-altering decision. She declared that she was joining his raid party. She cleverly spun the narrative, acting as if he had practically begged for her divine assistance. Karek deadpanned that the prince hadn't even opened his mouth. Blushing furiously, she screamed at the orc to zip it. With a gentle smile, Shutra accepted her support, expressing his genuine gratitude for her unyielding loyalty. Suddenly, an uninvited presence stepped out of the shadows. He practically begged to join their death-defying raid, politely asking the ninth prince for a spot on the team. Felicia's eyes went wide at the sight of Kadyrov, but Shutra instantly shot his request down, coldly stating that the Vanguard roster was already locked. Yielding gracefully, the intruder vanished from their sight. Once the coast was completely clear, Felicia demanded to know why Shutra was acting so intensely hostile. In her eyes, turning away a rare male siren was a massive tactical error. His magical prowess and sheer competence would have been a massive boost to their combat power. Shutra could not deny her solid logic. Kadyrov was an absolute powerhouse in siren magic. Meanwhile, the rejected siren cast a blink spell, instantly teleporting straight to his true master. But our main character knew the hidden truth. That siren was actually Anastasia's devoted hunting dog, a fanatical spy engineered perfectly for deadly infiltration and espionage. As the shadow spy delivered his secret report, Shutra smirked, realizing his enemies were genuinely terrified of his sudden growth. Far away, Anastasia gritted her teeth in frustration. The supposedly foolish prince was proving to be a highly guarded mastermind. Back at their command center, the team gathered around Shutra, asking if he possessed any hidden lore about this cursed fortress. He casually mentioned it was the homeland of hot-blooded dwarves who actually waged bloody wars against dragons. This completely shattered Carrick's worldview, as he believed dwarves were merely Enkidu's peaceful vault guards. Stepping into her royal scholar persona, Felicia explained that the Dwarven realm wasn't just a single unified empire. The glorious Dwarf High Kingdom, the very creators of the Thunderdoom Fortress, violently clashed with legendary dragons to protect their sprawling cities and mountains of gold. Those absolute madmen even managed to slaughter true dragons. She noted that standard dragons and the ancient elder dragons were on completely different, godlike scales of power. Curiously, Karak asked if Her Highness could solo a dragon herself. Flipping her hair, she confidently bragged that with enough prep time and magical artifacts, it would be a total breeze. The orc immediately translated that to a flat no. Deeply offended, she barked back that true dragons weren't just your average run-of-the-mill dungeon mobs. To prove her point, she revealed the dark history. Even the magnificent Dwarf High Kingdom was ultimately reduced to ashes during their apocalyptic war with the winged calamities. Smirking at her intense history lesson, Carrick playfully teased the princess for being a massive bookworm. Pushing up her invisible glasses, she declared her vast knowledge was perfectly natural. After all, the Thunderdoom Fortress was the absolute holy grail of ancient relic studies. If they excavated this zone properly, they were going to strike the ultimate motherlode of loot. Her eyes blazed with undeniable greed, leaving Carrick sweating as she practically drooled over the phantom treasure. Meanwhile, Shutra was plunged into deep concentration. In the lore of Night Saga, this exact fortress was famously known as a massive honeypot dungeon. Thanks to the catastrophic dragon strikes that collapsed the stronghold, an ocean of supreme quality gear and priceless artifacts remained perfectly preserved beneath the ancient rubble. However, the mountain of gold meant nothing to him. Hidden within those ruins was the one artifact he desperately craved: the ultimate countermeasure, a divine armament forged specifically to slaughter dragons, dealing fatal, unhealable damage to anyone cursed with draconic blood. The legendary Dragon Slayer sword. To stand a chance against the monstrous Zephyr and his draconic heritage, claiming this blade was his absolute, unavoidable destiny. As dawn broke the next morning, the raid party prepared to march. Shutra equipped his breathtaking A-rank dragon-scale greaves. The stat boosts were utterly insane. Fire resistance and fire absorption both locked at level 3, plus 5 to raw strength, a 10% multiplier on kick technique damage, and a massive 10% boost to base agility. To top it all off, it unlocked the ultimate active skill, Fire Enhancement. With his new gear radiating power, he turned to his comrades and asked if they were ready for hell. His elite squad was locked and loaded. Felicia, Carrick, Karma, Daphne, and a mysterious raven-haired elf all strapped on their protective respirators. They set off, plunging fearlessly into the gaping maw of the cavern. The elven scout took the vanguard, navigating the treacherous map. But as they pushed deeper into the abyss, Karak noticed a sinister, blinding mist suffocating the tunnel. Felicia quickly warned him that this was no ordinary mist. It was the exact flesh-melting mind gas that killed the general, and the concentration was absolutely lethal. Since they weren't on a ticking clock, she ordered the party to crawl forward with extreme, calculated caution. Shutra nodded in agreement. But suddenly Carrick narrowed his eyes. The eerie fog swirling around them had taken on a sickening, unnatural hue. It was supposed to be a murky yellow. Before Shutra could even ask what was wrong, Karak let out an agonizing groan. In a blink, both he and Karma collapsed to the ground, their bodies completely paralyzed. Panic flared in Shutra's eyes. What kind of trick was this? Sensing the lethal shift in the atmosphere, Felicia instantly ignited her mana, desperate to counter the deadly miasma. She summoned a fierce gale to purify the air, but her magic slammed into an unseen force. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the tunnel, sending a highly concentrated wave of toxic fumes straight toward our heroes. Shutra's vision blurred as his strength drained away. He weakly called out Felicia's name, but the venomous cloud was relentless. One by one, his entire party succumbed to the deadly vapors. From the suffocating darkness, grotesque silhouettes emerged. Hidden predators slithered out of the shadows, stalking toward their defenseless prey with bone-chilling, bloodthirsty growls. But a cold voice pierced the silence. "So, you're the ones behind this." Shutra's eyes snapped open. He wasn't paralyzed at all. The clever main character had merely been playing dead. He instantly recognized these vile creatures. They were the exact same assassins who had murdered General Kashabal. As the beasts locked their deadly gaze on him, they completely missed the gleaming white Suri closing in from their blind spot. Swish! The spectral blade danced through the air, carving through the foul beasts and brutally slicing their torsos clean in half. Green Wind's ethereal voice chimed in, teasing him about his Academy Award-winning fainting act. Shutra just clicked his tongue and ordered the spirit to zip it. The white Suri didn't stop there. It became a whirlwind of pure carnage. One monster shrieked in absolute terror as the blade loomed closer, but escape was utterly impossible before it was mercilessly cleaved in two. With the bloodbath concluded, the gleaming weapon returned obediently to Shutra's grasp. In mere seconds, he had completely annihilated the ambushers. Still, he wiped a cold sweat from his brow. Those cowardly scum had deployed an absurdly lethal toxin. One wrong move, and Shutra would have met the Grim Reaper. Luckily for our hero, his system granted level 2 protagonist physique, level 1 immunity to all poisons, but the danger wasn't over. Ominous cracking sounds echoed from the cavern roof above. Crash! The ceiling directly behind Shutra completely collapsed. He gritted his teeth in frustration. It seemed these hidden enemies had an endless supply of dirty tricks up their sleeves. Knowing he had to act fast, he commanded Green Wind to shield his vulnerable comrades. The loyal spirit immediately answered her master's call, weaving a majestic protective barrier around them. The entire dungeon was turning into a literal death trap. He didn't have all the puzzle pieces yet, but survival meant making an immediate, tactical retreat. Dragon Blood, activate! Boiling crimson energy surged through his veins, granting him the monstrous strength to scoop up both Felicia and the elf. He bolted forward like a lightning bolt, eventually reaching the grand entrance of the Thunderdoom Fortress. Back in the collapsing tunnel, Green Wind fiercely defended the remaining members using the white Suri. As Shutra returned for round 2, she frantically urged him to hurry. The cavern's structural integrity was dropping to 0. Without wasting a single breath, our main character hoisted Daphne and Karma onto his broad shoulders, pushing his physical limits to the absolute max. He locked eyes with his loyal orc subordinate. "Hold on, Karak. I'm coming right back." Shutra exploded into a dead sprint, his explosive speed literally shattering the crumbling earth beneath his boots. Bursting into the safe zone, he gently deposited Karma and Daphne alongside the still unconscious Felicia and the elven rogue. His mind raced with tactical formations for when he brought Karak back. But a deafening rumble made the blood drain from his face. Boom! A massive avalanche of rubble completely sealed off the only passageway. "Karak!" Shutra screamed, his voice laced with raw desperation. Green Wind materialized, begging her master to keep a cool head. But how could he? His most loyal comrade was trapped in a collapsing grave. Slapping some sense into him, the spirit reminded him of the trump card he had acquired back on the Anger Plains. A spark of realization hit Shutra. He immediately channeled his mana to cast the forgotten spell. Summon, King's Knight. The very fabric of space tore open, revealing a glowing dimensional portal right above him. First, the bulky orc's head popped through the rift, followed by his massive, armor-clad body. Thud! Karak hit the cold stone floor like a sack of bricks. Shutra's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly lunged forward to check on his companion. Thank the heavens. Aside from a few bruises and absolute exhaustion, the stubborn orc was in one piece. Shutra let out a massive sigh of relief. What an absolute, unmitigated disaster this raid had become. His brilliant mind tried to piece the puzzle together. What the hell were those freaky shadow stalkers? Even with his encyclopedic knowledge of the Night Saga game, he had never encountered such nightmarish aberrations before. A heavy cough from Felicia broke his train of thought. Shutra let out a heavy sigh. Theory crafting could wait. Right now, he needed to play the role of the party's savior. He prepared his healing mana to purge the deadly venom from their bloodstreams. But fate just loved to mess with him. From the shadowed corridors, another swarm of those grotesque mutants emerged. Shutra spat out a bitter curse. A ravenous beast launched itself at his throat, fist of explosion. Pow! Shutra's blazing fist slammed into the creature's jaw, sending it rocketing backward. The main character was officially out of patience. He was trying to save his dying party members here, and these mindless pests were acting like a massive pain in the ass. The monstrous horde roared in unison, challenging the lone warrior. "Shut your ugly mouths!" Shutra roared back, his eyes blazing with absolute murderous intent. With the clock ticking on his friends' lives, he abandoned all defense and charged straight into the terrifying swarm. As the tide of monsters crashed over him, volatile mana concentrated in his knuckles. Bam, bam. He unleashed a devastating barrage of explosive punches. And right by his side, the white Suri moved like a sentient storm of steel. Slash, pierce. The divine blade turned the vanguard into literal minced meat. Shutra was no longer just fighting. He had become a merciless god of destruction, painting the dungeon walls with monster blood. After reducing the enemy horde to a pile of gruesome ash, he finally managed to channel his purifying magic into his allies. Felicia's eyelids fluttered open, and Shutra immediately knelt by her side, his voice softening as he asked if she was hurt. Her bewildered gaze swept over the literal mountain of monster corpses surrounding them. What in the world happened here? Shutra just flashed a nonchalant smirk. Don't sweat the small stuff, just a minor pest control issue. With the deadly venom fully purged from everyone's systems and their combat power fully restored, the ultimate raid party stood tall. It was time to launch their full-scale invasion on the ancient stronghold. Their primary objective was clear as day. They needed to secure the absolute heart of the dungeon, the legendary control room of Thunderdoom Fortress. But reaching the core meant making a deadly choice. Two imposing corridors stretched before them. One was a tedious, winding route with minimal hazards. The other, a perilous shortcut, absolutely littered with lethal, high-level booby traps. Felicia turned her enchanting gaze toward their leader. So, Commander, which road to hell are we walking down today? Logically speaking, protecting the wounded party meant swallowing their pride and taking the long, safe route. But before Shutra could even utter his decision, a blaring, earth-shattering siren pierced the silence. His instinct screamed that the luxury of a slow approach was instantly dead. Carrick tightly gripped his massive weapon, gruffly demanding to know what that horrific noise meant. The black-haired elf's face went deathly pale. "That's the core alarm," she stammered. "It only triggers when the most critical facility in these ancient ruins is currently under a full-scale assault. Simply put, another party was actively challenging the dungeon right at this very moment." Felicia furrowed her brows, wondering who else possessed the audacity to brave such perils. Shutra pointed the way forward, ordering Karak to raise his shield and take the vanguard. The burly warrior was caught completely off guard. With absolute confidence, Shutra demanded total obedience, promising that as long as Karak followed his every command, he would survive. An ominous dragon head was carved into the cold stone wall. The instant they took a single step forward, roaring flames erupted from its jaws, threatening to incinerate them on the spot. But Karak threw up his massive shield, blocking the blazing inferno while the rest of the party huddled safely behind him. However, the dungeon was far from finished. Their next deadly trial was a terrifying pit filled with razor-sharp spikes. Karak let out a high-pitched shriek as he nearly plummeted to a gruesome end. From that point on, it was pure chaos. He desperately deflected deadly spears flying from every direction, tanking a relentless barrage of traps while the others casually trailed in his wake. By the time they cleared the corridor, the poor vanguard looked utterly haggard, panting heavily as if his soul had been drained. Shutra patted him on the back, offering bright words of praise for his excellent tanking. But Karak was beyond annoyed, grinding his teeth over the fact that he had narrowly escaped death half a dozen times. Shutra quickly pointed out that thanks to his blood, sweat, and tears, they had reached the control room in record time. Meanwhile, the black-haired elf leaned close to Felicia, a deep frown on her face as she whispered that something felt terribly wrong. The fierce gargoyles that were supposed to be guarding this sacred sanctum were completely missing. Pushing their doubts aside, they cautiously stepped inside the grand chamber. The entire room was in a state of absolute ruin. Suddenly, Shutra spotted a chillingly familiar sight and immediately called Felicia over. Slumped heavily against the crumbling wall sat the bleached skeletal remains of the final city lord of the legendary Thunderdome Fortress. He had likely made the ultimate sacrifice, staying behind alone to operate the fortress defenses so that his fellow dwarves could safely escape. As they took in the somber scene, the black-haired elf urgently called Felicia over, having discovered something highly suspicious. Resting in the center of the room was a massive, pitch-black spherical device. She carefully inspected the mysterious artifact, wondering if this was truly a product of dwarven engineering. Her sharp mind theorized that the ancient machine required a specific catalyst to awaken. Luckily, Shutra had just looted something off the fallen lord's corpse that might be the exact key they needed. Draped around the skeletal lord's neck was an ancient key. The moment they inserted it into the console, the massive black sphere hummed to life. Crackling arcs of blue electricity surged through the room as brilliant holographic screens materialized in the air. The entire party stood frozen in sheer awe of the majestic display. Just as Felicia had suspected, the sheer brilliance of ancient dwarven technology left her utterly breathless. Their civilization had been light years ahead of its time, but suddenly, a deafening explosion rattled the walls. Karak nervously demanded to know what was happening, prompting Daphne to point frantically at one of the blinking monitors. The screen projected a chaotic battlefield unfolding not too far from their current location. The missing gargoyles were locked in a desperate deathmatch against the very same nightmarish creatures Shutra had fought earlier. The vile monsters were swarming the area like an unstoppable plague. A dark realization hit Shutra like a punch to the gut. These pitch-black bastards were the ones launching a full-scale assault on the ancient fortress. His mind raced, wondering what on earth these shadowy abominations were desperately trying to steal. But before he could think further, Karek let out a gasp, pointing at a colossal silhouette that unmistakably resembled a dragon. Shutra spun around, his eyes blowing wide open in pure shock. Lodged deep into the chest of the petrified dragon was a legendary weapon, pulsating with a blinding, divine light. He could hardly believe his own eyes. Fate had finally brought them together. Standing before him was the ultimate masterpiece of the Dragon Slayer series, the legendary Dragon Slayer Spear. Ascalon. The beast it pierced was none other than the Black Dragon Partisan, a tyrannical monster whose bottomless greed and profound wickedness perfectly matched his gargantuan size. This was the very same foul beast who had relentlessly spearheaded the genocidal war against the proud dwarf kingdom. Partisan and his demonic legion had launched wave after wave of brutal attacks upon the Thunderdome fortress, until the day finally came when they shattered the impregnable outer walls. Leading the bloodthirsty charge into the heart of the stronghold, the Black Dragon had unleashed his overwhelming magical might to its absolute limits. But that supreme arrogance would be his fatal mistake. In that single, fleeting moment of sheer overconfidence, the mighty dragon had left his guard completely wide open. And Tiny Spark, the absolute strongest warrior in all of Thunderdome Fortress, seized that 1 in a million chance. With all his roaring might, he drove the Dragon Slayer spear, Ascalon, straight through the Black Dragon's armored chest. However, the tyrant's death only sent his terrifying legion into an uncontrollable berserk frenzy. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the surviving dwarves had absolutely no choice but to abandon their sacred home and flee for their lives. And so, the glorious Thunderdome fortress was transformed into one massive, silent tomb, burying the dark dragon and countless heroic dwarves together in eternal darkness. Carrick swallowed hard, asking if the monstrous corpse on the glowing screen was truly Partisan, and if that radiant spear was the fabled Ascalon. Without hesitation, Shutra confirmed it. Yes, that was the ultimate prize. Turning their attention back to the monitor, they watched the fierce gargoyles violently clashing with the shadowy invaders. Connecting the dots, Felicia deduced that those pitch-black bastards were violently pushing through the defenses for one single reason: to claim Ascalon. Shutra's thoughts aligned perfectly with hers. A fierce anger burned in Felicia's eyes. How dare these vile creatures attack their party, only to shamelessly march forward and attempt to snatch the ultimate treasure from right under their noses? Analyzing the chaotic battlefield, Shutra desperately asked if there was any magical loophole to hijack control of the Guardian Gargoyles. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she admitted that there was absolutely nothing they could do to override the ancient system. Suddenly, on the screen, a hulking metallic giant swung a colossal warhammer, obliterating a swarm of the black creatures into dust. This colossal titan was clearly the supreme commander of the surviving defenses. The party held their breath, observing the devastating carnage from the safety of the hidden control room. It became painfully obvious that in the fortress's final moments, the brave city lord had transferred ultimate authority to that legendary dwarf golem, entrusting the final defense to the highest-ranking guardian. Assessing the overwhelming odds, Felicia strongly suggested they stay hidden and wait it out. Their main objective was securing Ascalon, but charging into that apocalyptic war zone seemed like absolute suicide. But Shutra flat-out refused to back down. A fiery glint sparked in his eyes. He saw this chaotic bloodbath as their golden opportunity. Felicia looked at him as if he had completely lost his mind. His voice was sharp with fierce determination as he explained the harsh truth. There were simply far too many unpredictable variables for them to just sit back and hope for a miracle. Without wasting another breath, Shutra bolted straight toward the raging battlefield. He ordered her to stay safely behind, promising he would return alive as he expertly navigated the dungeon using his system map. His strategy was risky but brilliant. As long as he managed to snatch Ascalon first, they would reign supreme no matter how the war turned out. If the Dwarven Guardians won the clash, his party would not even have to lift a finger. And once the dust finally settled, They could easily hunt down and exterminate whatever pathetic remnants of those pitch-black bastards were left crawling in the shadows. If those pitch-black monsters claimed victory, his group could simply assess the battlefield and choose whether to fight or flee. But abandoning the mission was not an option. He pushed forward, his goal finally within reach. The colossal remains of Partisan finally loomed before him. Relying on his minimap was a massive tactical advantage, but little did he know. A mechanical monstrosity, the dwarf golem, was already looming right behind his back. With an earth-shattering tremor, the golem smashed the ground, sending him flying through the air like a rag doll. Yet the relentless machine refused to halt its deadly pursuit. He desperately attempted a diplomatic approach, but the mindless guardian answered only with pure destruction. A deafening explosion echoed as the iron giant waited for the dust to settle. The mechanical beast paused in mechanical confusion. Its devastating blow had crushed absolutely nothing. Instead, a swift shadow slipped right past its iron defenses. It was none other than Shutra. Gliding smoothly on his shield like a master wave rider, he smirked and praised Green Wind for her absolutely flawless timing. The spirit snapped at him to stop using that ridiculous nickname, but he casually brushed it off, claiming that trendy abbreviations were all the rage right now. Flustered, she screamed that she could not care less about mortal trends. The finish line was finally within striking distance. Leaping off his makeshift hoverboard, Shutra stood before his true prize. Up close, the legendary weapon radiated an awe-inspiring divine brilliance. This was Ascalon, the legendary Dragon Slayer spear. He reached out, fully expecting an easy victory. But to his absolute shock, the legendary weapon refused to budge even a single inch. The sheer, crushing weight of the relic forced his hand. Without hesitation, he funneled every single remaining stat point directly into his strength attribute. Letting out a thunderous roar, he gripped the hilt and pulled with earth-shattering force. Even the mindless dwarf golem seemed momentarily paralyzed, its mechanical core registering the sheer audacity of his desperate struggle. Screaming until his lungs burned, Shutra poured every ounce of his unyielding willpower into his grip. Finally, the ancient seal broke. The moment the blade left the earth, a majestic pillar of golden light pierced the heavens. The divine radiance instantly blinded the encroaching dark horde. Felicia and the rest of his loyal companions stared in absolute disbelief. Even the distant observers watching through magical screens were left completely speechless. Yet, amidst the glorious spectacle, they completely failed to notice the sinister, hooded figure lurking in the shadows. Ascalon was no ordinary weapon. It was the absolute pinnacle of the legendary Dragon Slayer armory. This colossal, divine lance held a terrifying history. It was the very blade that had pierced and completely shattered the heart of the Black Dragon. Partisan. Forged in the fires of sorrow, it pulsed with the endless grudge, unbreakable determination, and blazing wrath of every fallen dwarf who ever dwelt within the Thunderdoom fortress. A triumphant grin crossed Shutra's face. He had finally secured his ultimate prize. But fate had a cruel twist waiting. The massive, lifeless corpse of the dragon began to move. The mysterious necromancer channeled a surge of dark magic, seizing total command over the ancient beast. A bone-chilling roar erupted from the Black Dragon partisan. The battlefield had just descended into absolute chaos, with an undead catastrophe crashing the party. Shutra's mind raced in pure disbelief. How could this legendary calamity, a tyrant slain hundreds of years ago, rise from the grave with such terrifying vitality? His sharp gaze locked onto the hooded mastermind, his mind desperately trying to deduce the enemy's identity. Suddenly, gravity betrayed him. The resurrected dragon violently launched itself into the sky, gathering a devastating sphere of energy deep within its rotting maw. The sinister, ominous glow gave it all away. Shutra instantly recognized the source of this nightmare. This was the foul handiwork of the purple death aura. With terrifying ferocity, Partisan unleashed a cataclysmic blast. The shockwave vaporized the pitch-black monsters in an instant and split the very earth wide open. Reacting purely on survival instincts, Shutra fully ignited his white aura to block the devastating impact. Chaos reigned supreme. He struggled to comprehend the madness unfolding before him. Why was the corruptive purple death magic suddenly overflowing from Partisan's ancient corpse? Before he could catch his breath, the towering dwarf golem materialized right beside him. He braced for a fatal blow, but the iron giant completely ignored him. Its unyielding mechanical rage was entirely locked onto the undead dragon. With a thunderous swing, the golem smashed its massive hammer into the dragon's decaying scales. Shutra stood paralyzed in sheer confusion. Why were these two ancient titans suddenly tearing each other apart? Dodging the falling debris, Felicia, Karak, and Karma sprinted to Shutra's side. Panic laced her voice as she demanded answers. Was not this legendary beast supposed to be a lifeless relic of the past? He grimly deduced the horrifying truth. Some twisted sorcerer had forcibly resurrected Partisan from the abyss. Felicia frantically asked for the culprit's identity and motive, but Shutra was just as deeply in the dark. However, there was one terrifying detail he was absolutely certain of. This sickening, purple death magic was the exact same corruptive force they had barely survived back on the Enger Plains. There was absolutely no time to stand around debating. This was a do-or-die situation. They needed to launch an all-out assault and obliterate the beast while its resurrection was still incomplete. Felicia's sharp senses detected the chaotic, wildly unstable mana swirling around the dragon. Yet, despite its glaring vulnerability, a creature of this monumental scale seemed completely impossible to kill. Shutra's strategic mind went into overdrive. Since it was essentially a giant zombie dragon, there had to be a central mana core keeping it animated. Finding and shattering that core was their only ticket to survival. But before the words could fully leave his mouth, the atmosphere suddenly turned terrifyingly heavy. The undead tyrant was charging up another apocalyptic strike. A cold sweat ran down Shutra's back. This was disastrous! He screamed at the top of his lungs. A dragon's breath was locked and loaded. They needed to scatter immediately or face total annihilation. An annihilating beam of pure destruction erupted. The breath attack instantly vaporized everything in its dreadful path. It tore straight through the ancient fortress, melting massive gaping holes through multiple layers of impenetrable stone walls. The very earth had been reduced to an endless trench of molten slag. Staring at the apocalyptic aftermath, Karak, Karma, Felicia, and Shutra felt a chilling wave of relief wash over them for dodging by mere inches. Karak was frozen in sheer terror. His mind struggled to process the devastating reality. If this monstrous firepower was what Shutra called incomplete, what would a fully restored attack look like? A bitter smile formed on Shutra's lips as he offered a breathless apology. He frankly admitted that even his most cynical calculations had not predicted this level of absurd, destructive power. The grim reality sank in. They were trapped in a terrifying race against time. With every passing second of this prolonged battle, the undead calamity was only growing infinitely stronger. He desperately racked his brain, searching for a flawless strategy to conquer this impossible boss. But in that exact moment of absolute despair, the legendary Ascalon erupted with a blinding, divine radiance. A mystical storm of ancient, golden runes swirled around the spear, tethering its divine energy straight to the dragon's aura. The legendary blade rapidly dissolved, seamlessly fusing into the flesh and bone of Shutra's own hand. In a breathtaking metamorphosis, his entire right arm transformed into a devastating, drill-like weapon. The party watched in pure awe as the mythical spear completely restructured its physical form. His eyes locked onto the towering beast with lethal determination. He begged Felicia to draw Partisan's deadly aggro for just a fleeting second. With this newfound power pulsing through his veins, he was ready to deliver the executioner's blow. The undead dragon aggressively snapped its jaws as a massive barrage of blazing fireballs exploded against its thick scales. Channeling her peak magic, Felicia summoned an endless storm of roaring flames to mercilessly carpet bomb the monster. The sheer annoyance provoked a deafening, furious roar from the ancient tyrant. Completely distracted, it failed to notice Shutra, who was already slipping into the shadows to position himself perfectly at its blind spot. The legendary will of Ascalon roared furiously within his very soul. His grip tightened on his transformed arm. If he could just land one single, flawless strike, he would pierce the beast's core and end this nightmare once and for all. But the beast's massive tail struck with the force of a falling meteor. The crushing impact sent him flying violently across the cavern. Felicia and Karak sprinted toward his crumpled form, while frustration boiled hot in his veins. Had his stubborn pride finally blinded him? Before he could even recover, the ancient worm lunged again, shattering the very earth beneath its claws. With no time to dodge, he braced his body for the killing blow, but the fatal strike never came. Slowly opening his eyes, a mountain-like shadow loomed before him. The mighty dwarf golem was flawlessly holding back the dragon's devastating claws. Gripping its massive hammer with mechanical precision, the titan forced the monstrous beast backward. Sparks danced across the steel as it unleashed a raging tempest of lightning strikes right into the monster's cursed scales. The zombie dragon, Partisan, let out an earth-shattering roar of absolute, unbridled fury. A torrential blast of dragon's breath erupted in brutal retaliation, crashing heavily against the golem's relentless hammer blows. Amidst the fiery chaos, Greenwind's voice echoed in his mind, frantically asking if he was hurt. Felicia finally reached his battered side. Warm, healing magic washed over his grievous wounds as she immediately began scolding his reckless actions. He gritted his teeth, admitting he thought he could land a finishing blow, only to taste bitter defeat instead. There was simply no excuse for his arrogant miscalculation. Fear etched deeply across her beautiful face. She pleaded with him to retreat immediately, warning that this legendary beast was far beyond their current capabilities. Yet, an unyielding fire burned fiercely in Shutra's eyes. Even battered and bruised, his warrior's spirit knew they still possessed a sliver of hope to seize victory. She screamed at him to drop his foolish pride, terrified by his critical bleeding condition. He humbly accepted his previous mistake, knowing his deadly impatience had nearly cost them everything. But retreating now meant absolute slaughter. He looked her directly in the eyes, declaring that their desperate situation demanded they push forward against all odds. Once more, he desperately asked for her magical support. This time, his focus was razor-sharp. There would be no more blunders. Before she could utter a single word of protest, he had already launched himself right back into the bloody heart of the battlefield. Gliding through the air using his shield like a surfboard, he darted fearlessly through the storm of destruction. His strategy was absolute brilliance: flank the colossal monster through its blind spots to set up the ultimate death trap. Green Wind flawlessly executed his strategic command. Meanwhile, the enraged partisan brutally ripped off the dwarf golem's arm, gathering terrifying apocalyptic energy in its maw for another breath attack. The blinding blast struck with devastating force, completely obliterating the valiant mechanical titan into scattered scrap metal. But that very noble sacrifice left the giant beast wide open for a deadly ambush. Felicia unleashed a blazing magical inferno, detonating a massive explosion right in the creature's decaying face. Yet, even through the searing flames, the dragon's keen senses detected a shadowy blur shooting past its vision. It was Shutra! He danced through the treacherous air, striking from impossible angles to completely disorient the colossal monster. He spiraled around his colossal prey, building up terrifying kinetic momentum for his grand finale. The zombie dragon's mere annoyance rapidly morphed into pure, unchecked, demonic rage. As it drew a deep breath to incinerate this pesky human, Green Wind recognized the golden window of opportunity. The beast's focus was utterly shattered. Seizing the perfect moment, Shutra materialized from its blind side, activating the legendary, ancient power of dragon blood coursing through his weapon. While the monster glared fiercely at the hovering magical shield above, our hero was rocketing upward from the shadowy depths below. His mind was perfectly calm. He had exactly one shot at this divine miracle, and precision was absolutely everything. The ancient apex predator finally shifted its terrifying gaze downward, realizing the true fatal threat way too late. Channeling the legendary, forgotten technique used by Tiny Spark ages ago, Shutra unleashed his entirely accumulated aura. A cataclysmic geyser of pure, destructive power erupted from beneath, tearing a brutal, bloody path straight through the dragon's impenetrable scales. The apocalyptic beast unleashed a soul-chilling roar of absolute agony. The overwhelming shockwave completely pulverized its decaying internal organs from the inside out. This divine, earth-shattering strike was known as the Gigantic Piston. Down below, Felicia stood utterly paralyzed in breathtaking awe, witnessing the impossible, mythical miracle Shutra had just pulled off. The colossal tyrant crashed down in absolute defeat. A glowing system window instantly materialized before his eyes, announcing his legendary victory over the zombie dragon partisan and showering him with massive, glorious level-ups. A proud, satisfied smirk crossed his exhausted face. The awe-inspiring might of the Dragon Slayer spear, Ascalon, was truly real. To cement his magnificent achievement, the glorious title of Dragon Slayer was permanently etched into his status window. I truly never expected you to slay that magnificent beast. An unfamiliar, deeply mocking voice suddenly echoed through the silent ruins. A mysterious, cloaked figure stepped casually out from the swirling dust. Shutra instantly went on extremely high alert. The arrogant newcomer clicked his tongue loudly, deeply annoyed by his own grand miscalculation, since he had fully expected the second prince to arrive instead. Shutra's eyes narrowed dangerously into slits. He instantly deduced this was the very mastermind who had resurrected Partisan, but the shadowy figure merely scoffed, arrogantly declaring that the target's identity meant absolutely nothing. Raising a sinister, jagged spear wreathed in roaring blue hellfire, the assassin unleashed an apocalyptic wave of cursed flames. His goal was simple: completely erase Shutra from existence and leave absolutely no evidence behind. The deadly sneak attack was impossibly fast. The demonic blue fire surged forward like a catastrophic tidal wave, violently slamming into the ancient fortress and melting its reinforced stone walls into mere liquid slag. Giant boulders and thick steel were instantly swallowed whole by the raging inferno. The entire underground cavern trembled violently as the majestic structure collapsed under the overwhelming godlike devastation. Yet, amidst the blazing, chaotic ruins, Shutra stood completely unharmed. Surrounded by thick, choking debris and smoke, he cracked open his left eye to comprehend the impossible reality unfolding before him. As the swirling gray ash finally settled down, the terrifying wave of hellfire had completely vanished into thin air. A heavy, suffocating blanket of absolute confusion washed over the young warrior. Then, the jaw-dropping truth was gruesomely revealed. Before the master assassin could even blink, his body had been cleanly sliced completely in half. Shutra watched in total shock as the arrogant man's upper torso slid right off his legs and fell to the earth. His mind struggled violently to process the sheer, godly speed of that lethal strike. Out of nowhere, a towering, commanding figure stepped from the shadows, casually remarking that his timing was utterly impeccable. Shutra's pupils trembled wildly in absolute disbelief. Standing before him was a living, breathing myth, the legendary Sword Lord. The absolute powerhouse offered a warm, chilling smile, bowing slightly to greet him as the ninth prince. This was the ultimate, unbreakable guardian of the sanctuary of Shura, the very martial arts god who had trained the terrifying demon king Mitra, Sword Lord Ishgard. Within the deep lore of Night Saga, his devastating transcendent power rivaled that of the ancient elder dragons. He was an extraordinary entity whose mere presence distorted reality itself. Yet he was supposed to be a mere phantom, a mythical figure confined strictly to the game's background lore, making it absolutely, mathematically impossible for any player to ever meet him in the actual main storyline. He was an untouchable ghost in the grand annals of history. Even when Zephyr Ragnaros ascended the Dark Throne to become Demon King, or when Locke waged total, apocalyptic war against the demon realm, this unmatched master had remained entirely hidden from the world. In the simplest of terms, he was the ultimate, untouchable hidden boss of Night Saga. A supreme, overwhelming existence completely veiled in absolute mystery and myth. A martial arts monster so terrifyingly strong that even the almighty, absolute Demon King was forced to kneel and beg for his divine guidance. With a warm, nostalgic sigh, Ishgard shifted his intense gaze, commenting that the sixth princess had blossomed quite beautifully. In a flash, he scooped her right up into the air like a toddler, teasingly recalling the old days when she was nothing but a tiny, crying little brat. Her face flushed absolute crimson out of sheer, overwhelming embarrassment. Flailing her arms wildly in the air, she screamed at the legendary swordmaster to put her down this very instant. A smirk tugged at the Sword Lord's lips as he found her flustered reaction utterly amusing, mercilessly teasing her for throwing a childish tantrum over the situation. Meanwhile, Shutra was frozen in absolute awe, unable to comprehend that the legendary Sword Lord Ishigard was actually standing right in front of him, while Felicia fumed beside him, her face flushed with utter embarrassment. Breaking the tension, the legendary swordsman turned to the ninth prince, casually asking if his little gift had been put to good use. Instantly, Shutra realized he was referring to the legendary dragonhide. With a respectful nod, he expressed his deep gratitude, explaining that the rare material had allowed him to forge some truly exceptional equipment. But amidst the casual chatter, a chilling presence crept up behind them in the shadows. Suddenly, a blinding flash of ominous light seized our hero's attention. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief as the lurking monsters suddenly radiated a terrifying, volatile energy. Deafening explosions rocked the battlefield, prompting Carrick to roar out, demanding to know what madness was triggering the blasts. Shutra was just as clueless about the chaotic chain reaction. Relying on his survival instincts, he shouted for everyone to fall back immediately, warning that the spear-wielding assassin from earlier had detonated in the exact same manner. When the thick smoke finally cleared, only scorched earth remained. Fortunately, Ishigard had instantaneously manifested a defensive barrier to shield them. The Sword Lord calmly checked on the group, and Shutra breathed a heavy sigh of relief, thanking him for saving their lives. Felicia gritted her teeth, completely baffled by the sudden suicide tactics. The bizarre spectacle made her question what twisted objective these assassins were truly trying to achieve. Suddenly, a crucial piece of the puzzle fell into place. Shutra recalled the assassin's earlier mention of the second prince, and a deep sense of suspicion washed over him. The legendary sword Ascalon was clearly not their prize, as the enemies had shown absolutely zero interest in it. So what dark treasure were they actually willing to die for? Then, the horrifying truth struck him like a bolt of lightning. Our main character's gaze darkened with dead serious intensity as he turned to Felicia, revealing that the true prey of this deadly trap was likely the second prince himself. The sheer audacity of the claim left her entirely paralyzed with shock. Trembling slightly, she demanded to know how he had reached such a terrifying conclusion. His voice dropped to a grim whisper as he explained the spearman's cryptic final words. The assassins were merely observing the situation precisely because the second prince had failed to appear. Furthermore, the timing was far too suspicious. It had been exactly half a month since General Kashabal met his tragic end. To Shutra, this entire bloodbath screamed of a meticulously crafted ambush waiting for a very specific target. As the sinister reality dawned on her, all the color drained from Felicia's face, replaced by a mask of cold dread. The tragic demise of General Kashabal had merely been the bait to drag the second prince out of the capital. Felicia chimed in, noting that Zephyr was always the one dispatched to handle such high-stakes missions. The masterminds hidden in the shadows had undoubtedly calculated that Zephyr would be sent to investigate. A chilling curiosity crept into her mind, just who possessed the power and audacity to hunt down someone as formidable as Zephyr. Shutra's eyes narrowed dangerously, realizing that whoever pulled the strings was a master of absolute secrecy. They commanded fanatical loyalty to the point where their pawns would instantly self-destruct just to protect their master's identity. Listening intently, Ishigard let out an amused chuckle, remarking that the young royal's analytical deduction was quite the fascinating tale. Felicia's temper flared once again, shouting at the Sword Lord to take this life-or-death situation seriously. Unfazed, he smoothly replied that he was completely serious, leaving her to release a heavy, defeated sigh. Stealing her nerves, she boldly questioned the legendary warrior about his true motive for appearing in this desolate wasteland. His answer shifted the atmosphere instantly. The Supreme Demon King had taken a profound interest in the Ninth Prince. Intrigued by his ruler's fascination, Ishigard had descended from his lofty throne to evaluate the boy with his own eyes. Shutra stood completely dumbfounded, unable to process that a titan of the martial world had traveled all this way just for him. The Sword Lord's voice echoed with absolute authority, stating that the Demon King never acts on mere whims. If Shutra's unexpected actions during the audience ceremony caught his eye, then there was undoubtedly a destiny-altering reason behind it. And now, gazing directly into the depths of Shutra's soul, the legendary swordsman could finally grasp exactly what the Supreme Ruler saw in this seemingly ordinary prince. The very air grew heavy as a profound tension settled over the battlefield. With a piercing gaze, Ishigard suddenly offered to pass down his profound martial enlightenment to the young prince. A collective gasp escaped both Shutra and Felicia. However, Ishigard quickly waved his hand, clarifying that he had no intention of taking the boy as an official disciple. He calmly admitted that he wasn't exactly suited to walk the path of a master. Moreover, Shutra's foundation was already forged. He had already awakened the formidable power of the beast god fist art. Felicia whipped her head toward Shutra, utterly bewildered by this massive revelation. When on earth did he master such an ancient technique? Meanwhile, Shutra stared at the Sword Lord, demanding to know how he had seen through his hidden depths. A knowing smile graced Ishigard's face as he revealed the truth. Shutra's spiritual vessel was a chaotic yet perfect storm, brimming with multiple mysterious energies alongside the fierce aura of the beast god. Though his divine eyes couldn't decipher the exact origin of every single power, one miraculous detail stood out clearly. Not a single one of these clashing forces rejected the others. Instead, they wove together in absolute harmony, forming a breathtaking tapestry of power where the impossible concept of mutual coexistence had become a living reality within his very flesh. Thoroughly captivated by this unprecedented phenomenon, the Sword Lord declared that he wished to bestow a fraction of his divine insight upon the Ninth Prince, just to see how high he could soar. He calmly awaited the boy's answer. Shutra's heart hammered against his ribs, knowing this was utterly unprecedented. Throughout history, aside from the Demon King Matira, the proud Sword Lord had never once offered his martial teachings to anyone voluntarily. Without a second thought, he accepted the monumental offer, knowing only a fool would reject such a heavenly blessing. Ishigard's eyes practically sparkled with sheer delight at the boy's unwavering resolve. The legendary warrior explained that he would impart a supreme method of aura manipulation and a handful of foundational techniques. How Shutra chose to evolve them would entirely depend on his own boundless potential. With solemn grace, Ishigard rested a heavy palm upon Shutra's shoulder. Instantly, a torrential surge of blinding, radiant gold erupted from the young prince's body. This dazzling display marked the genesis of his awakening. The golden brilliance radiating from Shutra was the pure, unadulterated essence of Ishigard's legendary aura. The young prince closed his eyes, surrendering completely to the overwhelming flow of power. This sensation was completely alien compared to the savage nature of the beast god fist art. The Sword Lord's divine energy felt like a boundless ocean, gently yet firmly saturating every single cell in his mortal vessel. Suddenly, the familiar translucent screen of the system materialized before his eyes, chiming with a miraculous notification. He had instantaneously acquired the Ashura cultivation technique, skyrocketing straight to level 11. A cascade of god-tier notifications flooded his vision. The Ashura cultivation technique Wind God achieved level 11, the Great Mountain Path reached level 11, and the devastating lightning art followed suit. Observing the boy's supernatural comprehension, Ishigard couldn't help but breathe out a word of sheer admiration. The prince's hidden talent was truly terrifying. Shutra was devouring and mastering these ancient arts at a speed that defied all logic and reason. But suddenly, the golden aura violently clashed with a terrifying surge of azure energy, erupting into a catastrophic, heaven-shaking explosion of light. Our main character was completely swallowed by the apocalyptic brilliance, leaving the mighty Sword Lord frozen in absolute, unadulterated horror. Felicia and the rest of the vanguard screamed in terror, their hearts plummeting as they watched Shutra vanish into the raging storm of power. Even the legendary Ishigard was left paralyzed, utterly mind-blown that such an impossible phenomenon was unfolding before his very eyes. Azure and golden auras spiraled into one, fusing into a single, blinding core of absolute power. Then, the familiar chime of system notifications echoed in his mind. First, the relentless Asura cultivation technique and the ferocious beast god fist art were resonating in perfect harmony. Second, his physical vessel had broken past its mortal limits. Furthermore, his immunity to 100 poisons had leveled up. Once this resistance hit level 3, it was destined to evolve into the legendary immunity to 1,000 poisons. Unlocking Harmony Level 1, his S-rank martial skill, the Beast God Fist Art, began a miraculous evolution. A majestic pillar of golden light erupted toward the heavens. It pierced the fortress ceiling, making the very earth tremble beneath its divine weight. From the heart of that blinding radiance, Shutra emerged. He floated in pure tranquility as the fused energies danced around him. His eyes remained shut, his posture unwavering, as if this absolute power had completely submitted to his will. The moment his eyelids fluttered open, it was done. He had officially acquired the mythic double S rank martial art, the Asura Divine Fist. But as the heavenly light faded, he clumsily plopped onto the ground. Carrick and Felicia scrambled to his side in a panic, frantically asking the Sword Lord what on earth had just happened to him. Still reeling from shock, Ishigard muttered that he only ever intended to pass down the Asura cultivation technique. Yet somehow, Shutra had perfectly fused the Beast God Fist Art with the Asura technique. And the most terrifying part? He did it completely unconsciously. In the original lore of Night Saga, the only double S rank technique to ever exist belonged to the legendary hero Locke, his signature Hero's Sword Art. But against all logic, the Beast God Fist Art had evolved into the Asura Divine Fist Strike, a peerless technique standing proudly at the exact same double S rank tier. Staring at the young prince, Ishigard realized this boy was a monstrous talent, far beyond his wildest imaginations. Choosing the path of a true master, he decided not to pry. He told Shutra to keep his secrets, admitting that the boy's sheer potential was what truly fascinated him. When asked if this reborn technique had a name, Shutra smirked and revealed its awe-inspiring title, the Asura Divine Fist Strike. Ishigard praised the straightforward but heavy-hitting name. However, his tone turned serious as he warned the prince to keep this divine awakening an absolute secret. Shutra was already standing in the blinding spotlight of the royal court. Showing off this monstrous power would only invite deadly paranoia from his enemies. Nodding in agreement, Shutra knew playing the fool was his best survival tactic. With his main quest finally complete, all that remained was to bag their epic loot and catch some much-needed sleep. Blinking in confusion, Felicia asked what exactly they needed to pack. Shutra let out a sigh, teasingly asking if this was her very first ruin expedition. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he suggested they carve up the fallen dragon and pocket the best parts before the royal expedition team arrived. The siblings' jaws practically hit the floor. But Shutra smoothly reasoned that splitting a dragon's hoard 3 ways was the perfect recipe for instant wealth. He then pressed them on their crafting plans for the dragon parts. Clueless, they admitted they were just going to dump the materials at the Demon King's castle forge. Shutra shook his head. While that wasn't a terrible idea, these were legendary-grade dragon materials. Instead, he urged them to entrust the crafting to a very special acquaintance. Staking his own pride on this person's godly skill, he eagerly asked if they had ever heard the name Amita. Felicia tilted her head, swearing it was her first time hearing it. But Shutra's gamer soul was already burning with hype as he shouted, Amita Ignazia! The absolute greatest blacksmith in the entire demon realm, the sole master of the last flame. Ishigard's eyes widened, shocked that the 9th prince actually knew of this legend. Of course Shutra knew. In the world of Night Saga, triggering a meeting with Amita Ignazia was an ultra-rare hidden event. This mythical crafter was a total enigma, sometimes appearing as a burly man, other times as a mysterious woman. Whispers claimed they were a shape-shifting mage bending reality at will. Others swore that Amita wasn't a single person at all, but a secret society of master artisans. Scoring an audience with Amita required insane luck. Even after 10 full game clears in his past life, Shutra had only managed to trigger their encounter a measly 3 times. Relieved that he didn't have to waste breath explaining the lore, the Sword Lord chuckled. He then offered to reveal the legendary blacksmith's current hideout. Shutra's eyes sparkled like a kid in a candy store. Ishigard warned that Amita was a notorious nomad, urging the prince to track them down the second he was prepared. The master crafter was a hardcore recluse who absolutely despised dealing with uninvited guests. But armed with the Sword Lord's name, the doors would miraculously open. Shutra was practically buzzing. Snagging a double S rank skill and Amita's location in one run, this expedition was an absolute god-tier haul. With their game plan set, the party finally descended deeper into the ancient ruins. After a quick breather to heal up, they swept the treasure vault clean. Their next target was the Grand Archives, a mandatory pit stop fiercely demanded by the scholarly Felicia. The moment the heavy doors creaked open, Shutra hacked and coughed, completely suffocated by centuries of undisturbed dust. Felicia just smirked, challenging the prince by asking if his thirst for ancient knowledge was really going to be defeated by a few cobwebs. Carrick laughed from the back, bluntly pointing out that the 9th prince didn't give a single damn about dusty old dwarven history in the first place. Stepping fully into the massive chamber, Felicia's eyes shined with pure joy. She eagerly shoved an ancient tome toward Delea, the black-haired elf, squealing over how perfectly preserved the records were. She praised the dwarves' legendary obsession with record-keeping. Meanwhile, Shutra just leaned against a wall, passively watching his sister geek out like it was the best day of her life. As Delea dutifully hauled over mountains of old books, Carrick shamelessly passed out right in the middle of the hall. Left to his own devices, Shutra's gaze drifted, wondering just how many ancient eras this room had survived. His eyes locked onto a section where history was literally carved into stone. Suddenly, a weathered tablet slipped from the shelf. Kneeling down, he carefully wiped the dust from its surface. The carved illustration depicted a mysterious woman leading a group of mortals into a fated meeting with majestic dragons. Shutra's eyes narrowed. This ancient imagery felt suspiciously familiar to his gamer memories. His eyes widened as he identified the legendary figures. Enkel and Enkidu stood tall in the ancient artwork. Beside them loomed the terrifying presence of the 6 elder dragons. But as his gaze drifted across the mural, a familiar female figure sent a sudden shiver down his spine. She was the phantom from his prophetic vision, the divine voice who commanded him to conquer the world so that all would kneel before him. An undeniable sense of dread washed over his soul. Her true identity was conquest, but a burning question echoed in his mind. Why was a being of such apocalyptic magnitude painted here? Shutra could not make sense of this chronological impossibility. This masterpiece dated back over 1,000 years. Yet, there she was, immortalized alongside 4 mysterious humans and 6 mighty dragons. What twisted thread of fate bound them all together? Unraveling the deep connection behind this divine gathering became his newest obsession. Suddenly, green wind popped into his vision, hanging completely upside down. He nearly jumped out of his skin as the spirit playfully teased his dead serious expression. Gathering his wits, he demanded to know where she had just materialized from. Brimming with smug confidence, she demanded he follow her immediately. She boasted about achieving something truly spectacular. Curious, Shutra approached the ancient reading table, his eyes locking onto a mysterious tome. The moment he saw the cover, absolute shock hit him. Green wind puffed out her chest with ultimate pride. She had unearthed a lost historical record detailing the legendary elder dragons. Within these dusty pages lay ancient secrets. Each mythological beast carried a unique title, perfectly mirroring their overwhelming nature. Enkidu wielded the raw power of pure destruction, a true tyrant of the skies. In stark contrast, Enkel embraced all living things, acting as a gentle, benevolent mother to the world. Quayon was the ultimate sage, possessing unfathomable wisdom. Then came Kaltain, the fierce and intense warrior. Yet, despite his explosive title, his true magical essence was as cold as absolute zero. He was a walking paradox, a freezing flame. A silent, stoic fighter who refused to draw his blade without true purpose. But the moment that blade leaves its sheath, his icy wrath would reduce the entire world to frozen ashes. Flipping through the pages, Shutra realized this tome was heavily dedicated to Kaltain. It detailed the warrior dragon's legendary exploits, even hinting at his hidden sanctuary. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a specific detail. A mysterious marking practically glowed on the ancient map. It pointed directly to the fabled Lake of the Sun. It completely blew his mind. Who would ever expect an elder dragon with a burning aura to hide its lair beneath a massive body of water? The pieces of the puzzle finally snapped together. No wonder the veteran hunters had spent lifetimes searching in vain. Green wind crossed her arms, growing fiercely impatient for her well-deserved head pats. As he reached out, a brilliant realization struck him. The lake was incredibly close to the legendary blacksmith Amita's domain, just as the Sword Lord had advised. The Grandmaster had pinpointed their location near the treacherous spider forest. Even better, it bordered the dangerous territory of the lycanthropes. A confident smirk crossed his face. He was already planning to track down Caitlin and Chris along the way. This route aligned flawlessly with his grand design. He gently patted the spirit's forehead, offering genuine praise for her phenomenal discovery. Green wind beamed with absolute joy. The new objective was locked in. Find the blacksmith Amita, then claim Kaltain's legendary armament. If fate smiled upon him, this next expedition would be the ultimate jackpot. An absolute treasure trove of epic upgrades waited just over the horizon. The party spent 4 grueling days locked within Thunderdoom Fortress. And Felicia's burning academic passion? It was honestly borderline terrifying. Shutra could only watch in pure awe. Right up until their absolute final day, she practically lived inside the dusty archives without showing a single drop of exhaustion. Not wanting to fall behind, he also buried himself in the ancient texts. His eyes scanned thousands of pages, hunting for any scrap of lore regarding the other elder dragons. Tragically, the records remained stubbornly silent on anyone except Kaltain. However, he did not walk away empty-handed. The mighty orc, Karak, had broken through his physical limits. Utilizing the glorious promotion system of the King's Knights, he bestowed a new rank upon his loyal vanguard. He asked the warrior if the power surge felt real. Karak let out a roaring battle cry. He threw a devastating punch into the empty air, creating a visible shockwave. The orc grinned widely, declaring that all of his master's brutal training had finally blossomed into true strength. Knight Captain Carrick had officially ascended to the prestigious rank of barracks commander. As dawn broke the following morning, a crucial dispatch from Felicia reached the dark halls of the Demon King's castle. Attached was a chilling intelligence report. It suggested that General Kashubal's demise was never an accident. It was a beautifully woven trap, designed entirely to drag Zephyr into the light. The blazing midday sun hung high above the fortress. Shutra tightened his gear, fully prepared to march out, but Felicia desperately grabbed his sleeve, begging for just a little more time. She pleaded with puppy-dog eyes to delay their departure. There were mountains of ancient scrolls she had not yet devoured, but the main character shook his head with firm resolve. The Sword Lord's warning echoed in his mind. They had to secure Amita before the elusive blacksmith vanished like a ghost in the night. The hourglass was rapidly draining. With a gentle but unyielding tone, he corralled the reluctant scholar into the waiting carriage. Once his eclectic party was securely aboard, he gave the signal. Carrick cracked the reins with his massive muscular arms, and their grand carriage surged forward into the unknown. Gazing out the window, Shutra reflected on the absolute chaos they had just survived. They had danced with death multiple times, but the monumental rewards they reaped far outweighed the terrifying risks. A proud smile tugged at his lips. He could practically see the shock on Caitlyn's face once she witnessed his mastery of the legendary Asura Divine Fist. He was counting down the seconds until that reunion. Meanwhile, exactly 3 days later, an elite task force assembled, hunting down the shadowy assassins who dared to target Zephyr. The formidable warrior himself stepped up to lead the charge. Before deploying, Zephyr descended into the silent archive room. His sharp eyes immediately locked onto the ancient stone tablet Shutra had left behind. A dark aura leaked from the carvings. He easily identified the terrifying horsemen of famine, death, and war. But the regal woman leading their catastrophic march? She was a total enigma to him. Little did he know, this enigmatic figure was the very same harbinger of doom, the one Shutra had recognized as the absolute embodiment of conquest. At that exact moment, deep within a boiling volcanic core, a monstrous dragon bowed before a mysterious woman. With a rumbling growl, the beast gave the signal to begin. He addressed her with a title that would shake the heavens. The Knight of Conquest. Yes, the very same apocalyptic warrior who had plagued our main character's prophetic dreams. But cutting back to our hero, Shutra pulled back his bowstring, channeling raw magic into his shot. Instead of an epic blast, a pathetic spark fizzled from his fingertips. Even worse, the magical flame backfired, violently scorching his own hand. Watching from the sidelines, Carrick aggressively scratched his head, completely baffled by this suicidal training method. The loyal orc sweated bullets. He was terrified that his lord was going to permanently cripple his own body playing with volatile fire. But Felicia just pushed up her glasses with a knowing smirk. She assured the panicked commander that their lord was practically indestructible. Right on cue, a soothing light wrapped around Shutra's hand, instantly erasing the burn without leaving a single scar. The system alerts chimed as his fire arrow, healing arts, and mana control all broke through to the next level. Shutra gasped for air, but a thrilling rush of excitement blazed in his eyes. He unleashed the power yet again. Watching from the sidelines, Carrick shook his head, muttering that this monstrous rate of growth was absolutely far from normal. However, Felicia smiled and advised letting him be, since his magical prowess was skyrocketing. Thus began their grueling routine, marching under the scorching sun and pushing their limits through the dead of night. Their ultimate goal? The treacherous depths of the spider forest, where the enigmatic Amita awaited their arrival. To shave off precious time, they boldly cut straight through the heart of lycanthrope territory. But suddenly, heavily armed guards blocked their path. The road ahead had been strictly sealed off. Carrick stepped up, demanding an explanation for the sudden blockade. The guards sneered, claiming it was highly classified business strictly ordered by the lycanthrope royal family. They were bluntly ordered to turn back, but Felicia narrowed her eyes in deep suspicion. Royal family business? Out here in the absolute middle of nowhere? Something did not add up. Crossing his spear, the arrogant guard barked at them once more to tuck their tails and leave. Her patience finally snapped. Stepping forward with undeniable authority, she commanded them to clear the path and fetch their superior. The guard flared with sudden rage, mocking her and asking if she fancied herself a princess. With a cold, unyielding gaze, she offered a single, devastating word. Yes. The guard stuttered in disbelief. Without blinking, she confidently repeated her royal claim. Cold sweat dripped down the guard's face as he nervously asked her to clarify. Her piercing glare seemed to freeze the very air as she delivered her answer for the third and final time. Fast forward just a few moments later. The once arrogant guards were found trembling at the base camp, crying as they kneeled on the ground, with both hands raised high in miserable punishment. Caitlyn's face lit up with pure joy the second she spotted Felicia and Shutra. She sprinted toward them like a happy puppy, with Chris trailing closely behind. She eagerly asked what brought them to this desolate place. Felicia crossed her arms with a wry smile, pointing out that she should be the one asking that. Why on earth were royal siblings camping out here and locking down the entire highway? Caitlin shifted her gaze, suddenly hesitant to explain. Stepping in, Chris quickly changed the subject, bringing up the wild rumors he had heard, that Shutra had completely turned the Demon King's castle upside down. Staring at his brother intensely, Chris demanded to know what kind of insane training he had been secretly putting himself through. A confident smirk tugged at Shutra's lips. He declared that their timing could not be more perfect, inviting everyone outside to witness it firsthand. Moments later, a thunderous explosion rocked the wastelands just outside the camp. Dust plumed into the sky from a fierce sparring match between Shutra and Caitlin. The playful princess was completely serious, and Shutra met her intense battle aura with his own blazing spirit. Surging mana wrapped around his knuckles like a storm. As their tightly clenched fists slammed into each other, a devastating shockwave erupted in every direction. The terrifying impact shattered the earth beneath their feet, completely vaporizing the surrounding trees. Sensing the profound energy, Caitlin instantly realized this was absolutely not the traditional beast god fist art. Breathless, she demanded to know the name of this overwhelming technique. Standing tall, Shutra proudly declared its name. The Asura Divine Fist Strike. Felicia stepped forward, her voice filled with awe. She explained that it was a miraculous fusion, perfectly combining the beast god fist art with the legendary Asura cultivation method directly passed down by the Sword Lord. Chris stood absolutely paralyzed in shock. Merging two supreme arts was insane enough, but receiving personal tutelage from the legendary Sword Lord was practically a myth. He stammered, asking why the Sword Lord would ever take him as a disciple. Felicia simply shrugged and smiled, stating the obvious. He was an absolute genius. Caitlin's eyes sparkled with sheer admiration, begging to know if she could learn this god-tier move too. Shutra rubbed the back of his neck and sheepishly apologized. Since he forged the technique purely on instinct, there was no structured manual to pass down to others. Chris let out a hollow laugh of disbelief. Creating a martial art so devastatingly complex that even the founder could not teach it? His brother was truly an absurd existence. Tilting his head in genuine confusion, Shutra innocently asked if he should take that as a compliment. But deep down, a cold sweat formed on Chris's back as he realized just how terrifyingly fast his brother was evolving. If he did not push past his own bloody limits, he would be left utterly in the dust. With the awe-inspiring demonstration out of the way, the atmosphere shifted to far more serious matters. They solemnly gathered inside the command tent and took their seats around the table. Chris lowered his voice to a dead whisper, warning them that the following information must never leave this room. Felicia felt a chill run down her spine, wondering what could possibly make the usually calm prince so incredibly tense. The dreadful truth finally spilled from his lips. A maximum security prisoner, locked in the pitch-black abyss of the Grey Tower's lowest floor, had managed to escape. Shutra's eyes widened in realization. The Grey Tower was no ordinary dungeon. It was hell on earth, built exclusively to cage the most bloodthirsty monsters of the lycanthrope race. And if this beast had been sealed away on the very bottom floor, Shutra already had a sinking feeling about their identity. With a heavy sigh, Chris finally dropped the cursed name, Gerard Moonlight. The escaped criminal, White, was actually their own maternal uncle. Felicia gasped in absolute shock, completely unaware that the twin siblings even had an uncle on their mother's side. Chris grimly explained that Gerard had been thrown into the abyss over 2 whole decades ago. It was only natural that this dark family secret had been hidden from her. Legends spoke of a time when Gerard was a beacon of power, a ridiculously mighty warrior who brought endless glory to the lycanthrope royal bloodline. In fact, had his mind not completely shattered, the royal throne would have been rightfully his instead of their mother's. But his insatiable thirst for absolute power became his total ruin. Blinded by ambition, the beast god fist art was simply not enough for him. He violently delved into forbidden demonic arts and heretical magic. Consumed by the dark energy, his sanity was entirely ripped away. The birth of the madman Gerard sparked a catastrophic disaster. The royal family had to sacrifice hundreds of elite lycanthrope warriors just to drag the raging beast down in chains. By some miracle, the bloodbath was contained within the palace walls. The royals swiftly covered up the massacre, burying the horrific incident deep in the shadows of history. Felicia swallowed hard, putting the terrifying pieces together. Was he truly saying that a slaughter-crazed lunatic was now roaming freely across the kingdom? Caitlin chimed in, revealing that intelligence reports tracked the madman heading far east. Chris quickly tried to ease the tension, noting that Gerard had burned through half his aura during his violent escape, making him far less of a threat. Thankfully, the east was in the exact opposite direction of their current path. But a dark question still lingered in Shutra's mind. How on earth did a prisoner break out of an inescapable fortress? Chris clenched his jaw in sheer frustration. The royal investigators were still tearing the tower apart, but all evidence pointed to a horrifying truth. Someone from the outside had orchestrated the breakout. A sudden realization struck Shutra like a bolt of lightning. In his past life, playing the legendary game Night Saga, there was a hidden subquest for the character Zephyr Ragnaros. The dark mission? Break Gerard out of hell to plunge the lycanthrope faction into absolute chaos. A chilling thought crossed Shutra's mind. Had the worst-case scenario finally been triggered? Somewhere in the dead of night, a man gasped for his final breaths as an iron grip crushed his throat. A battle-scarred brute leaned in, his voice dripping with lethal intent. Speak, if you value your miserable life. The blood of the others already stained the earth. His only demand? The hidden location of the legendary moonlight herb. The vision shifted. Shutra found himself floating in an absolute void, completely disoriented. Then, the majestic entity known as Conquest materialized right before his eyes. He desperately questioned her about this twisted reality. Without a word, she simply raised a finger toward a swirling vortex of darkness at his back. Peering into the abyss, a shadowy silhouette began to take shape. Recognition hit him like a physical blow. It was the embodiment of famine. His eyes snapped open. Shutra jolted upright in his bed, his lungs burning as he gasped for sweet air. That suffocating dark aura was permanently burned into his retinas. The sheer, venomous malice radiating from it clung to his skin, sending a profound chill straight to his core. But what terrified him most was the undeniable question echoing in his mind. Why was the cursed name of famine relentlessly tormenting his thoughts? His train of thought was violently derailed. Carrick tore through the tent flaps, his face pale with sheer panic. "Young master, disaster has struck." Shutra snapped to attention, demanding immediate answers. The frantic warrior spat out the terrifying truth. "Our defenses are breached. A hostile intruder is massacring the camp." The attacker was a nightmare made flesh. A jagged scar split his left cheek, and an unnatural, pitch-black aura violently erupted from his body. He wielded no weapons, ripping allied soldiers apart with his bare hands alone. That horrifying description was all Shutra needed to hear. The puzzle pieces slammed into place. The butcher was none other than the escaped convict, Gerard Moonlight. Chris and Caitlin were already staring down the bloody aftermath of the slaughter. Wasting no time, Shutra and Carrick sprinted through the chaos to stand by their side. Shutra's mind raced with contradictions. The intel clearly stated Gerard had escaped toward the eastern borders. So why was this monster standing right here? What sinister motive brought him back to the slaughterhouse? He turned to the siblings, his eyes blazing with absolute authority. No more lies. He backed them into a corner, demanding the true, hidden objective behind their current expedition. The heavy silence broke. Caitlin confessed their ultimate prize was the fabled moonlight herb. Chris flinched at his sister's sudden honesty, but she held nothing back, laying all their secrets bare. Tracking down the mystical flora had been their sole mission from the very beginning. The horrifying news of Gerard shattering his prison chains was merely a catastrophic coincidence they discovered too late. This wasn't just any plant. It was a mythical, century-blooming medicinal marvel, an ancient treasure fiercely guarded as the lycanthrope tribe's most sacred, life-giving relic. Its legendary properties defied the very laws of mortality. A single dose possessed the heaven-defying power to snatch a dying soul right out of the Grim Reaper's clutches. Shutra remembered his time in Night Saga. It was the ultimate drop reward for conquering either Chris or Caitlin in battle. The grand scheme finally clicked. Gerard's target was painfully obvious. The madman was hunting the divine herb to regenerate the massive aura reserves he had lost in captivity. But before Shutra could plan his next move, a blinding golden flare violently shattered the night sky. The radiant mana unmistakably belonged to Felicia. Across the burning encampment, an absolute war zone had already been completely unleashed. Felicia hoisted her magical staff, summoning a towering inferno to incinerate her foe. Sweat poured down her trembling face, her mana reserves running dangerously low. Yet, Gerard simply tore through the roaring flames like a walking natural disaster. Pure despair gripped Felicia's soul. She braced herself for an agonizing death. But in that breath-stealing fraction of a second, Shutra exploded onto the scene, launching his heavy shield like a cannonball straight into the beast's path. "Are you injured?" he shouted over the deafening chaos. The explosive impact of the shield successfully knocked the hulking monstrosity a few steps backward. Wasting no momentum, Chris and Caitlin launched themselves into the fray like twin meteors. Gerard's wicked eyes narrowed. He instantly recognized the bloodline. These were the defiant pups of Elaine Moonlight. The villain anchored his feet to the earth and raised a massive arm. Caitlin commanded him to drop to his knees and surrender quietly. Instead, a sickening grin stretched across his scarred face. He mocked them, claiming he was the true inheritor of their late mother's legacy. That venomous taunt made Caitlin falter for a single, fatal heartbeat, and that was all the monster needed. His devastating fist connected, launching her through the air like a broken doll. Chris screamed her name, desperately abandoning his stance to catch his sister. Seizing the distraction, a brave wolf warrior lunged at Gerard's blind spot, but the beast didn't even turn around before clamping his iron hand around the soldier's neck. A horrifying suction sound echoed through the night. Vile, pitch-black mist was violently ripped from the helpless warrior's soul. Witnessing this pure evil, an ice-cold wave of terror paralyzed Shutra's spine. The poor soldier's eyes rolled back, flooding with absolute inky darkness as his very life force was greedily devoured by the suffocating shadows. The horrifying truth finally struck Shutra like lightning. This wasn't mere dark magic, it was the world-ending power of famine. Having consumed every drop of vitality, Gerard dropped the shriveled husk, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Roaring with newfound power, Gerard pulverized the earth beneath his feet. The massive shockwave shattered the terrain, instantly destroying Chris's footing and throwing him completely off balance. Like a swarm of ravenous locusts, the shadowy torrent surged forward, violently crashing into Chris's unprotected body. Shutra's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated disbelief. This completely defied the established lore of Night Saga. The Gerard from the game was a shadow of this beast. Decades rotting in a maximum security dungeon should have left his physical vessel utterly crippled and weak. The monstrous uncle caught Shutra's momentary daze. He barked out a sadistic laugh, praising the young master's foolish audacity for spacing out on a bloody battlefield. In a flash of terrifying speed, those massive, scarred fingers clamped around Shutra's windpipe. The young master thrashed wildly, burning every last ounce of his physical power to pry himself from death's suffocating grip. Menacing shadows crawled up Shutra's skin as Gerard chillingly whispered for him to wither into dust. But suddenly, a blur of motion interrupted the execution. Chris came crashing down from behind, landing a devastating blow that forced the tyrant to drop his prey. Shutra hit the dirt, screaming as agonizing pain ripped through his corrupted veins. Enraged by the interference, Gerard pivoted on his heel, perfectly poised to obliterate his new challenger. Chris stood tall, his eyes burning with absolute resolve, as he declared himself the monster's true opponent. With an earth-shattering roar, Chris launched himself forward, his entire physique detonating with a maelstrom of furious, brilliant blue aura. He collided with his crazed uncle like a runaway freight train. The overwhelming kinetic force pile-drove Gerard straight into the bedrock, sending a massive tremor ripping through the entire battlefield. Yet, the villain simply crossed his arms, casually blocking the devastating barrage. He mocked his nephew's lack of manners for not greeting his beloved uncle. Chris's response? A thunderous roar telling the bastard to shut his mouth. As far as Chris was concerned, the honorable royal named Gerard Moonlight had been buried 20 years ago. The twisted creature standing in the crater was nothing but a pathetic, murderous convict waiting to be put down. Seeing his opening, Shutra called upon his system. A magnificent golden dagger materialized in his grasp. He immediately triggered his divine authority, under the king's banner, locking the powerful buff onto the completely unsuspecting Chris. The effect was instantaneous. An intoxicating, mind-bending rush of pure euphoria exploded within Chris's soul. Limitless vitality cascaded through his muscles. He couldn't believe his own senses. Was this godlike amplification truly born from Shutra's mystical arts? Unstoppable, awe-inspiring energy violently radiated from his every pore, ready to shatter the heavens. Gerard's eyes widened. Chris's movements had completely changed. Simultaneously, Caitlin slipped into his blind spot. Empowered by the skill under the king's banner, she unleashed a devastating punch. A heavy groan escaped Gerard's lips as the crushing blow struck home. Not giving him a single breath, Chris chained another ruthless strike. From a safe distance, Felicia and Shutra watched in awe. The clash was blindingly fast, leaving behind nothing but violent streaks of light. Overwhelmed by the sheer speed, Felicia confessed she couldn't track their movements. She frantically asked Shutra what was unfolding before them. His voice was calm, yet observant. Chris and Caitlin were dominating the flow. Their attacks flowed in absolute terrifying sync, forcing the mighty Gerard onto the defensive, his forearms raised just to survive the onslaught. A grim smile crept across Gerard's face. For the very first time, he acknowledged their strength. They were unmistakably the blood of Elaine. With that dangerous realization, the time for holding back was completely over. His muscles bulged grotesquely as his beastly form awakened. Monstrous, wolf-like claws ripped through the air, snatching Caitlin right by her head. With terrifying agility, he sidestepped Chris's desperate punch, dragging the helpless Caitlin along. Then, he ruthlessly slammed her into the earth. All color instantly vanished from Chris's face. Caitlin's body lay broken. A blazing inferno of pure wrath erupted within Chris. He roared his vow to slaughter Gerard, but the beast merely sneered, swatting the young warrior away like a mere insect. The terrifying impact launched Chris through solid tree trunks. Wood shattered around him before he violently hit the dirt. In a flash of bloodlust, Gerard lunged straight for the kill. Suddenly, a brilliant white aura illuminated the battlefield. Shutra stepped in, blocking the lethal strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he called upon Karak to summon the king's knights. Gerard's instincts flared. He spun around, barely parrying Karak's massive axe. Seizing the split-second opening, Shutra channeled a terrifying amount of power into his fist. He drew his arm back, golden energy tightly compressing into a dense, destructive sphere. Then, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Gigantic piston. The earth-shattering blow connected, yet Gerard merely gritted his fangs and endured. His counterattack was instantaneous. Beast God Fist, Secret Art, Wild Wolf Fist Strike. The catastrophic shockwave blasted Shutra across the battlefield. The sheer magnitude of the clash forced Carrick to his knees. Panic washed over the loyal knight as he stared in horror toward the fallen prince. As the dust settled, Gerard's violent aura finally calmed. A sinister smirk stretched across his snout. He was absolutely certain. No one could stand back up after taking his ultimate strike. A violent cough echoed, painting the dirt with fresh blood. It was Shutra. Gerard began his slow, menacing approach, a chilling, killing intent burning in his eyes. But Shutra simply raised a hand, halting the monster's advance. The tables were about to turn. Taking a familiar stance, he unleashed the exact same technique. Beast God Fist, Secret Art. Gerard froze, utter disbelief paralyzing his limbs. The devastating blow struck him dead center. In Shutra's vision, a glowing system notification illuminated the chaos. He had successfully acquired the Beast God Fist, Secret Art, Wild Wolf skill. The irony was perfect. It was time for the arrogant beast to choke on his own medicine. Gerard doubled over, coughing up blood and groaning in agony. How on earth did this royal brat copy his sacred technique? But before he could process the shock, Shutra drew his fist back for round 2. The air itself warped around his knuckles. He unleashed the blazing fist of explosion. The searing heat forced a pained growl from Gerard, but the beast's retaliation was terrifyingly fast. Shutra was violently hurled backward once again. He clicked his tongue in bitter frustration. His destructive strike had been perfectly aimed, right at Gerard's skull. Realizing the danger, Gerard unleashed a massive shockwave of suffocating black mist. The cursed fog locked onto Shutra like a predator. Pushed to his limits, the prince barely summoned his white aura before the mist detonated. Coughing through the violent blast, Shutra could only mutter, "What the hell was that?" But as the thick smoke finally cleared, the battlefield was completely empty. Gerard had vanished. Did that monster actually retreat? A sudden chime from the system confirmed his victory. His level had increased. A heavy, exhausted sigh finally escaped his lips. The immediate nightmare had passed, but the true crisis was just beginning. He immediately turned to Felicia, demanding to know Caitlin's condition. A dark, heavy shadow fell across Felicia's face. Her voice trembled as she delivered the devastating news. The injuries were catastrophically deep. Conventional healing magic simply wouldn't be enough to pull her back from the abyss. Suddenly, Shutra let out an agonizing groan, his hands clutching his chest as he collapsed. Panic gripped Felicia as she frantically rushed to his side. Despite the excruciating pain tearing through his own veins, his mind was solely fixed on Caitlin's survival. Her external wounds had magically closed, but her internal network was completely shattered. He knew the tragic truth. She had drawn out too much aura, pushing her body far past its breaking point. Watching his life force dangerously flicker, Felicia desperately begged to know what was happening to him. He stubbornly brushed off his own agony, insisting a little rest would cure him, and practically ordered her to focus all her power on Caitlin. Just then, a battered Chris emerged from the shadows, cradling an ornate box in his hands. He quickly told Felicia to use its contents on them both. Confusion flashed in her eyes as she asked what it was. But the moment she lifted the lid, her breath completely stopped. Resting inside was a solitary, glowing flower. It was the legendary Moonlight Herb. Wasting no time, Felicia laid the two heavily wounded warriors side by side, carefully placing the mystical box between them. As she initiated the sacred healing ritual, Chris and Karak stood guard like unyielding statues. With trembling hands, she extracted the ethereal Moonlight Herb. She meticulously split the glowing petals into 2 equal halves, placing one precious fragment over each of their chests. Like magic, the fragments dissolved into pure light, seeping past their lips. Almost instantly, Caitlin's fragile body erupted in a brilliant, blinding glow. Felicia frowned, deeply confused by the strange reaction. But that confusion violently mutated into absolute panic when Shutra's unconscious body began to levitate into the air. Chris stared in wide-eyed disbelief. He had never witnessed such a mystical phenomenon, but a forgotten legend suddenly echoed in his mind. The ancient myth of the Moonlight Herb. In an era lost to time, an absolute monarch known as the primordial Wolf King reigned supreme. He was the legendary figure who gathered the scattered lycanthrope clans, forging them into a single, unstoppable empire. But peace was shattered when the catastrophic Red Dragon, Castion, descended upon their lands. A world-ending battle raged for 7 bloody days and nights. It only ended when the mighty Wolf King ripped the life from the dragon, claiming a devastating victory. However, the price of that epic war was impossibly high. The endless slaughter had pushed his body to the absolute brink. His entire glorious herd had been wiped from existence, and the cold embrace of death was creeping up his spine. But in his most desperate fading moment, the dying king stumbled upon a single, pure white flower. Guided by his primal instincts, he consumed it without hesitation. That miraculous flower, brimming with the very essence of moonlight, fused into his shattered chest, becoming his new beating heart. Reborn with a core forged from the moon's divine energy, the legendary king made a sacred vow. He declared his life forever bound to the lunar glow, and claimed the eternal surname, Moonlight. Legends whisper of an ancient sovereign who shielded the realm across countless ages. Yet, that divine miracle was a one-time blessing. For untold generations that followed, the beastmen of the lycanthrope clan sought to devour that very same celestial bloom, but their bodies shattered under the crushing weight of the moonlight. None could forge a new heart like the legendary Wolf King. Such was the terrifying myth of the moonlight herb. Yet now, that impossible myth was materializing right before Chris. The ancient magic was rewriting the fate of Shutra, an existence from an entirely different bloodline. A blinding radiance erupted from Shutra's chest, piercing the heavens with a towering pillar of light. The system suddenly chimed in. The protagonist setting adjustment had evolved this fateful encounter to the extreme. His absolute protagonist physique was violently resonating with the lunar energy. He had just forged a second heart, two cores pulsing with power, two distinct origins of absolute strength. When Shutra finally forced his eyes open, a warm golden glow flooded his vision, but his breath hitched. Caitlin was resting right beside him. Flustered, he jolted upright in a panic. Blinking away the haze, he took in the sheer luxury of the grand bedchamber. Before he could process anything, heavy knocks echoed against the grand doors. Elite guards marched into the room, parting like the sea to reveal a woman with a mountain-like presence. Her piercing gaze locked onto him as she calmly asked if his rest was peaceful. She called him by his formal title, the Ninth Prince, Shutra Ignis. A jolt of recognition struck his mind. This was a face he had encountered countless times in his past life. Standing before him was the fourth queen, Elaine Moonlight, the sovereign of the lycanthropes and the birth mother of Chris and Caitlin. Her aura was imposing as she spoke. She declared that her precious children drew breath only because of his bravery. Now, she demanded to know how to repay this monumental life debt. With the humble strength of a true leader, Shutra brushed it off. He insisted he had merely followed the duty in his heart, but the queen refused his modesty. Such a legendary feat commanded absolute reverence, she insisted. Bowing his head, he accepted her profound gratitude. Then, shattering the polite atmosphere, she dropped an absolute bombshell. Her eyes narrowed as she asked if he held the ambition to claim the Demon King's throne. Shutra froze, completely blindsided by the deadly question. Seeing his utterly baffled expression, the queen realized the thought had never even entered his mind. Considering his notoriously weak standing until recently, his shock was perfectly natural. Yet, she coldly reminded him that the tides of fate had shifted, and it was time to awaken his royal ambition. She warned him that the game of survival had changed. Every single step from here on out required flawless calculation to secure his absolute dominance. Only then did the heavy truth settle in. Shutra had been lost to the darkness for 4 agonizingly long days. The spiritual guardian, Green Wind, materialized to fill in the gaps. With a casual flip of her hair, she mentioned she hadn't left his side for a single second. Shaking off his lingering dizziness, he pressed her for a tactical briefing. They were currently sheltered within the impregnable walls of the lycanthrope royal estate. As for the terribly awkward sleeping arrangement, it was a desperately needed measure to maximize the life-saving regeneration for both him and Caitlin. Shutra's brow furrowed in utter confusion. Green Wind tilted her head, asking if his memories of devouring the legendary moonlight herb were completely wiped out. The revelation hit him like a lightning bolt. He summoned his system interface in a frantic rush, his eyes widening at the unbelievable notification logs. An entirely foreign, heaven-defying energy was deeply woven into his very soul. It pulsed relentlessly above his natural aura. A second core of limitless power was beating in his chest. Green Wind relayed Chris's urgent instructions. The closer Shutra's physical proximity to Caitlin, the more explosively his newly forged life force would ignite. She challenged him to simply grasp Caitlin's hand to witness the miracle himself. Heart pounding, his fingers gently wrapped around hers. Like a bursting dam, an oceanic surge of aura flooded his meridians. The sheer, unadulterated power threatened to short-circuit his entire mind. With a knowing smile, Green Wind explained the divine truth. The moonlight herb had forged an unbreakable soul link between them. Their fates were now bound together, just like his spiritual pact with her. Later, in the shadowy corridors of the estate, the grim reality of battle set in. Chris revealed that Gerard's true fate remained a haunting mystery, and the bloody pursuit had cost them dearly. The trackers had unearthed mangled remnants of Gerard's lower half, alongside scattered fragments of his torso. But in this world of magic, a corpse was never enough. Chris vowed to hunt the bastard down until his absolute destruction was confirmed. Shutra nodded grimly. Leaving loose ends meant certain death. The heavy silence broke when Chris shifted the focus. He knew his mother had thrown down the ultimate gauntlet. Shutra instantly realized they were talking about the blood-soaked path to the Demon King's throne. With a bitter, self-deprecating smile, Chris confessed his own brutal limits. He was undeniably strong, but he lacked that monstrous, heaven-defying talent. His absolute peak only matched Sylvan's power. Despite 10 grueling years of bloodshed, the chasm between him and the first prince, Baikal, remained impossible to cross. And the second prince? That man was an anomaly, an absolute monster. To even compare their power levels was an insult to the laws of nature, but his eyes burned with a fanatical belief as he looked at Shutra. He was convinced this newly awakened underdog could bridge that impossible gap, crush the royal heirs, and claim the demonic crown. The sheer weight of that expectation left Shutra speechless. Chris pressed on with his master plan. Unlike the rest of the bloodline, Shutra had the unique charisma to unify the fractured magical races. Add the terrifying martial authority of the Sword Lord to his banner, his political power would be absolutely unstoppable. Furthermore, if he continued accumulating legendary achievements, he could wield enough influence to shatter the chains of the currently imprisoned Gandharva clan. The puzzle pieces violently snapped together. That was exactly why the mystical Gandharvas had been missing from the board. A dark curiosity crept in. What apocalyptic sin had driven an entire race into eternal lockdown? Placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, Chris urged him to breathe. He wasn't demanding an oath of conquest right this second. He simply wanted the seed of ambition planted in his mind. Because in the brutal war for succession, acknowledging the throne was the very first step to survival. Turning his gaze toward the moonlit horizon, Shutra remained completely silent. The heavy, destiny-altering path of the Demon King was finally unrolling before his very eyes. Meanwhile, under the shroud of darkness, a solitary carriage pierced through the dead of night. Inside, Ludwig Moonlight, the fearsome captain of the Bloodwolf squad, broke the silence. He questioned Her Majesty, Elaine, if she truly believed the Ninth Prince possessed the sheer terrifying potential to ascend as the new Demon King. Her answer was chillingly calm. The absolute ruler of demons never made a move without a grand design. To him, a meaningless action simply did not exist. She was absolutely certain. The current king was not one to act on mere impulse, to intervene not once, but twice, especially during the sacred audience ceremony. There had to be a master plan hidden in the shadows. She suspected the king had pierced through the veil, glimpsing a dormant power within the Ninth Prince that the rest of the world had blindly overlooked. Blood, after all, recognizes blood. Ludwig furrowed his brow, admitting his inability to grasp the sheer gravity of the situation. Elaine merely scoffed, calling the seasoned captain woefully naive. She unveiled the brutal truth of the demonic throne. Even if his own flesh and blood were to strike him down and forcefully seize the crown, the current king would welcome death with a triumphant laugh. Why? Because it would signify the birth of a supreme being, a demon king with power dwarfing his own. Such was the terrifying madness of the man who ruled them. It was an unimaginably dangerous gamble. Yet, the undeniable truth remained. A future where the Ninth Prince seized the demonic throne was the ultimate path to their own survival and glory. The pieces finally clicked in Ludwig's mind. The demon realm was a brutal stage, where absolute power dictated the laws of reality. The world bent only to the will of the absolute strongest. A chilling shiver ran down Elaine's spine as she confessed her unease, yet a twisted smile formed on her lips. She found the ruthless game utterly intoxicating. Elsewhere, in the pitch-black night, the relentless wolf soldiers scoured the terrain. With Gerard's devastating injuries, his escape route was rapidly shrinking. Suddenly, a beastly gaze caught a movement in the shadows. The prey was cornered. As death approached, an eerie voice echoed in Gerard's mind. It mocked him, asking if the agonizing silence had brought him clarity. A phantom-like silhouette manifested, offering a dark pact. Would he accept the forbidden power? In response, Gerard slammed his trembling hand onto the cold earth. An explosive wave of corrupted black mist violently erupted, engulfing the charging wolf soldiers. With eyes glowing with malice, he commanded their very life forces to wither away. In the blink of an eye, the fearsome hunting squad was reduced to nothing but lifeless husks. Pushed to the absolute brink of despair, Gerard had chosen to sell his soul to the abyss. The demonic phantom's lips curled into a sinister, jagged grin, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. The entity chillingly declared that the wheel of fate had been reset. It was time to rewrite destiny, to forge a timeline entirely different from the tragic past. Several days passed after that dark pact, and Caitlin finally opened her eyes from her deep slumber. The fallout from Gerard's rampage forced Chris to retreat to the main palace. Wasting zero time, the core team embarked on their next perilous mission, the very following dawn. Destination: the eerie Spider Forest, in search of the elusive Amida. Leading the vanguard was their assigned guide, Robin. He warned the party to brace themselves. Once they crossed the ominous twin bridges up ahead, their mounts would be useless. They would have to traverse the cursed woods on foot. Robin wasn't just any ordinary guide. He was a formidable boar lycanthrope, heavily vetted and introduced by Chris before they set foot outside the gates. Shutra's piercing gaze locked onto the beastman. He interrogated him about the true nature of the spider forest, questioning the validity of his past experience there. Robin casually brushed off the concern. He had patrolled the area roughly 6 months prior and swore it was completely desolate. In his eyes, it was a ridiculously peaceful sanctuary. He claimed it was so dreadfully quiet, even low-tier monsters and wild beasts dared not show their faces. But to Shutra's battle-hardened instincts, that absolute silence was a blaring alarm. In a world of chaos, perfect peace was always a perfectly laid trap. His grim suspicions were instantly confirmed. The moment they breached the tree line, they were welcomed by a horrific graveyard of shattered bones scattered across the tainted soil. Robin staggered back in shock, stammering about what kind of massacre could have occurred. But Shutra's expression remained colder than ice. He knew damn well that tranquility was a myth in this realm. His grip tightened on his weapon. The only question burning in his mind was, what flavor of absolute nightmare were they dealing with this time? The tension skyrocketed as the party immediately fell into a defensive formation. Back to back in the dead clearing, weapons drawn and senses pushed to the absolute limit. The crunch of broken branches and bleached bones underfoot echoed like a death knell. Hovering near Shutra, the elemental entity Green Wind tapped into the monocurrents. She could barely trace the signature of the forest's guardian spirit. Its ancient power was flickering like a dying ember in a storm. The astral waves were trembling with absolute terror. The lesser spirits wailed in fear, sensing that the mighty protector of the spider forest was on the horrific brink of total annihilation. Shutra shot a sharp glance at Robin, demanding the lore of this supposedly sacred ground. The lycanthrope swallowed hard, recalling forgotten myths. Legend spoke of an absolute monster, an ancient, colossal spider reigning supreme at the very core of the woods. Shutra's mind raced, processing the lethal variables of this new threat. With a commanding tone, he ordered Karam to relay the catastrophic situation to the lycanthrope vanguard immediately. Karam vanished into the brush like a phantom. Meanwhile, Green Wind's spiritual senses flared with horrific realization. She detected traces of an awe-inspiring magical barrier at the forest's core, and it had been completely, brutally shattered. A suffocating dread washed over the little spirit. An apocalyptic disaster was actively descending upon this cursed land. As the sun bled into pitch-black night, the party established a heavily fortified camp. Around the flickering flames, Shutra delivered the grim intel. The apex predator of the forest was rapidly bleeding out its life force. His voice cut through the crackling fire, posing a terrifying question. What kind of cataclysm would trigger if the Supreme Guardian was utterly erased from existence? Felicia stepped up, her scholarly aura cutting through the tension. She detailed the 2 grim scenarios of a spirit's demise. The first was a direct, fatal strike, obliterating the entity's soul core completely. But the second method was far more sinister. It was the absolute destruction of its sacred source. If the very origin of magic that anchored the spirit to the mortal plane was corrupted or stolen, the spirit would fade into nothingness. She pointed to the floating elemental. Despite Green Wind's deceptively fragile appearance, she commanded the authority of a high-ranking divine being. Even if her own magical anchor was wiped off the map, a spirit of her immense caliber would suffer agonizing weakness, but she would narrowly escape complete deletion. However, ordinary entities were not so lucky. The vast majority of guardian spirits were bound by a fatal chain. If their source shattered, their existence shattered right alongside it. Shutra nodded, recalling the artificial constructs he had smashed to pieces in ancient ruins and death-trap dungeons. The puzzle was solved. The colossal spider hadn't been defeated in combat. Its life source had been mercilessly attacked by an unknown force. Suddenly, Felicia's voice died in her throat. Her eyes widened in sheer horror as she stared up at the night sky. The celestial body above was bleeding a sickening, unnatural hue. Before anyone could process the corrupted moonlight, a lethal wave of bloodlust erupted. Caitlin launched a devastating, blindingly fast surprise attack against her own comrades. Shutra's combat reflexes flared. He instantly deflected the lethal blow and pinned her to the ground with overwhelming force. He shook her violently, his voice roaring through the campsite, desperately trying to shatter whatever dark magic had taken control of her mind. But the nightmare was far from over. The remaining lycanthropes turned completely feral, their bloodshot eyes locking onto Karak with lethal intent. Panic seized the massive warrior. He desperately roared their names, begging his comrades to snap out of their trance and remember their brother in arms. Just as they lunged, Felicia unleashed a blinding shockwave of light, halting the beastmen in their tracks. Even the brilliant mage was entirely clueless about this sudden betrayal. The chilling answer came from Daphne. It was the terrifying spirit of madness corrupting their minds. Without a second thought, she began chanting a high-tier purification spell. A surge of divine energy washed over the beasts, violently tearing away the toxic purple miasma. Stripped of the dark magic, the lycanthropes collapsed into the dirt, entirely unconscious. Shutra rushed to Caitlyn's side, breathing a heavy sigh of relief as her pulse steadied back to normal. Beside him, a bewildered Karak demanded an explanation for the sudden madness. Daphne's expression remained grim. The exorcism was only a temporary band-aid. If they did not track down the corrupted source immediately, the spirits would return with a vengeance. Suddenly, an ear-splitting shockwave shattered the night air. The very earth quaked beneath their feet, prompting Karak to shout over the deafening rumble. Daphne's face drained of color. The impenetrable defensive barrier had completely collapsed. Whatever was breaching the perimeter, it brought utter devastation with it. The situation escalated as Green Wind delivered a chilling warning. The boundary between illusion and reality was tearing apart. The enemy's spiritual aura was so suffocating, the physical world itself was starting to glitch. A bitter curse slipped past Shutra's lips, and as if answering his frustration, a terrifying horde of shadowy beasts materialized from thin air. There was no time to think, only to survive. Shutra roared for the party to take battle formations. As a massive demonic bear charged forward, he met it head-on, obliterating its skull with a devastating fist of explosion. Karak and Delia formed an unbreakable vanguard, their blades dancing in a deadly rhythm against the swarm. From the backline, Felicia rained down a barrage of destructive magic, wiping out rows of enemies in a single breath. The battlefield descended into absolute chaos. Despite their legendary prowess, the sheer volume of monsters threatened to swallow them whole. Needing a tactical advantage, the main character shouted for Green Wind, casually dubbing her GW. He ordered her to take to the skies for aerial reconnaissance. She stubbornly pouted about the new nickname, but instantly obeyed the command. Launching herself into the heavens, the elemental spirit radiated a brilliant emerald aura, but as she ascended, a catastrophic pillar of blue light violently erupted from the earth below. The clash of opposing energies painted the dark sky in blinding colors. And standing at the epicenter of that cosmic eruption was a shadowy silhouette of unimaginable proportions. The spirit froze in sheer terror. An ancient colossus had awakened. Every footstep shattered the bedrock, leaving Shutra to grit his teeth, wondering what kind of nightmare boss had just spawned. Karak braced his weapon, screaming that a second wave was closing in. But in a bizarre twist of fate, the relentless monster horde abruptly turned and fled into the shadows. The party stood in absolute bewilderment as the battlefield plunged into eerie silence. But before they could even catch their breath, Shutra's survival instincts flared. Something was creeping up on them. He gripped his weapon and demanded the hidden presence to show itself. Suddenly, a small projectile bonked Karak right on the forehead. As the mysterious creature tumbled onto the dirt, Shutra's eyes widened in utter disbelief. It was a literal raccoon! Dusting itself off, the furry critter stood up on two legs and scoffed with sheer audacity. It glared at the stunned hero, deeply offended that they were not bowing down to its majestic presence. The fierce warriors of the party were completely paralyzed. Daphne, Shutra, and Karak just stood there, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Puffing out its tiny chest with supreme arrogance, the creature proudly declared its name to be Amida. He was not just some forest animal, he was the legendary artisan entrusted to guard the last flame. And that epic cliffhanger wraps up today's journey. If you are craving the weekly chapter drops for this masterpiece, they are exclusively shifting over to my second channel, Manhwa Updater. So, if you need to know how our heroes handle this arrogant little furball, make sure to click over and subscribe right away. Come join the update gang and stay ahead of the curve. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Keep leveling up, stay legendary, and I will catch you in the next adventure.